create peace in the Middle East?
So it's my understanding that the Abraham Accords, at first, he was trying to get the Arabic countries to become allies with Iran. Was trying to get the Arabic countries to become allies with Iran, and when Iran refused, he then got the Arabic countries to become allies with each other against Iran, and it did kind of create peace because we didn't have any new wars. Yes or no?
Wait, so it didn't create peace, right? There was conflict that was ensued, right, due to a lot of these particular things that we could reference. But there was a 458% increase in military drone strikes in the Middle East. He had his quote unquote war on ISIS. There was a genocide in Saudi Arabia, right? Yemen, sorry, committed by Saudi Arabia, right? We gave them like a weapons deal. So there are plenty of things that we could point to were happening under like Trump's administration in that region. To say that like the conflict
those things were happening
to the
before
president
that
doesn't really make sense to me. Like unless you have a particular action. Like for example, do you think the FDR is like responsible for World War II because it happened under his administration?
Okay, so if do you think that FDR was responsible for World War II? I just want to see where you're at on this.
No.
Okay, so
I have no reason to believe that.
So is Trump responsible for Saudi Arabia and the Yemen conflict?
I think that he has influenced certain things, right? Like giving them a weapons deal, like I think is very big. So I think that he has some type of responsibility for it. Now, do I think he has total responsibility for it? No, but I do think that he has a responsibility for it to some degree.
Do you think the Biden-Harris administration has a responsibility for Russia invading Ukraine?
I don't think that they do. The reason why I don't think that they do is because they've engaged in policy against Russia, whereas Trump engaged in policy in benefit. Like, I can give you an example. Right? I think the Biden administration, the Biden-Harris administration, is responsible for certain things like giving Israel money, and I think Israel has committed bad actions. The same thing would be true for Trump. Trump supports them more, but I still apply responsibility to some degree onto the Biden-Harris administration.
So the reason, yeah, it does. And the reason that I would apply responsibility on the Biden-Harris administration for Russia invading Ukraine is because the Biden-Harris administration were champions about getting Ukraine to join NATO or the UN.
They were not trying to get them to join NATO.
They were advocates for it. And they were...
When?
Throughout his administration. I can't reference an exact day and time where he was testifying in front of the UN saying, invite Ukraine. I can't reference that. I don't know that, but I do know.
If you'd like to share that to me, that would be enlightening.
Okay. Let me walk back to my computer.
For sure. I feel like you've looked up a lot of things. I do appreciate you on that.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like you've looked up some too. And I wish more people that disagreed would have conversations like this.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with you. Most people who come up here do not look it up or do not try to do the research. So I do appreciate this.
Yeah, I
appreciate it, Bills Mafia. Thank you for the hand hearts.
Intellectual discord is the only way people can actually grow and the only way we can come together, because what the elites want is for us to be divided. And the more that people who disagree with each other have civil conversations like this is what they fear.
I wouldn't say like the elites. Like I've moved away from a lot of that type of terminology. Like I think it's this. I think it's just that a lot of people are misinformed, right? And the way in which we can actually unify is through facts, right? And through engaging critically, right? The reason why we're so divided in this country is because we're so subject to conspiracy. That's my big thoughts. But yeah. If you're MAGA, type in the comment section right now, and I will bring you up because I want to get some people up here. We have to have some common basis.
So this is on usdepartmentofdefense.org. The headline, and I haven't read this yet, so we'll discover it together. Biden speaks on Ukraine's future with NATO in Vilnius. I think I'm saying that.
On Ukraine future.
Hey.
Yo, what's up? TRM, are you voting Trump?
I am.
Why so?
Still not clear what Kamala's policies even are. I don't think she's ever come out and said anything about anything.
Wait, say that one more time?
It's not even clear how people can be supporting Kamala when there's no clear indication as to what she even stands for.
No, Roberto, thank you so much. I appreciate the $10. Thank you so much, and thank you so much for the handout. Thank you. So yeah, I think that there is a good reason. So I mean, there are a few things, right? We know her stances on like abortion. Janelle, thank you so much. I appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. She's talked about that specifically. We know that she wants to expand access to healthcare, right? She wants to expand access to childcare, make it more affordable. She's talked about things at multiple of her speeches. But she is going to implement greater policy. And also, we have a lot of bad things about Trump to indicate reasons as to why we wouldn't be able to, vote for, him.
Let me ask you a question that I heard asked on another live.
Go ahead.
If Kamala, let's say Kamala had all of the policies that you support or you are interested in supporting, but let's just say they flipped places, just the person flipped places, not the policy and ideas. Would you vote for Donald Trump?
So if it was the case that Kamala Harris was been held legally responsible for sexual abuse, defamation, fraud, at 34 felonies, was undermining the American democracy for the past years with no sufficient evidence to indicate that they won, was trying to restrict women's access to abortion, would I specifically vote for him? No.
No. I'm saying if.
Or would I vote for her? No.
No. So let's say policy aside, just the personal issues.
I wouldn't vote for someone who's been held legally responsible for sexual abuse. If that's your question?
Okay, good. Just curious.
Would you?
Probably not.
Okay, so Donald Trump's been held legally responsible for sexual abuse. Therefore, you probably won't vote for him, right?
Do you think that trial was fair?
Yes, totally.
You think it's fair to not allow a defendant to call witnesses?
I don't think that he wasn't able to allow witnesses. Can you show me that? Deborah, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Roberto, thank you so much for the $10, and thank you as well, Janelle. I appreciate it.
Also, do you think it's fair that the statute of limitations to file a civil suit against somebody was changed the day that Trump's suit was filed, and the person that was championing?
So the reason why it changed was due to members of the Catholic Church who committed these types of negative actions towards children, and then the victims of those crimes came out and lobbied to get that law changed so that they could try them in civil courts. And then due to the law changing, it allowed her to file.
Yes, and she filed the day that it changed, and her attorney was part of lobbying to get the law changed.
So that doesn't at all change whether or not she was involved in getting the law to change, right? She didn't have any or most of the influence of that. That was mainly determined by other people.
So,
so I would ask you this question: why didn't Trump give up his DNA?
I don't know. Did they have DNA in the case from 1994? I think it was.
Do they have DNA? Yes, they had DNA on the dress, right? And he didn't give up his DNA, even though if he never met her, it would have exonerated him.
Why didn't he give up the DNA? I'm gonna answer that question before I ask you a question, if that's okay. I don't know. That's interesting. I would like to hear him given a reason and hear him say why he wouldn't give it to me, or give the DNA up. So
I think that makes it likely that he's guilty. And the reason why I say that is because think about this, right? If he was innocent, we would expect him to give up his DNA because it would, exonerate him. He wouldn't have any of these negative claims targeted towards him. He would have an argument against Democrats to be oh, they're trying to run a political, move against me. This is clear evidence I didn't do this. And so millions of dollars, but instead he decides to not do it, which is what we'd expect if he was guilty, because it would have reduced the likelihood of him incriminating himself.
Okay, so I
That's
Googled.
the only reason.
So here's what I Googled. Did E. Jean Carroll's case have DNA results? The first result, it says the judge, Louis A. Kaplan, rejected the 11th hour offer by Trump's legal team to provide DNA sample to rebuke claims Carroll first made publicly.
That was because there was 2 years for them to give up the DNA, and they didn't give the DNA within the set time. So I think that the judge should have, right? But I don't think they have much movement on what they can do in that scenario. So
Okay,
if
so
anything,
he
it was
tried. He
rigged
tried to
more
get his-
towards helping Trump, if anything, by the way, in terms of what the judge did, by the way. I'm just letting you know.
I disagree with that. He tried to give the DNA,
Then-
and they said,
okay,
"Nope,
then
it's
why
too
didn't they
late."
then why didn't they take the DNA?
Well, you just said the judge rejected it because it was out of the time frame. So the judge essentially said, "No, we're not going to take your DNA. It's too late. Sorry."
Yeah, this because you understand that's because they had 2 years to give it up and you didn't give it. Like that's like, for example, if you were turning in an assignment, they said there's a hard deadline of this day, and then you try to turn it in like way later.
I don't think
Why
those
didn't
two-
he give it in the 2 years
are
yet
comparable.
he had set up to do it?
Kaplan said lawyers for Trump and Carroll had more than 3 years to make DNA an issue,
3 years actually. Dude, that's even worse.
and both chose not to do so. This is theguardian.com.
Yeah, that's 3 years where they had the ability to give up their DNA. Trump.
Yeah. So both chose not to do so.
That's wait, no, it's not both.
It says that in the article.
The dress was already given up. Like they specifically gave up a dress that they would, and they would have submitted it, right,
Yeah.
to the court because that would have that's something that was like set up. But the only reason it wasn't taken in the case is because he didn't have his DNA on his side, right, within the time slot allotted.
Well, this is just what the judge told Guardian. Trump's lawyers did not immediately comment. Carroll's attorney, Roberta Kaplan, declined to comment. So didn't the manufacturers of the dress come out and say, "Hey, we didn't even have that line of dresses"?
Another lie, dude.
It
Not
is.
true. Nope. Nope. The dress was made well before. That was you look that up. You'll see multiple fact checks on that.
I'm going to look it up.
There's a lot of propaganda from the right on this.
Oh, so jumping back to what we were talking
I have
about.
a question. I have a question. Can you name one lie within her story?
E. Jean Carroll's.
Yeah,
Um,
because I can name to you multiple lies in Trump's.
sure. Yeah. Let's hear it.
Yeah, so he said that he never met her. There's pictures of them together. He said that he wouldn't have sexually abused her because she's quote unquote not his type, but then in a deposition mistook E. Jean Carroll, the person he was held legally responsible for sexually abusing, with his ex-wife.
Mistook her for his ex-wife.
Yeah. He
Oh,
thought
that's-
E. Jean Carroll was Marla.
How did he think that?
Beyond me.
Do you think that could possibly be something like when he's given his deposition and he accidentally says Marla's name instead of?
No, he didn't actually. He said it multiple times.
I'd have to watch the deposition again. To
Like
see what
I literally posted a video on this. There's a video on my account that shows this. Just look up Trump mistakes E. Jean Carroll for his ex-wife, and you can literally watch the deposition.
Okay, as that's loading, well, let's jump back to Biden supporting Ukraine coming into NATO. According to defense.gov, which is the U.S. Department of Defense website, if you go
Wait,
down.
before we move back onto that, I do want to fully get through like the sexual abuse aspect.
Okay.
You wouldn't vote for someone who's been held legally responsible for sexual abuse. Trump has been held legally responsible for sexual abuse, but yet you're still voting for him?
Okay, so I'm going to give you my reason, and I know you're going to laugh at it, but let's keep an open mind here.
Okay, well, I mean, you just predisposed me to laughing, so we'll see.
I don't believe that was a fair trial, and I think that the laws were manipulated and changed in E. Jean Carroll's favor.
Okay, what good evidence do you have of that?
Well, we'll see. I think it's called like the Survivor Act of New York City or something like that. How that statutes of limitation was lobbied by E. Jean Carroll's lawyer, and then it was changed. And I believe it was one of the first cases, November 4th or something like that, 2019. The case was filed by the lawyers at the stroke of midnight. Like it just, to me, that seems like they were lobbying to get this case changed. They already had something up their sleeve. As soon as the law changed.
So the lawyer that was involved in this got in contact was in contact with E. Jean Carroll, and that somehow means that she set this up specifically to be able to like run a political campaign against Donald Trump. Is that your view? And if that is true, I'll ask you the question: why didn't they do this before, like 2016?
Well, I think they didn't get the idea to do it until after 2016.
That is such a ridiculous statement. They just didn't get the idea. Like what?
Yeah, I don't
They
believe
weren't
that.
trying. They didn't try to steal it from him earlier.
Oh, they did, but it was just another attempt. It was just another manipulation to try to steal.
Mustache, thank you. It was another manipulation to what?
It was just another manipulation to try to steal it or get him impeached or smear.
So how come they didn't? How come they didn't win in 2016 then?
How come they didn't win what?
How come they didn't rig 2016?
2016 was rigged. Not in favor of Trump, but I'm saying it was rigged in the sense that there was a smear campaign, there was a collusion with the government and the mainstream media to go after him.
He won in 2016. You know that, right?
He was drugged through the mud and he still won.
He lost by 3 million votes, and he still won because of our electoral college. And you'll still somehow try to say that the system was against him. What are you talking about? The system we have is the only reason he's in the position he is. He literally lost by popular vote.
When I say the system, I'm not talking about the election system. I'm talking about how the mainstream media has colluded with our government against him.
So rigged, but he won. Let's think about that for a second.
I'm not talking about the election. When I say rigged, I'm talking about the government colluding with the mainstream media against him.
So they weren't strong enough in 2016.
Correct.
But why were they strong enough in 2020? Especially to hide all of this information.
Well, I don't think that the collusion with the mainstream media and the government was strong enough in 2020. That's why you would see a lot of, I think the election was then rigged in 2020.
Yeah, so there's no good evidence of that. What evidence do you have for that?
A bunch of citizens in Georgia just held a press conference. I'm sorry, I'm high. Just held a press conference that said, hey, these people are being looked at for voter fraud. I remember specifically going to bed being like, hell yeah, Trump's going to win. And then waking up the next day and seeing him losing. And I thought to myself, what the hell just happened?
Mail-in ballots.
Right. Mail-in ballots by the millions.
How did Trump vote?
Mail-in ballot, I'm guessing that's why you asked me. But look, man, like I said, you're going to laugh, but I think that there is a larger government controlling ours.
There's a larger government controlling ours. What's this larger government?
I would say it's the most wealthy people in the world that...
You got flagged for civic and election integrity. This guy, bro. This guy had like the craziest views, bro. That shit's so crazy. Let's get this next person up. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. I literally told him the reason why we're divided is conspiracy, and then he brings up conspiracy. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Literally, that is the reason why we're divided, is because you have no common basis of fact. If you have no common basis of fact, how do you come together? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
55.
Are you voting Trump?
Yes,
Why so?
because what we have right now is just terrible. Everything. There's nothing good about the government that we have right now.
Nothing good about the government?
Nothing. Nothing good about what we have. Nothing good about Biden or Kamala or anybody, any of them.
Yeah, so, well then here I'll ask you this question. Do you like the bipartisan infrastructure bill, the CHIPS and Science Act, the PACT Act, the Inflation Reduction Act, anything like that?
You know, it doesn't. I know what you're talking about, but it doesn't affect us. It doesn't. What? Let me explain this to you. We're like back in the French Revolution, where people like you know, and like really smart. I'm not, dashing on you.
You muted. Hello?
Information, and the
We're in the
information
French
people
Revolution.
want, and that's exactly what's happening. Yeah, it's like the French Revolution without the guillotine, of course. What I'm saying to you is that most of the people that are going to vote for him are people that have been affected economically. You know what I mean? It's the same thing from there. because right now we're paying so much for for everything, for interest rates, for gas prices, for food.
So interest rates relate to the Federal Reserve, gas prices relate to the global markets.
No,
Food
that's your
relates to global
excuse.
markets. None of those relates to the President of the United States.
That's okay.
So in the same way that you don't blame Trump for a global
But-
pandemic, you shouldn't blame the Biden-Harris administration for global inflation that happened in Asia, in Africa, in South America, in Europe, everywhere around the world.
Yeah, but that's your excuse.
That's not my excuse. That's facts.
Let me explain this to you. Every election is the same way. When the incumbent president has a bad economy or war or something, they get kicked out. Look at Bill Clinton. He had an excellent
That
economy, and he
literally
didn't
does
get
not
kicked
mean
out.
that there's good reason to do that.
I know that.
I
know
understand
what
that
you're
happens
saying.
all the time, but that does not mean there's good reason to kick them out.
Well, it is enough for the people. It's good enough for us.
Yeah, so
they're
that's not a good enough reason.
They're out. Trust me. The majority of people are suffering. They're out. I'm sorry to tell you.
Yeah, that's terrible reasoning though.
Well, there's no. What else do you want? Well, I mean, what do you?
What else
do
do you want? Critical thinking, maybe.
Well, it is critical thinking.
No, it's not critical thinking. It's not critical thinking to
Okay,
say,
so-
oh, things are bad, therefore I just blame the person in front of me. Like, for example, if someone's girlfriend breaks up with them under the Biden-Harris administration, is that a good reason to vote for Trump because it didn't happen under Trump's administration?
No, those are two different, completely different.
No, the
subjects.
reason why it's not is because it has nothing to do with the Biden-Harris administration at all. They just got broken up with, okay? So, again, give me some reason to believe that it's related. Otherwise, I'm just going to say that's just the same as someone literally getting in a relationship where they broke up.
Well, that's okay, but I'm just telling you the historic reasoning why people do this. Why it doesn't matter if it would be Trump and the economy was bad, then I would vote for Biden. It doesn't matter. I would vote for Harris, Kamala.
Yeah, so wait, did you do that in 2020?
I vote. That's the way I vote. I vote for
In
whoever.
2020, who'd you vote for?
I voted for Trump.
Wait, but the economy was bad, and it was during Trump's administration.
No, the economy was good.
No, the economy was not good. The economy was bad because of COVID.
Well, you have to understand.
The economy was bad, and yet you still voted for him. I think that's hilarious. That you literally say the point you're not voting for them based on, you literally did not uphold last election.
Hold on. Right. Okay. Back before 2020, when you would go to the groceries, it was still cheaper. Now everything's higher, man.
Wait, but that's not caused by the Biden-Harris administration. That happened globally.
It could be. You could be right. I'm not going to
I'm
argue.
not. No, I am right.
You could be.
I promise you, I'm right. You can literally look up global inflation rates. I'm serious.
It's not. I'm not arguing you about that. I'm just.
Yes, you are, because you're not accepting it.
No, I didn't say that. It could be. You could be right. I just said.
No, it is right. It's not. Could be. Like, okay, I'm so certain with this, bro.
But this is the way it is, man. I'm just saying to you, all right? I mean, you do a great job, by the way. You got a very bright future in you.
I appreciate it. But like when I'm telling you this, I'm not lying to you. I promise you I'm not lying to you. I'm just telling you the facts, bro. I used to be a Trump supporter, right? In 2016, 2017, 2018, I was a Trump supporter. Right? I'm not now because of the facts, because of the evidence, because of what he's done.
Well, you got every right to support whoever you want. You know what I mean? I mean, I'm all for, everybody has the right to believe in what they want. I mean, and you're doing a good job. Yeah, I think that you should become a lawyer, because you have a very good defense for what you believe.
All right. Well, is there anything else you'd like to talk about?
No, that's all.
All right. Well, I do appreciate you coming up. Thank you so much. If you want to vote for Trump, type in the comment section right now. Type Trump or MAGA. We're going to start getting people up here in a second. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App in the bio, everyone. Venmo and Cash App in the bio. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right, let's get this next person up. Type MAGA in the comment section if you want to be brought up. Okay. I'm inviting people and they're not joining up, so do give it a second. All right, let's get this individual up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, 56.
You voting Trump?
I am.
Why so?
I think a number of factors. I think I trust him with the reins of power for the next 4 years. He's what my dad would have called a known devil versus an unknown devil. I have very little beyond what she said, which I don't agree with from an ideology perspective. I have very little faith or confidence in what Kamala can bring to the table and what she's able to do over the next 4 years in a very chaotic world where we've got China flying, bombers near Alaska now, and we've got the Russian subs off the coast of Cuba. I'm not one of these people who thinks Kamala is a bad person. I honestly can say that. I don't think she's a bad person. I have nothing personal against her. I just don't.
Dinosaur, thank you so much. Okay, so let's address that right there.
Yeah.
Okay? You think that Kamala Harris is not a bad person. Do you think Donald Trump is a bad person?
Define bad.
Someone that you think has done excessive moral bad actions.
No.
Okay, so him being held legally responsible for sexual abuse, do you think that's excessively bad?
In a civil case.
Yes. Like, okay, yeah, so let's do this. He's held civilly liable for sexual abuse. Are you still voting for him?
Yes.
Okay, he's held civilly liable for child sexual abuse. You'd still vote for him?
He wasn't.
I'm not saying he was, but would you still vote for him?
I don't want to do hypotheticals. I want to stick to facts.
Too bad, you're doing hypotheticals. You just answered one, too.
Well, no, because Trump was found guilty in a civil case, so I spoke to that, right?
Yeah, but you won't answer any of my hypothetical questions this lot?
Not any, but I think that one's extreme. That one's extreme.
Okay, well, I'm asking it for a reason, so if you're not going to engage, I'll just go on to the next person.
Okay.
You seriously not going to engage?
Well, I mean, if you really want me to, I would say no. If he had done that, no, I would not. Even if it's a civil case.
Friends, thank you so much. Okay, so why do you accept the civil liability of the victim being a child, but not of the victim being a woman? Because you're not disputing it based upon the likelihood of it being true or it being a civil court. You're disputing it based upon the severity of the crime. So you don't think sexual assault of a woman is severe enough?
Well, because it's a civil case, and that means that the likelihood of it happening can be 51%.
Wait, but you accept it in one scenario. You didn't dispute it based upon.
Well,
that.
hold on. Let me get here. Just hear me out for a second, okay? So the likelihood of it happening could be 51% from the jury's point of view versus 49%, and that 1% isn't enough for me to pick someone I don't think can lead the country as well for the next 4 years. Our country's worth more than that 1%. But because it's a child in the other scenario, I consider that potential so egregious, it's so over the top that even there, I have to submit that 51 to 49, I'll say no, I wouldn't support Trump because I have kids and the thought of anything happening to a kid is just so hard for me to think about. It's painful.
It's not hard for you to think about it if it was a woman?
Well, I don't believe I don't agree with the finding of the case.
Wait. Listen. So you accept the civil liability if it is a child, but not if it's a woman. So you are not judging that based upon the probability of it being true or whether or not it's a civil case.
But here's the difference.
You are judging it. Let me please finish like I let you finish.
Okay,
You're
sure.
judging it solely based upon the fact that the victim is a child rather than being a woman, which tells me you don't think the assault of a woman is severe enough. That's what it tells me.
In a hypothetical, but here's the difference. The child.
No, but it still demonstrates what you're thinking. The point of the hypothetical is that it demonstrates exactly what your thought process is in identifying that you're going to vote for Donald Trump given the scenario.
Can I clarify? Okay, let me try to clarify. So if we had two hypotheticals, one was an adult case against Trump that accused him of rape, and the other one was a child victim where the prosecution was accusing Trump of rape of a child. If those two were hypothetical, I would use the what I told you. I would immediately default to I'm not supporting Trump in the case of the child without no verdict, no advance knowledge of what would unfold in the case. If on the other hand, with this hypothetical for the adult, I would have to wait and see. That's my bias. That's my choice because I value children, yes, more than adults. But the difference here, though, is that the case with Jean Carroll was not and is not a hypothetical. So I can talk to the findings.
No, but what you just said is that you do not think that sexual assault of a woman is bad enough. And that's the fucking point I'm making. That's how crazy this shit is. It normalizes and perpetuates misogyny. Because what you just did,
I don't think
and I don't
said
think
that.
you see it as this, it is misogyny. This is utter misogyny. For you to not look at the sexual assault of a woman as bad enough is insane to me.
No, but you're flipping the script. You're flipping what I'm saying.
I'm not flipping what you're saying.
Yes, you are. I'm saying
you literally admitted to exactly what I said.
You've got half of it right. You've got the second part wrong.
I've got all of it right.
Can I explain? So with the hypothetical with the child, yes, I'm agreeing with you that, or I don't know how to say it. Yes, I'm saying that that's such an egregious thought that I would lean towards any doubt that I had. I would lean towards the child's story versus Trump's. With an adult, I'm saying the opposite. Without any advanced knowledge of the findings and the discovery
you
of what
assume his to be right over hers, even though you have multiple lies of Donald Trump and no lies.
No, can I just finish? Like you said, yeah. So with the adult case, if it's two hypotheticals, like for like, for the adult, I would say I'm not willing to just by default say that the adult's version of the story is factual without getting more detail. That's my choice. And in the case of Jean Carroll, it wasn't a hypothetical. We found out more things, and I don't think the findings, in my mind, I know I don't agree with the jury, and I'm not, what I say doesn't matter anymore because it's water under the bridge. But in my mind, the findings are capped. They don't prove anything. I honestly believe they do not prove that Trump.
Can you name one piece of evidence submitted in the case?
Sure. The picture of, and I heard you say this on the prior caller before, the picture of him standing at a party with Jean Carroll and her husband, that's been used to infer that Trump knew Carroll. But you could also make the case, and
he
Trump
said he
did.
never met her. So it proves what he said was wrong.
Okay, yeah. That's
also what he said was wrong. He said that he would have never abused her because she's quote unquote not his type. But then in a deposition, mistook E. Jean Carroll, the person he was held legally responsible for sexually abusing, with his ex-wife.
Well, let's stick to the picture. Then the point I was going to make, which is, I don't think you can clearly say that just because you have someone take a picture with you, Parker, and somebody behind you, that necessarily means you know them. You could be at the same function. You could
He
be at
said
the
they
same.
never met. He said they never met.
Right, but they may not have met personally. They may have been at the same function.
Wait. They were right next to each other.
No. Look at the picture. She's
If you
facing
look at the
forward.
picture-
Yeah, so bring up the picture. She's facing forward, and Trump's facing a completely different direction.
So wait, what you're saying is that this doesn't prove that they met.
This does not prove that they met. She may have been at a party with him, and maybe they bumped into each other, and there was like a hi, how are you? But it doesn't mean that they met.
Meet.
Does that?
That is meeting.
No. That does not mean you know
if I
somebody.
went and said no, hold up, meeting someone and knowing them could be two different things.
So if I bump into somebody in the subway, that means that I've met them?
Yes.
I don't agree with that. I don't know.
What?
For a case that's important that determines
If I bump into like the president of the United States, I'd say I met the president of the United States.
Well, back then he wasn't. He wasn't the president.
No. Listen, I said if I bump into the president of the United States, I would tell you that I did.
Okay. Well,
Here's the picture. Here's the picture, by the way.
Okay, sure. That's part of the picture. Can you slide it over?
Yeah, it's here. I think if we do it this way, here, let me try to do this. I'll try to change the grid.
Right. So this is what I'm saying. She's looking at him from the side. He's clearly talking to the gentleman in front of him and the lady to his left.
She's right there. What are you talking about, bro?
So the guy who's laughing, he's talking to him,
Dude,
right?
They're literally talking to each other. It's like people like in a group talking to each other. Come on, bro. This guy's such a ridiculous.
This was
Okay.
just one moment in time when he happened to be talking to the husband, but it was a conversation. They were all talking to each other, and this is not the only time they met.
Well, what was the other time they met? Because I never heard that. They met again?
They met
I'm not
many
talking-
times. They both
When?
lived in many times. They both lived in Manhattan and ran in the same social circles.
Give me one example that I can look up.
I can't give you one that I can look up because none of them are documented like this one is.
Then how
This
would
is
you
why
know
we-
that? Then how would you
Because I
know that?
Because I know her.
Personally?
Yeah, she's my aunt.
Okay. Well, that I didn't know. Okay. Well, I mean, at least based on my take on the picture, I don't know your aunt, so I don't have insider information. So just judging by the picture, I didn't think that was enough, to make me feel like Trump absolutely did it. And by the way, I wanted to also say, Parker, you were talking about the DNA and the dress earlier. The judge Kaplan said that he didn't feel like there was any reason for Trump to submit the DNA because there was no proof that his DNA was on the dress to begin with. And I've got the quote from NBC News back in the day where you can look that up.
Yeah, let me see the quote.
Yeah, sure. Let me get it for you. Hold on one second.
I'd love to see that. In the meantime, everyone, do tap that screen. Let's get to 500,000 likes. Everyone, share the live as well, everyone. Share the live as well.
Even though the court was awaiting the submission of his DNA for 2 years,
Literally.
we're totally open to taking it. Never tried to stop the plaintiff from trying to get it to submit for the case. That's weird.
That is weird. Tristan, thank you so much for the $15 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Tristan. I really appreciate it. And Melissa, thank you for the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I do think that shows very good evidence. And also, I did hit up Charlie Kirk. He has not responded to me yet, though, for that debate. All right, do give it a second, though, everyone. If you are MAGA, you can type in the comment section as well, everyone, because I always do look for people to bring up. But yeah, do tap that screen. Do share the live, everyone. Charlie Kirk, yeah, I want to debate him. He debates a bunch of college students, but I want him to debate me.
His only defense is because he didn't testify, or that he never met her, which is a lie, because not only do we have documentation that he met her at least once, I know he met her more than that.
I found the
Push that mustache.
I found the quote, Parker, if you want it.
Go ahead.
Hold on one sec.
Leave that mustache.
In addition to that, he said his other defense was she wasn't his type, and then mistook her for his own wife. So, yeah.
Thank you, Shelbster.
Go
Thank
ahead.
you. Are you Ion Chai, do you have the title?
Yes, can you hear?
Had mustache. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I do hear you now.
Okay,
Julia,
yes,
thank you
I
for
have the
$10. Thank you. What's the title? I can't see you when you leave the app. I'm just letting you know. So do you give it a second for him to come back, everyone?
Yeah, it says Trump's DNA will not be used in the trial.
Trump's DNA will not be used in the trial. What else?
And it's from February of 2023, and the exact quote is, let me go.
Trial. That's the way the title is Trump's DNA will not be used in the trial. And then what is it from?
Trump's DNA will not be used in suit by writer Gene Carroll. It's from NBC News.
Okay. And where does it say what you're saying? Yeah, where did the judge see what you said they said? Because I don't see that. I literally just scrolled through the entire article. Don't see it.
Because that's not what happened, Parker.
Yeah, I know, right?
Also,
Thank
there's
you,
like
Mustache.
tons of
Thank you.
people in the chat asking.
Towards the very bottom, Parker, it says Kaplan also questioned the what does it say? One second.
Parker has seen proof.
It clearly says at the bottom, Parker.
Michael,
it
thank you
clearly
so much for the $14.75. Thank you so much.
It clearly says Kaplan questioned the usefulness and purpose of requesting the DNA since there's no proof that there's any of Trump's sperm on the dress. It clearly says that at the bottom of the article.
Yeah, so it specifically just says that he wouldn't believe that even if the DNA was on the dress, that would prove that there was grape.
Exactly, bingo. That's what I'm saying too. So
yeah.
that,
So wait. So you're saying that his DNA, right, on the dress isn't evidence of there being any type of event of?
No, that's what Kaplan was saying.
Paper crane. Thank you.
That's
no.
what
I'm asking. Do you believe that?
Yes.
You do believe that. So why do you believe that, but you don't accept the determination of the jury because you think that the judge is corrupt and the jury is corrupt?
I didn't say the jury's corrupt.
Thank you so much. Okay, so you don't think it's corrupt, then you accept the determination, right?
No, I just disagree with them based on the evidence, presented at the case. I don't think that, I don't think that what was presented proves that Trump raped Jean Carroll. I do not. Maybe I'm wrong.
So there is good evidence of this, but the point I'm making is that
who heard all the evidence, you or them?
Yeah, the
What
jury
was the
makes
question?
accurate determinations. Who heard all the evidence?
Well,
You or
of
the
course,
jury?
the jury. But what was reported in the media, I don't think convinced me that Trump raped her. I don't.
Well, it's a good thing juries don't go by what's reported in the media, then, isn't it?
Well, look, we're not in a court now. I'm not in a jury. The whole purpose is for people to call up who want to vote for Trump and explain why. Now, you may disagree with my reasons, but I'm trying to earnestly and honestly state those reasons, which are that I don't think the jury met my personal level of what I would consider proof that he raped Jean Carroll. And if it
And
was
you were not on the jury.
I know
You
that.
didn't hear all the evidence. You don't know
I know
her.
that. So then why have people join the talk and say their piece? Nobody who's going to join is likely to have been on that jury. The whole question here is for Trump voters to come up and explain themselves. None of us are on the jury, or we're on the jury.
Right, but to categorically dismiss the
I'm
jury's
not
findings, because can I just finish my sentence?
Sure.
Dismiss the jury's findings as invalid because you have an opinion that disagrees with them. We don't care. The jury.
But you do care, because that's who Parker's asking to come up. He's asking for people to come up.
Parker, do you care that this person doesn't believe E. Jean Carroll?
No, I don't. I don't think that determines whether or not.
No, I don't mean in that way. I mean, he cares enough to have people come up and explain why they want to vote.
To show how your view is crazy. Yeah, that's
Well,
I'm
that-
arguing
okay,
against your view.
but
does
still,
that
that
mean that
means-
I think that? Does that mean that I think that it's good to engage in grape apology to support him? No.
I'm not.
bad.
So I'm not doing that because I don't think he did grape her. You do, but I don't.
Isn't that
Oh,
what?
do you
grape
know what?
apology is?
Do you know what grape apology is, Ion Chino?
Why don't I have a feeling you're going to tell me? So go ahead.
Well, yeah, one aspect of it is telling women that they're not telling the truth and denying their experiences happened.
So isn't that exactly what happened with Tara Reid? Isn't that exactly what happened to her? People on
was-
behind.
What
Yeah,
was
go
Joe
ahead.
Biden-
Let's hear it. Yeah, go ahead.
What was Joe Biden's response to Tara Reid's accusations?
That she was lying, which is exactly the point you were just trying to make.
And what else? He said, these accusations are false, but women deserve to be heard and this should be investigated. That's not what Trump said.
But okay,
That's not what
that's
Trump
nice
did.
that he added. That's nice that he added that on. But he's still, at the end of the day, it means that he was implying she lied. You can't have it both ways.
So the problem with Trump was not the fact that he denied that this happened. The problem was that he slandered her maliciously and continuously for years in order to deny so. He
So
could
there were
have
two
denied
different.
it.
There were two different lawsuits. One was slander.
Also,
and the-
Ion China, by the way, right? She also perjured herself in court. If you had that same thing for E. Jean Carroll, you would have been saying that over and over and over again. We have lies of Donald Trump. The one who's lying in this scenario is Donald Trump. Joe Biden wasn't the one that was lying in that scenario. If Joe Biden was lying, that would put huge suspicion on him. Secondly, we're not even voting for Joe Biden.
So no one knows what happened more than the victim, than the alleged victim. So if Tara Reid said that he SA'd her or graped her, whatever the term is, then why not believe her?
Because what
she
was her
perjured herself
very
in court.
first? What was her very first accusation against Joe Biden initially? What was her first story?
I read that she claimed that he pinned her up against the wall in the office where she was doing a secretary type job, and he touched her physically with in her private area with his finger. That's what I heard.
No, her very first accusation was that he put his hand on her shoulder, and she felt like he was invading her personal space and making her uncomfortable.
So that's the first one. And what we've been told, and I'm sure you would agree with this, is that sometimes victims don't come out with the full throat of all their details because they're not ready yet. Haven't we been told that?
Yes, but then when she had the opportunity, when she finally did make that final accusation, to come forward and testify in front of Congress, and she refused.
Well, because maybe she didn't feel like testifying.
Wait, I think it's hilarious
this is interesting. You believe Tara Reid,
Yes,
who
totally.
changed her story. Let me finish. You believe Tara Reid, who changed her story like 10 times, was perjured herself in court and fled to Russia, but you don't believe E. Jean Carroll, who never changed her story and went to court twice.
So let me ask you a question. What does fleeing to Russia have to do with being great?
Joining a propaganda outlet?
What outlet? With the country? You mean the whole country is an outlet? What is going to Russia?
No, like the media outlet that they joined is a propaganda outlet.
So Tara Reid joined a media outlet. Which media outlet did she join?
Here, I'll pull it up. I got
Sure.
Who's she living with right now? Parker, do you know that?
you. I'm not sure, actually. Give me 1 second. If you want to bring something up, you can say it real quick. Are you gonna say something, Ion China, or are you just?
Well, I was just going to say that this is just the one thing that we're talking about, but we never got a chance to talk about the other policies which you initially asked me about why I support Trump. I mean, there's a bunch of policies, and I know that's one of the first key questions you always ask callers, which is what policies do you actually approve of or do you like that he did? So, I mean, but I know we're going to die on this hill anyway, so we might as well finish this.
We're gonna die on this hill. That's funny.
I mean, we're gonna go around and around. We're not gonna have any time for anything else. That's what I mean.
Yeah. I mean, I guess we do have time for other things we can bring up, but you can bring something up right now if you'd like.
Okay. Well, I think he did a great job with criminal justice reform. In fact, he had a lot of bipartisan support for that bill that he passed and signed, which dealt with a lot of issues with criminal justice in terms of bonds and
Amber, did you mean to leave, by the way? Go for it. Sorry.
Yeah, I was just going to say, he passed a well-received criminal justice reform bill that had several people on both, I should say several key Democrats in his corner backing him. And basically it was hard to disagree with. I mean, it was trying to improve the conditions for prisoners, trying to give them a fair shot at, getting through the system, doing their time fairly, being treated fairly, trying to remove some of the abuse that happens in the federal prison system. He had a lot of support. I thought that was a good thing that he did.
So yeah, you like the criminal justice reform. So then you'll like the history of Kamala Harris advocating for criminal justice reform throughout the entirety of her administration, advocating to decriminalize and legalize access to leafy greens, federally speaking, in the United States, whereas Donald Trump's not advocating to do that, which would expunge literally everyone who has a non-violent drug offense related to that.
What about her keeping prisoners in jail longer so that they could be...
I still have yet to see a source on that. Can you provide me?
I mean, I don't have it in front of me without having to leave the app again,
you can go look it up, and I'll add someone else up in the meantime, if you'd like.
Well, I'll just speak to it in general. I mean, if you search for, first of all, I think Tulsi Gabbard brought this up during the 2020 primary debates, and it was a famous exchange.
Yeah. Tulsi Gabbard is a conspiracy theorist as it relates to those claims. Those
She may be,
what
but
she
that
said,
she
she literally lied. She said it was 1,500. No, that this was when she was attorney general. She didn't have prosecution of this in particular, and it was 1,900 people, and there were no racial demographics. So it was a total lie.
So here, there's another guy on TikTok who does only statistics, and he's great. I forgot the name, but he addressed this, and he said the 1,500 number was for prisons, but it didn't include the number of people that were in local jails and county jails. There's a difference between prisons and local jails and county jails, and that's where that number came from. It was the total. There was less,
Yeah,
much
so she
less.
didn't prosecute them, and she didn't have jurisdiction over that.
Well, she did prosecute. She was the DA. She was a prosecutor.
No,
so
she
of
was
course,
the attorney. No, she was the attorney general. She was not the district attorney.
before she was the attorney general, she was a prosecutor for San Francisco.
Yes, so she was a district attorney, right? And when she was a district attorney, then you could look at those particular. But what the claim was from Tulsi Gabbard was a reference to the amount of people, and it wasn't even the correct reference to the amount of people when she was attorney general, where she didn't have jurisdiction.
Well, I just know that she has a controversial, let's put it this way in general terms, and then anyone's free to look it up. Her track record in California is, when it comes to criminal justice, is controversial. She wanted to put parents of kids who had truancy records in prison. I mean, come on, dude, that is controversial.
Like,
She
can you
wanted
give me
to
a source on that one?
just Google. It's been in the conversation for the last 2 weeks in social media.
I haven't seen it.
Kamala Harris, parents,
Kamala.
truancy school.
So she wants to put parents in for kids.
She wanted to arrest parents for children who had missed certain number of days of school. Yes.
Yeah. So when she was prosecutor, one of her initiatives was the truancy program she pushed for in the state legislature, passed in 2011. The law allowed district attorneys to charge parents with a misdemeanor if their parent missed 10% of the school year without a valid reason.
Right. And there are a lot of people on the
Okay.
left in California who criticize her because the people most impacted were poor.
Wait, but this is without a valid reason.
Well, maybe the reason wasn't valid. Who determines whether it's valid or not? Kamala Harris or the parents?
Obviously, we would see a valid reason in like a situation in which there is like a scenario where kids like need to go to the hospital. There's maybe like health concerns, right? There would be reasons to provide there, right? But obviously there would be conditions, like any other aspect of law.
Okay, yes, sure.
But like obviously, like. Do you want there to be here would be the question, if you're tough on crime from the Republican side, do you want there to be no repercussions for like your children missing the school for no reason?
Arresting the parents? No, I'm not for that.
No, just a misdemeanor.
I heard arrest. That's what I heard.
It says charge parents. It doesn't mean arrest.
I
don't necessarily think charging means arrest.
Well, all I know is that it was controversial and it had detractors on both the left and the right, not just the right. There were people on the left who criticized her.
Thank you.
And
yeah, I'm not disputing that. There are absolutely going to be people on the left. But what I'm telling you is that what is the reason that you can look for this under your own view where you're super pro law and order?
Well, I don't know that I am.
Because actually in 2011 is when Donald Trump gave money to Kamala Harris.
Well,
So
that's
it seems
crazy.
like
isn't
Donald
it?
Trump actually supports that.
Yeah,
'Cause
that's
right
crazy,
when it
right?
passed.
That's crazy. Look, I don't approve of everything Trump's done.
And then Ivanka gave her money after.
Yeah, and he also donated to Hillary Clinton when she was a senator. I don't
But
approve.
this is 2011.
Yeah, I know. I don't approve of everything Trump's done. I think most Republicans, if you talk to them, they will admit that much. They will say that Trump is a necessary evil to stop the left from taking over this country and destroying it.
Saying that he's a necessary evil to stop the left is crazy as fuck. That is so insane.
Why? Why is that crazy?
Because the left is not what we should be scared about. Providing universal free lunch, providing
I agree with that.
access to
I agree with
healthcare,
that.
providing access to sick leave, paid sick leave, providing access to paid parental leave, providing access to all of these different types of social amenities is left. That's what left is.
But you're leaving out other things. I mean, some of that is great, and
What do you disagree with on this?
Okay, I'll tell you. I think that the border issue has become so bad. I work and live near New York City. The city has plunged into chaos over the last 4 or 5 years.
So what? Wait. You understand that you can have legitimate border security if you have legitimate laws in place that don't take so fucking long for people to come here. I don't have an issue with border security, but once we have a legal system that takes actually not like 5 to 7 years on average to get into the country, but it takes 6 months max. That's what's fucked up about our system is it doesn't incentivize people to go
look.
through
My
the
wife
legal process.
my wife is from overseas. I have kids who are mixed race kids. I totally agree with you. I've been through USCIS. I've been through immigration. I know you're preaching to the choir, but I'm talking about the facts of the matter are and what's happening on the ground is we've got a lot of people coming through unprecedented levels, and we've got situations in New York City right now where Venezuelan gangs are shooting each other in the streets. I mean, it's insane.
So then obviously you want to stop that from happening. That relates to crime. That doesn't relate to immigration in general. So what you want to do is you want to stop the crime.
They're getting in because they're saying that they're coming for purposes of
so
being
make
a
the system
refugee.
go. Wait, so listen. Make the system go faster. People are incentivized to go through the legal process. There's a greater amount of vetting. For the people that do not go through the vetting process, there's a smaller amount of people to deal with. So it makes it easier for those border officials to deal with it.
So your guy has been president for the last 4 years. Why didn't he make it go faster?
Why didn't they make it? That's obviously.
Yeah, why haven't they done anything?
The border bill. So they have to do this through the legislative branch. The legislative branch, right, is going to be in Congress, obviously, not something that they have total control over. So they're influencing it, right? But what was blocking it was Trump getting people in Congress to not vote for it.
But what about when Congress was controlled by the Democrats? The last 2 years of Trump's administration, the House was run by Democrats.
So again, you have to get above 60 for the filibuster in the Senate.
That's the Senate. I'm talking about the House.
Well, they passed the House.
What passed the House?
The Secure the Border Act passed the House.
So what was the final vote in the Senate?
I'd have to find that. I don't remember the final vote, but I just know it didn't get the 60.
Well,
it doesn't say passed in the House, in the Senate.
Look, Biden has been a politician for probably 5 decades. And the system is, as you put it, and I totally agree with you, Parker, is still very messed up. And what did he do in those 5 decades personally when he was a senator? What did he do?
Why are we talking about Biden?
Well, I mean, because this is all tied in.
Talk about Kamala Harris?
Well, what did Kamala Harris do then? What did she do for this?
Yeah.
What did she do to reduce the waiting time? What did she personally do? Did she author a bill?
They tried to advocate for this through the context of Congress right now, and obviously the same issue didn't exist when she was in Congress or in the Senate, comparative to now.
I think the issue existed. It may not have been as bad, but I think
her being able to do this, right? So I don't think that what did JD Vance or Pence do? What did Trump do?
Well, I think Trump tried to work it from the other angle. I think he tried to shut down the border. And by the way, what you said about the things
the border. What did he do to shut down the border?
Well, what I was going to say is couple calls ago, you were telling the guy that in the last since the beginning of this year, I guess you said, or in 2024, the amount of entries coming into the U.S. Mexico border has gone down 40%. But the funny thing about that is, and I looked this. Yeah, so when you said that, I looked it up. It's because they stopped applications completely. They put a pause. That's the only way they were able.
After a certain amount of people coming into the country, they put a pause. Yeah.
Yeah. So you weren't even able to apply. That's the only reason they got it to drop. And of course, they did that because it's election season and they don't want to look like they're being soft on the border.
Wait, so you want them to do something about the border, or you don't?
I do.
Okay, so then stop crying about it whenever they do something about the border.
Well, then it's going from one extreme to the other. If you stop taking applications, then how can you take legitimate people who really are asylum seekers?
This is all Republican policy what you guys are begging for, and then when it happens, you're like fucking mad, and now you're running the point of
No.
now we want to look at the cases. We want to see how many. Oh, oh, so you weren't doing that before. You were like, fucking stop it. Let's stop immigration. Now when it fucking happens, you're like, oh no, I didn't want that to happen.
You're lumping me in with a lot of other.
It's fucking stupid. It's really stupid. And
you're lumping me in with people. You're generalizing.
You're spineless, bro. I'm sorry, but you're fucking spineless.
You're generalizing. You're taking something.
I'm talking about you. I'm saying you.
I haven't even said what you're saying though. You're saying you're treating me like all the other Republicans who have called in. I have my own certain views and flavors. I'm not a pure Republican. Nobody is really, but I'm not a pure Republican. I used to be a libertarian. I still sort of am. But as far as the border goes, I don't think that stopping applications is the right way to go either. I think that's the other extreme, right? Isn't there a middle ground? And why am I spineless for saying that?
You're spineless for not holding to an actual position and only just arguing against the other side.
No,
That's why I'm saying you're spineless.
You asked me what the policies are that I like Trump for, why I like Trump, and I'm saying his position on the border. That's what I'm trying to defend. Is why.
But then when we actually had a stop of the amount of people coming from the country, that's literally what the policy was that the Biden-Harris administration implemented. Then you're like, oh, I didn't want that. I wanted it to be more people were able to like apply.
Well, because it's one extreme versus another extreme.
What you're not understanding is that in order for us to be able to implement these policies in the first place, we have to make the system faster by putting judges through. In order to do that, we need Congress. Who's blocking it in Congress? Donald Trump by influencing people in the Senate.
Well,
that's
the problem,
what's blocking it.
That's a nice thought.
An effective change.
That's a nice thought, but there simply aren't enough courts to handle the load. No matter what they do, unless they're ready to put
they can fund courts, they can fund judges. That's what the whole point of that bill was to do.
Yeah, it's sort of like paying down.
They argue against it because they don't want Democrats to look good.
I don't think there's any way that they could possibly hire and build enough new courts and hire enough new judges to tackle the load. I mean, my friend whose relatives are coming from the Philippines, sister was told 18 years wait. Okay, 18 years. How what is that based on? I don't even know. It's so crazy long.
Country, yeah, I think that's insane. That you should not take 18 years, 5 to 7 years on average. That's insane. I agree with you. That doesn't incentivize people to go through the legal process. No one's incentivized if the system takes that long. Now, if you want people to be vetted, obviously they have to be incentivized to go through the system. So that's the point I'm making. Mm-hmm. And that's not what Republicans are advocating for. It's literally what the Biden-Harris administration was advocating for, trying to get passed. And who wasn't supporting it? Donald J. Trump.
I want to ask you one question. Do you have a problem with the fact that during the campaigning going on right now with Kamala Harris and her VP selection, Tim Walz, I guess his name is that right? Tim Walz. Do you agree that they keep repeating this debunked Project 2025 thing over and over again, even though every editorial
they have affiliations, and he lied about it. Trump lied about his affiliation to Project 2025. Vance has affiliation to Project 2025.
But he's distanced himself just based on what he said.
He tried to, but he lied. He literally said.
But he hasn't even gotten elected yet. How do you know he's going to?
He said that he knows. He said that he knows nothing about it, yet he vehemently disagrees with aspects about it. So why is he lying about his knowledge about it?
Well, it's 900 pages. So is he saying he doesn't know all 900 pages, or he doesn't know?
He said he knows nothing about it.
Well, that's Trump in a nutshell, is exaggerating to the point of being ridiculous. Well, yeah, I mean, we know he lies. We know that.
So
that's
he's
Trump.
lying. So then why are you okay with him lying like that?
But both sides are lying.
Because he's lying about why. Okay, I'll say this. Why is he lying about knowing about it? If he has no affiliation about it, why is he lying?
I think it's because. Okay, let me answer you. I think it's because he really doesn't. His own what is it called? Agenda 20. What is it? Agenda
47.
Yes, thank you. Agenda 47. I think he's terrible at defending what he knows as truth. He's terrible at it, and the way he does that is by attacking people's character, and he tends to exaggerate, and he goes too far. But I honestly,
This is just such a cope, bro. I'm sorry.
no, I'm speaking honestly from the heart. I'm agreeing with you to an extent, but I also think it's true to say that Harris does not have proof that he is going to implement the 900 pages of Project 2025. Yet she's out there every day saying
She
that.
didn't say that every aspect of it is specifically Trump.
She's not quantifying which aspects he's going to do. All she's saying
Wait,
is,
neither did he. So what's the issue?
well, he's saying he's absolving himself of it. He's saying I'm not going to
he
do
knows
any
nothing
of it.
about it, which is bullshit.
He knows about it, obviously, but he said,
Dude. So how do you know what the fuck he's saying is actually true?
I'm saying that Trump has come out and he said, I will not implement this.
How do you know what he's saying is true? Because you said he lies all the time.
He does. We know that.
Oh, okay. So then how do you know he's not lying here?
Because I know that there is such a thing as the Project 47 or whatever the heck it's called. There is a real thing
So how do you know he's not lying here?
about that, because you can go look it up. It's on the web. It's on the website.
Okay, but no, seriously, he's lying about not, wanting to do it.
Well, who knows? I mean, he hasn't been elected yet.
Dude. That was such a
He hasn't been elected yet, so how do we know if he's lying or not?
Jesus Christ, dude.
But I do know that, okay, so that's one thing.
So he hasn't been elected yet. How do you know that they're lying, that he's not going to do it?
Yeah, until he's elected, you don't know.
So then why are they saying this when it is the case that you don't know yet?
Well, because Kamala's saying, we don't know for sure, but it looks like he might do this. She's not saying that.
Wait, so again, but that's not what he's saying. He's lying, right? She's saying that they have affiliations to it. She never said that he was going to implement it all.
Yeah, she did say that. She said he was going to implement it. She said that numerous times. And the other thing
give me the quote. Give me the quote.
Oh man, I don't have it at my fingertips. I wish I did, but I've read it multiple times. I've seen TikTok videos of her speaking. Each time she's basically, if I had to paraphrase, she's basically saying, watch out, Trump is going to implement Project 2025 and run for the hills because that's what he's going to do. That's essentially what she's saying. And the other thing that she's saying, which is proven to be false.
Can't wait to see it.
And the other thing that she's saying is this whole thing with the J.D. Vance couch story. That's pure bunk. But why? I mean, I'm bringing up an issue that even the guy there was an article today, even the guy who created that meme on Twitter, even he said he made it up. And yet they keep pushing this ridiculous story concerning a couch, and it's complete cap. It's total cap, dude.
Come on, bro. There's no way you're arguing about this, dude. Who cares, bro?
Well, they do, because they keep mentioning
Slept
it.
to the couch. What's the issue? Yo, Anthony, thank you for the $15 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Crazy. No, I'm just trolling. I was just trolling.
I just think those are two things that I wish Kamala would stop using.
Dude, those are your biggest issues? Trump's been lying about the election.
No, I mean, we know he's the bad guy, right? I'm talking about the supposed white hats here, the good guys.
Dude, then why are you voting for Trump?
Well, no, because I'm using your logic. We expect more from the Kamala Harris's, right? Isn't it true? The good guys, you expect more from them.
I do, but that doesn't mean that they've never done anything wrong. I never said
I didn't say that.
Done anything wrong.
In fact, I told you what she did wrong. I gave you.
There are things I do believe that I disagree with as it relates to Walz and Harris. Okay, but it's going to be infinitely less than what we see with Donald Trump.
You said you used to be a Trump supporter. I'm curious, what made you change, and did it happen overnight, or was it a long?
It took a while. He was held civilly liable for sexual abuse, defamation, fraud. He has 34 felonies. He tried to overthrow the government. He tried to restrict women's access to abortion.
So is it fair to say you stopped supporting him after he got elected or before?
This was after he got elected. Well, after.
Okay, so you were okay then with, now I'm playing Parker. I'm playing your role, Parker. So you were okay then when he denied that Obama was actually born in the U.S.
And I had no clue he did that at the time.
Really?
I would not have supported.
Really? Because that was all over the news.
I did not, dude. I was in high school, bro. I was a freshman in high school.
My son's a junior in high school. He's all over in fact, he told me to call Parker. I want to see you debate him.
Yeah, and that was significantly less likely to happen when I was that age, right? It's becoming a lot more prevalent with TikTok and things like that. That didn't exist when I was that young. You know, what
Okay.
we had was like Ben Shapiro and Steven Crowder, dude.
Well, you had Bill O'Reilly. You had a few others besides them back then.
Dude, it was fucking brutal back then. Holy shit.
Hey, listen, Parker, I love you, man. Keep doing what you're doing. I'm so impressed. You're great at this, and thanks for having me up.
Yeah, for sure.
Take care.
All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. I wish I had something like this back then, y'all. All right, we're going to get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Yo, it's how old are you? Hello?
47.
Okay, well, they were driving anyway, so only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Yo, Anissa, thank you so much. I appreciate the $10 for that couch, you know? It's traumatized.
What's going on, Parker?
Are you voting Trump?
Hey, how you doing?
You voting Trump?
I am voting Trump, yes.
Why so?
Well, I personally agreed with a lot of the stuff he's done, but I just came on here to ask one question. One question only. I'll keep it short and simple. We got to go to the store. It's my wife's birthday, so why?
Happy birthday.
Yeah, I appreciate that. He said happy birthday, honey.
Oh, thank you.
And we just got married a couple days ago as well.
Based.
But listen, this is the one question. I even asked Harry this the other day, and no one really had a lot to come up with. But, I mean, Kamala's promoting herself on TikTok. She says it's so dangerous, but she's on TikTok.
I don't think she has a quote of her saying it's dangerous.
Oh, there is. Oh, yeah, I just showed
I would like to see it because I would say that's hypocritical. But I mean, I also think it's hypocritical for Donald Trump to have tried to ban it when he was president, and then now
before he did come on, not to cut you off, I'm sorry, I'm in a rush, but before he did come on, he did state that he would keep TikTok. But hey, I gotta go, man.
Now he will, because it's politically advantageous to him.
Hey, pleasure talking to you. Have a good one.
See ya. All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Yeah, JD Vance is weird. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
20.
Are you voting Trump?
Yes, I will be voting Trump.
Yeah, I have a question. Do you think JD Vance is weird?
Me? No, I don't. No, I don't.
Really?
Why do you ask?
Are you racist? Do you hate
I'm not.
Mexicans?
I do not.
Well, that's how he started off in advertisement. Do you want to hear it?
Sure, yeah.
Okay. All right, let me play it for you. Because it's really cringe. It's like really weird. I got you. It's really, really weird. So it's JD Vance for Senate. It's like literally on his. It's so cringe. It's literally on JD Vance for Senate on YouTube.
Are you a racist? Do you hate Mexicans? The media calls us racist for what?
Well, hold on. Play the whole clip.
Are you a racist?
Actually, I can't because he says a word that gets me banned, and I don't know when he says it.
Oh, okay.
Seriously, I'll tell you the title. Look up the title is "Are You Racist?" from JD
Are
Vance,
you a racist?
and you can watch it.
I'll watch it.
Do you think that's not weird?
You know, it is weird, but I'd have to watch the whole video before I. You know.
He's an interesting character.
But yeah, I'm definitely voting Trump. I look
and why are you voting Trump?
I look at the 4 years he had, and I look at the 4 years Biden had. I mean, I know it's not Biden, but I feel like gas was down, everything was down.
Yeah. So what do they do to cause that?
See, I can't really tell you what they did, but I look at it that way, and I see how everything was so down in price, and to me that's what I want.
Yeah. So why was it down in price?
You tell me.
Okay. Well, global supply chains. Did you know that there was global inflation?
I did not.
Yeah. So there was inflation in Asia, in Africa, in Europe, in South America.
I don't know. I'm gonna vote Trump.
Why?
We're obviously gonna disagree on a lot of things, but I also want to say.
And why are you gonna vote Trump?
Hold on. I want to say one thing. That guy that came in here talking about abortion, that guy was an idiot. That is one thing we can agree on. That guy was an idiot.
Absolutely.
But yeah. I mean, I'm voting Trump.
So why?
I just told you. I mean, I look at how the 4 years under him and versus the 4 years now.
Okay. So what did he do? Can you name one policy he influenced to get passed that benefit the middle class?
I just told you. I mean, obviously not. I don't look into policies too much, but the thing I look into is how it was under him versus now.
Okay, so like me and my girlfriend are dating now, so my life is amazing, it's great. Therefore, I have to vote for Kamala Harris because my life is better. Appreciate the cat. Thank you so much. Caddy, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you.
Why are you voting for Kamala?
Seriously, just because I met my girlfriend.
No, you're gonna ask. No, I actually want to know why. Educate me.
I met my girlfriend.
All right. I guess
good
good
reasoning.
For
It's really good reasoning, right? Leanne,
No,
thank you for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Leanne. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you. So, isn't that a great reason?
I mean, no.
Ah, fuck. It's almost like you shouldn't use that reasoning too.
Okay, well then educate me on why I shouldn't vote for Trump.
Yeah, because he's been held legally responsible for sexual abuse, defamation, fraud, has 34 felonies, he's been undermining our American democracy for the past few years with no sufficient evidence to indicate that he won. He tried to get Mike Pence to not certify the election results. He called for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country. He denied climate change, said it was going to get cooler. It's going to get cooler. Science just doesn't know it yet.
Look.
He wants to take away my health care. Unironically. The ACA protects my health care with my parents. Chad, thank you for the baby dragon. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Chad. Thank you so much. So the way I directly benefit from the Biden-Harris administration is that I am on my parents' health care until I'm 26. So he wants to take away my health care, unironically. I mean, I'll be able to get health care, but like...
Well, clearly I got to look into some things, but, you know, I appreciate you letting me into this live.
Okay,
and
sure.
giving me some advice, I guess, or educating me.
All right, appreciate you coming up. Yo, Fern, thank you so much for the galaxy. Thank you.
You have a great day, man.
You as well, you as well. All right. Let's go on to the next individual. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
43.
Yeah, are you voting for Trump?
Gas was 64 cents in 1978. Vote for Carter.
Yes, Jimmy Carter. It was cheaper. It was cheaper back then. I'm voting for Carter. Write him in. Jimmy Carter.
I'm going live.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What are you online for? Trump. You want Trump, right?
Let's go into the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. We are just looking for some debates. Tap that screen, everyone. Let's run it up to 1 million likes, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I'm 34.
Are you voting Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
Well, my big thing, which I don't know that I've heard anyone say this, but it's something that I've just thought about, and I may be wrong, but look at how the rest of the world looks at women and what is our country going to be going through and what is going to happen to our country if it's ran by a woman. And I say that as a woman.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, so there are countries around the world that have had women leaders that have done great. So why do you think that a woman can't be a leader as a woman yourself?
No, I don't think she can't be a leader. I think she could be a leader and maybe do well, but I just almost feel like that would set us up for some problems.
What problems?
Being attacked, like 9/11, stuff like that.
9/11 happened when we had a male as president.
Well, yeah, I know, but it could happen
So-
again.
Yeah, but why would it happen because we have a woman as president?
Because religions and other places look down on women.
So why didn't they attack the countries in which had women leaders when they had women leaders?
What
Why did
countries
they
have
attack them
women
mostly
leaders?
when they had male leaders?
What countries?
Yeah, so like countries like Germany specifically. Germany has had a woman leader, Angela Merkel. She's been a leader for a while. That's an example. The UK has had a woman prime minister. Same thing with New Zealand.
Well, I
So,
didn't
like-
know that.
Yeah, so like I don't think that's a good reason not to vote for a woman. I think that actually if you want treatment of women to be better, well then wouldn't you want a woman to be president?
I don't know.
Because I would expect a woman to be better for dealing with issues that would relate to women comparative to an old rich white man who has a history of violence targeted towards women and misogyny targeted towards women.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
So I mean, why as a woman would you want to vote for a guy that has that type of history?
Well, really, I would like to not vote for either, but
Yeah, but like given that it's one or the other, obviously Harris is the better option, right?
maybe. I don't know. I'll have to do some research. I still
Are you pro-choice?
no.
No, you're pro-life.
Yes.
Do you think a zygote is a person?
I
Like
think
life at conception?
yes.
Really?
I do.
So you think that this is a person? Let me show you real quick. You think this is a person?
Yes.
That's a microorganism. I looked up microorganism. Do you typically mistake people for microorganisms?
No, but
Like
it has the ability to become a person. And
Yes, so does sperm. Do you value sperm?
no. But
Okay.
so if we are pro-choice, why is it still 2 murders if you murder a pregnant woman?
So I wouldn't consider it double homicide until the fetus is sentient, which is around 18 through 26 weeks. Prior to that, it would just be like unjustified termination of pregnancy and homicide.
Okay, but why is it not that when it's a woman doing it?
What do you mean?
So if a woman decides to kill her baby,
Because
that's
it's a
not
justified
blameless.
termination of pregnancy? It wouldn't be an unjustified termination of pregnancy if it's a justified termination of pregnancy.
But how is it justified? Just because you don't want it?
Because it's her choice. It's her body. It's her own autonomy.
If you want to say that, but technically, it's another person inside of you that's using your body to grow.
Well, it's not a person until it's sentient, under my view.
Well, not under my view.
Yeah, so like, but again, you said you don't typically mistake people for microorganisms. So my question is in this particular scenario, why do you think it's even possible to mistake a person for microorganisms? Because to this today, I didn't think that it was possible to mistake a person for a microorganism. So this is new. This is new to me.
Well, because I wasn't paying that big of attention, but I've never been good at science, didn't claim to be. But I still know that life begins at conception, so
Really, no, I agree. Life begins at conception, but like I don't think it's a person at conception. I don't care about
so how
cellular
does life
organisms
begin?
like that.
But yeah, it's not a life.
Again, it's a life at conception, but I don't value the life at conception. I value it once it's sentient, which means it has a first-person subjective experience.
Well, I
Like in
guess
how
we'll
you're
have to
experiencing
just
things right now. That's what I
agree to
value. I don't
disagree.
value just like the cellular life.
The what?
I don't value just cellular life.
Oh. Well, I guess we will have to agree to disagree on that then.
So why don't you value sperm?
Because it has not fertilized an egg to become a human. It's just
Okay.
sperm.
Okay, but it still could possibly be like, say if someone's engaging with their partner, right? You're saying it would be wrong for that person to pull out because it is the case that there could possibly be a human there.
No.
So why isn't it wrong for them to do that? Because they're killing the sperm and they're ending the possibility of there being a human.
Because that's different than an egg being fertilized and it having a soul, because
A soul? What is a soul?
it's what makes you you.
What's a soul? Is that some religious concept you're relating to?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so you believe in religion.
Well, yes.
So this entire view is religious.
Not entirely, but mostly, yes.
Are you Christian?
I am.
Do you condone slavery ever?
No.
Have you read Leviticus 25:44 through 46?
Yes, I have.
What? So you know that it says that you can own slaves and pass them on to your children as inherited property and make them slaves for life, right?
Yes, but we don't live under the old law.
Okay, but at certain points, slavery was okay?
I wouldn't say that it was okay, but it was allowed.
Okay, but so it was bad. So God commanded people. God condoned something that was bad.
He also condoned different kings and people in the Bible, or he didn't condone it, but he allowed it, of them having more than one wife. But when Jesus came and died on the cross and forgave us of our sins, and we have the New Testament, which is the new law.
Okay, but like, okay, not only that, but have you read 1 Samuel 15:3?
What does it say?
It says, "Now go attack the Amalekites and totally destroy all that belongs to them. Put to death men and women, children and infants, cattle and sheep, camels and donkeys." So he literally told Saul and his men to slaughter infants. Do you think that's good?
No, but again, that was under the old law. Have you ever read the Bible?
But that's still God, isn't it? Isn't that still God?
Well, yeah.
Okay, so then,
the God in the Old
was
Testament
God
is the God of
commanding that
wrath.
good? Was God commanding that good?
It was, if it was part of his plan.
Okay, so commanding Saul and his men to slaughter innocent infants, that was good under your worldview?
And I'm not saying that it was good, no, but
Well, you said if it was a part of the plan.
no, but
What? So you think it's okay to slaughter babies?
well, no.
Okay. So then obviously you're against God commanding the slaughtering of infants, right?
No.
Dude. You're not against God commanding the slaughter of infants?
You have to read the whole book.
Yeah, I have, right? And he commands the slaughter of infants in this verse, and you're saying that it's okay, but then the reason why you're against abortion is because you don't like that they're killing babies that are like non-sentient, but yet God commanded the killing of sentient infants, and you think that's okay?
No.
Okay, so it's not okay. So God did something bad, and therefore religion can't be the basis of your abortion view, and you shouldn't hold to it just because of life at conception. So then, what's your view here?
Sorry, I was reading what?
Okay, so you're not basing it on religion then, because you said that your God is bad, which would mean Christianity is false, because Christianity can't be true if God is bad, because it says that God is all good. So Christianity, we're gonna throw that one out the door. We can't use that for this argument. So what's the basis for why you say this?
I just don't believe it's right.
You don't believe it's right? Okay, so what do you see valuable? Okay, actually, I'll ask you this question. Let's say that you're in a hospital that's burning. On one side of the hospital, there is two zygotes that in the future will be people like me and you, right? Like their life at conceptions, and you can either save them or one newborn baby on the other side of the burning building. So either the baby burns alive or the zygotes burn alive. Would you rather save the two zygotes or the one newborn baby?
I would try to save them all, but
No, given you can only save the two zygotes or the one newborn baby, which one would you save?
the baby, because the zygote should be inside a mother that should be able to get them out.
Wait, so you said that one person is more valuable than two people?
No, I said that they have a mother that should be able to get
So
them
the
out.
zygotes aren't people.
But they would be inside of a woman.
Thank you for the confetti, thank you. Zygotes aren't inside of a woman necessarily. You understand that there's IVF, right?
Well, yeah.
So you said that two people are less valuable than one person. In what other context would you save one person over two people that are all innocent?
Well, obviously, I would try to save them all.
Okay, but you just said that you
Right.
valued the one person over the two people. Now, I thought two was more than one. Devin, thank you for the $3.33. Thank you so much.
They're all valuable because they're all lives.
Yeah, you can say they're all valuable. Thank you for the handout. Thank you so much. But, you know, one is less than two, right?
Well, yeah.
Okay, if one is less than two, well, then obviously you'd value two more than one, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so if I appreciate the sunglasses, thank you so much. If you value two more than one, well, then why would you save the one newborn baby over the two zygotes?
I don't know.
Okay. Well, it's probably because you don't really value the two zygotes like you do the newborn baby. So do you really consider it a person? Because to me, it sounds like you don't.
Yeah.
Okay, well then obviously you'd save the two zygotes, right? But that seems wildly absurd, right? I would so much rather save a newborn baby than two zygotes that are single cell organisms. Thank you for the hanging hand hearts. Thank you so much. Hell, I'd give up 1,000,000 zygotes to save one newborn baby.
I guess
Would
if
you
you're
give
in
up
a
1,000,000
burning
zygotes to
building,
save up one newborn baby?
I guess if you're in a burning building, you would
I would save the
save the
newborn
baby
baby.
because it obviously is a baby, and the zygotes, if they are not in a mother,
But they
then
will be in the future. They will be for sure in the future.
How
I
do you
would
know
so
that?
much rather save the newborn baby than I would 1,000,000 zygotes.
but they can't grow into a baby unless they're in a woman.
No, I'm saying that they will in the future. Like we're supposing that for the hypothetical, that they will. And then again, I would still rather save the newborn baby because it exists rather than the potential 1,000,000 other people that could exist in the future that don't exist now and never have existed. Okay. All right. Is there anything else you want to talk about, Arad?
No, I have to leave and go get
Appreciate
my
you
child.
coming up. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. We are just looking for some debates. Let's get this next person up here. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App in the bio, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
32.
Are you voting Trump?
You bet I am.
Why so?
Because, you know, the borders are, like, uncontrolled. You say that the borders are better with Biden, and you say that they were higher when Trump left office, which is true, but they are even higher now under the Biden administration.
So I don't know when I said that border crossings were less under the Biden-Harris administration, but what I do say is that we have the same level of border crossings right now as what we did at the end of Trump's administration. So if we had a border crisis right now, then we had a border crisis at the end of Trump's administration.
Because I don't know if you are really paying that close attention to, like, the terrorists that came over to this country. And
are you paying attention to the white nationalist domestic terrorism in the United States that is more likely to happen? That is strikingly becoming more happen since 2014, 2015, and 2016, you know, correlating specifically with Donald Trump's rise to presidency?
Because there's been more terrorist border stops under Joe Biden than Donald Trump. Because when Donald Trump was in office,
there was also more people who came across the border. So the point I'm making is that just because more people came across the border doesn't mean it's caused by the president. Bridget, thank you for the $10 for saying this.
But it's not the people I'm talking about. There's higher terrorists. The numbers for terrorists that are coming across our border are higher under Joe Biden than Trump. Because Trump had under 10 terrorists 10 terrorists that came over to this country.
Yeah, so again, can you give me any evidence that that's caused by Biden? Like, what policy did Biden pass that caused that?
I'm not talking about no policy. I'm talking about the border stops that happened under Joe Biden. It's way over.
It's just something that happened
100, and under Donald Trump, it's under 10.
I met my girlfriend under Joe Biden's presidency. Therefore, like, Joe's a better candidate, right?
No, I mean, you can talk to a lot of people.
Why not? Because I met my girlfriend, so he's got to be a better candidate.
Well, congratulations on me and a girlfriend. I mean, it doesn't mean that you found one who's better for you to find a girlfriend versus Trump versus Biden.
Wait, why not? Why is it not?
Two terrorists that were arrested in New York.
Wait, I'm sorry, but
and California.
Why is it the case that, like, that's not a good reason?
Well, I'm just saying that under Joe Biden, there's been two terrorists that have been arrested in New York and California.
Yeah, okay. What you're not understanding is that why is that not good reasoning to vote for Joe Biden and Kamala Harris? Because I met my girlfriend.
Think people are more scared of Trump.
But I met my girlfriend. So, dude, seriously, I'm serious. Like, that means that he's got to be a better president, and that she's got to be a better president, right?
Because I know. Yesterday you said that Trump is crazy, and Trump said,
before we get into that, I'd love to talk about that. I'd love to talk about that. But
I love that guy.
Hold up, I'd love to talk about that. But the point I'm making here is that, right, my life is so much better under the Biden-Harris administration because I met my girlfriend. Right now, is that a good reason to vote for Kamala Harris?
That doesn't mean voting for Kamala Harris. I mean, I can say that a Mexican came over and I met, because she, like, let's say that she came over the border and got citizenship.
So like,
that's great. Listen. I mean, all is welcome. I'm glad that we're getting more people over here. But if you're going to have more people coming over here and raping,
listen. I'll give you the point. The point is that just because it happens under administration does not mean it's caused by the president. Okay, so just because there's more people coming to the country or there's more terrorists coming to the country doesn't mean that was caused by the president or the vice president.
All right, but and you stopped me there. But I'm just saying that everybody felt like they were a little bit better under Donald Trump than Joe Biden.
Yeah, you can say that you were better off, but that does not mean it was caused by Donald Trump that you were better off. It does not mean it was caused by the Biden-Harris administration that you're worse off. That's the point that I'm making. The same way that if I met my girlfriend under Biden-Harris, that does not mean that I should vote for Harris, right? Because obviously those things don't have any relation. So you have to demonstrate the relation.
Well, I got a question. So Kamala Harris recently said, I'm going to make things better. So why didn't she make things better under 4 years that she was vice president? How come she didn't make things better?
They did influence things to make things better, but she's going to do even more as president of the United States.
Like how so? How is she gonna make such things better? Because didn't her
I'll give you an example. So
her okay, go on.
yeah, so the reason why she did make things better is because they influenced to get past the bipartisan infrastructure bill, the Chips and Science Act, the PACT Act, the Inflation Reduction Act, right? Things that clearly benefit the middle class of this country. Whereas under Donald Trump's presidency, we didn't see almost anything that benefit the middle class more than it benefit rich people.
All right, but she recently says, "Oh, I want everybody to be woke." Like you can't make everybody become woke. Even Donald Trump says, I'm gonna take down everything woke. I'm gonna stop any teacher that emphasize transgender or whatever." Like, because he says if I hear that teacher is gonna be stripped from her or his teaching degree, and I exactly do agree.
Can you define woke for me, please?
Well, everything's like saying that wasn't her. Didn't Kamala Harris's running mate want? Didn't he try to sign a bill to
what is woke
tampons in
mean?
men's bathrooms in schools?
Yeah,
I mean,
there's
that's
no issue with that, by
never
the
gonna
way.
pass.
I'm sorry, there's no issue with that at all. One, two, if that's your biggest issue in the world, I don't know what to tell you. Two,
That's not my biggest issue. That's just a
two,
thing
hold on, what
new
does
thing
woke
that just came
mean?
up.
What does woke mean?
I don't have I have an example. Woke is like. I'm just saying words here. Like there is a word woke. Like, oh man, you got me on that one.
So what are we talking about?
Like how she says that I want everybody to be woke and all that. Like,
If you don't know what that means, then what's your issue?
there's not. I don't ever. You just it's just like what she says. She wants for people to be. She wants everybody to be woke.
Yeah, but what's the issue with that if you don't know what it is?
That's the thing that she wants.
If you don't know what word she's using, what's it, let's say this. Let's say that she wants everyone to be snuffleupagus, okay? Right, but you don't know what snuffleupagus means, right? So then how are you going to say that you're against that? Ryan, thank you for the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Ryan. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, if you don't know what snuffleupagus means, well, then how are you going to judge whether or not you're against it?
Well, I'm not really saying that I'm really against it. It's just like what she wants to do when she comes into the office, or if she does come to the office. I mean, she says that she wants to do all this stuff, and people are saying like, "Oh, she's been there in the office with Joe Biden for 4 years, and she wants to make everything better."
Yeah, the vice president doesn't have as much power as the president of the United States, but
she has some stuff.
They did a lot of good things when they were in office. Kim, I appreciate the manifesting. Thank you so much. She had the most tie-breaking votes of any vice president in the last 200 years, right? Including the nomination of Ketanji Brown Jackson, the first black woman on the Supreme Court, and the Inflation Reduction Act, the largest investment in renewable energy ever, and the $35 cap on insulin for seniors. Those are just two examples.
All right. So what policy has she said that I did not hear that she wants to do that's better than Donald Trump?
What policy she wants to do that's better than Donald Trump? Say, for example, the Tax Cut and Jobs Act specifically. She wants to take all the tax cuts that were applicable to people who make under $400,000 a year, and she wants to keep those, but she wants to increase taxes on people who make over $400,000 a year to bring back the 2021 child tax credit that increases the child tax credit for each child under the age of 5 years old from $2,000 to $3,600, which, when implemented in 2021, reduced child poverty by 50%.
All right, so like the middle class or the underclass, like like what policies is she going to do to help us middle class people and especially the underclass?
That child tax credit helps the middle class, right? That's one thing, for example. Secondly, right, specifically, she wants to codify Roe versus Wade. Having access to abortion, right, is the staple of having greater levels of economic development. That is one thing. Next, as it relates to this, she wants to address the climate crisis, which is going to affect middle class Americans and going to make our energy prices cheaper in the long run. Ms. Sanchez, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much.
I do
She
believe
wants to expand access to the Affordable Care Act, all right, which specifically provides health care to many Americans, right? Whereas Trump wants to repeal it, but he has no provision to replace it.
Yeah, I do agree on the abortion that it should be legal instead of illegal. Because I do believe that women have the right to get abortion if they want to.
Yeah, and I think it's really like bad, the fact that we have a system in place that 1/3 of women have a lack of access to getting into abortion in this country, right? And including in many of states, women can't get access to abortion even if they're raped. Little girls can't get access to an abortion even if they're raped, which I think is insane.
Yeah, I do disagree on like some things that Trump says that he wants to do, but that doesn't mean that I'm not going to vote for the guy, because we all witnessed 4 years under Donald Trump versus 4 years under Joe Biden. And it kind of balances out that
So what makes you think that
better.
Donald Trump is going to make it better? Like, what policy did he influence to get passed that was so good that you'd see that you'd want to benefit, or you'd want
Well,
to vote for it?
there is no policy. It's the thing with the wars that are going on. And it
What's
is
the thing with the wars?
it's a true fact. Ukraine and Russia, the devastation in Israel. I mean, those are
Okay, so
wars
how
that
are these?
affecting
Do you think
us.
that what's his face? Do you think that Woodrow Wilson caused World War One? Do you think FDR caused World War Two?
I'm not really sure on World War One or two, but I'm not saying that Joe Biden caused the war with Ukraine and Russia,
Okay, so then why are we saying that he has some responsibility for it?
because Donald Trump and Putin, he kept him under his radar. Like, there was no new war
Debbie, thank you for $10. Thank you so much.
under Donald Trump, because there is fat proof that he did not have no wars when he was in office. There was a new
Did he have a self-proclaimed war specifically on ISIS?
there is the Gaza and between Gaza and Hamas, or the war.
Israel and Hamas? Thank you for the little crown. Thank you.
What was that?
You mean Israel and Hamas?
Yeah, Israel and Hamas and Russia and Ukraine. I mean, he said that he would under as president elect, he would have that war solved in 24 hours.
Yeah, he lies all the time.
He said Putin's a bad man. Obviously, we all know that guy is crazy. Obviously, we all know that guy is crazy. And those two were friends. He kept him under his radar, and he did not. No one invaded no country under Donald Trump.
They did.
What countries got him? Who invaded who under Donald Trump?
Turkey invaded Kurdistan. Right. There was literally Saudi Arabia like engaged in a genocide in Yemen, like killed 85,000 Yemeni children through starvation or bombs.
All right, I gotta look that up when I'm done talking. All right.
For sure. All right. Well, is there anything else you'd like to talk about? I think I'm gonna hit a restart quick because I think my algorithm got screwed up.
No, I'm all good. So it's good talking to you, Parker.
It's great talking to you as well. Have a great day, man.
You too.
All right, y'all. I did notice a point where like it stopped sending out like in the live. So I am gonna Devin, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I am gonna hit a restart real quick. I will be right back, everyone. Do give me a second. I will be right back. Do give me 1 minute, literally 1 minute, everyone. I'll see you in a second, everyone.
Open the book.
All right. Okay.
But yeah, so my
Okay. I'm sorry. I can't do it. I apologize. In 2024, y'all. Yeah, are you voting for Trump? All right, let's get this next individual up here. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all.
Hello.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
27.
Are you voting Trump?
Kennedy.
Only send a guest request if you are voting for Trump, y'all. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you're voting for Trump. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
23.
You voting Trump?
Yeah, for the most part, probably like 95% sure.
Okay, why so?
I don't really know.
Are you driving?
No, I'm just in the car. I just got out of the gym.
Okay.
But no, I just think that based on like what Trump did when he was president, I just felt like I had like a better, especially like as a younger adult, like a better chance to live. Like I can't even afford rent right now. Like I have to live with roommates and I have a pretty decent paying job. And then just some of the, like, I know like some of the stuff that he's done.
So I'll just ask you the question. How do you know that the inflation was caused by the Biden-Harris administration?
I don't think it was caused by the Biden-Harris administration, but my problem is they've had like 4 years to figure it out and they really haven't done anything.
So do you know who deals with inflation? That'd be the Federal Reserve. And also the Federal Reserve responded pretty well. We had the fastest response to COVID in the G7. Fastest recovery.
Right, but I feel like that, they've had a really long time to figure it out. And with Harris now being the Democratic nominee, that she has a better, or not better, but she's going to follow the same thing that Biden has been doing for the last 4 years. And I just feel like if I'm going to guess or put my money somewhere, that it's going to be the same as it is now for the next 4 years if she is president. So
obviously it's going to trend better, right? After they reduce rates on interest rates.
Okay. And then my other thing is just, I guess, from like the debates that I've seen, or not the debates, but like campaigns that Harris has done so far. I guess one of my biggest things is I feel like we've lost, like as a country, like our patriotism. And I feel like we're very two-sided, and I feel like it didn't used to be like that. But like I tuned into like one of Harris's first like campaign speeches, and you like turn it on and you see like Megan Thee Stallion up there rapping, and that's just not like something you should see in a presidential campaign. Whereas like Trump, like I understand,
wasn't Amber Rose at the RNC?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, she literally spoke at the RNC. So I don't know what this. I think this is just like virtue signaling from the right. Kid Rock.
No, I just think that there's like a lack of like respect, I guess, on Kamala's side for like, like I said, like somebody, like imagine
Hulk
somebody
Hogan?
tuning. What was that?
Hulk Hogan.
I mean, yeah, I guess.
Dude,
I understand.
It's just like, I
guess I understand where you're coming from. I just like, you can see how from the other side, like imagine somebody like tuning in from another country and they turn on like Kamala Harris's speech and they see Megan up there twerking her ass on stage. I don't know if I can say that, sorry, but I mean like,
dude, I don't see how that's a big issue.
I just feel like that's just not something. But even like when
Emily,
Trump
thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Do you think Trump saying he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years is presidential? Him saying he would date his own daughter if it wasn't his daughter? Him saying yeah to Howard Stern, calling his daughter a piece of ass? Him saying he grabs a woman by the vagina, he doesn't have to ask?
Absolutely. I think that is.
That's not very
true.
presidential. I think that she's probably done less stuff that's not presidential.
No, and actually, to be honest with you, I think in both parties, I think that both parties, they don't have the right candidates for both. I would say that if I had to pick a Republican candidate, it wouldn't be Trump, and if I had to pick a Democratic candidate,
but
it
given
wouldn't
that
be.
these are the two candidates, who are you picking?
Like I said, aside from if I didn't know anything about either one of them, just as a young adult and how I used to live and was able to live and how I've been struggling, even with a well-paying job that's above minimum wage, it's kind of hard not to pick Trump. You know what I mean?
And by the way, Dominique, thank you so much. I appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. No, I don't think you should pick Donald Trump. I don't think there's any good reason to do so. If you make under $400,000 a year, you're not going to have any higher taxes under a Harris administration. The middle class taxes are going to go down due to the child tax credit. There's going to be investment in renewable energy, expanding of access to healthcare. There's going to be basic amenities provided to people. There's not going to be tariffs like there is under Trump's administration, which are going to cause massive inflation.
But hasn't Biden said that he's going to do that in his presidency? And it's been
No, Biden has not advocated to expand tariffs as much as Trump has.
I understand that, but like Biden has, I also feel like, I understand that Trump says a lot of things that aren't true, but Biden has said multiple times that the inflation is as low as it's been in like 20 years, and there's just no way. I don't know how he could say that.
I don't know anything he ever said that. I don't know anywhere, but even so, he's not our candidate anymore.
Right, and I guess I'm just saying from like, I'm sure you're probably close to my age that as a young adult, it's not hard not to pick somebody that left office with I would say a more stable economy than we have now. And I feel like the economy hasn't gotten any better in the last 4 years.
The economy was not great when Trump left. You understand that there was COVID, there was high unemployment. Appreciate the little ground. Thank you so much.
Right,
we
but
coming out of that.
The employment was because of COVID.
The unemployment was because of COVID. Yeah, so was the inflation. The inflation was heavily due to COVID as well. It happened globally.
Right, but then let me ask you this: how long do you think? Then what do you think Harris's plan is to reduce the cost of living in her 4 years as president?
Yeah, so they want to reduce the cost of living by trying to build more houses specifically for low income individuals. Like they're dedicating like billions of dollars of funding to do that specifically.
Well, I think a way around
brings down costs.
I think a way around that is that company that buys middle income family homes and then rents them out.
Live on air. Thank you so much.
I don't know do you know what that company is? I forgot it's like
that does what?
That like buys middle income family homes and then like sells them again or like rents them.
I don't know.
It's like starts with like a B. Anyways, and then I think another thing is like the border crisis. Now, don't get me wrong. I full-heartedly believe that if people want to seek a better life,
are you trying to reference BlackRock?
Yeah.
Oh, cringe. So that's an investment firm.
Right, but don't they buy middle family income homes and
for investment? Yeah.
But
do you want to stop like investment from being able to buy houses?
No, but that makes it really hard for somebody that is trying to buy a house as a middle income family to go buy a house if there's no houses to buy.
There's also a lack of investment in expanding like the supply. So like supply is obviously going to have issues and strains if there's like particular regulations that restrain them from being able to do so. Plus if there is like only like limited space that they can build into due to the cities, like in terms of where people want to live.
What do you mean by that?
So we have to build up houses in places where people want to live. If we build up houses, but they're not in places where people want to live, they're not going to have much of an effect at bringing down prices. But if we build houses where people want to live, that's going to help bring down prices. That's the only way to bring down pricing.
Right, but the problem with BlackRock is they're buying houses where people want to live.
So do you want regulations that limit investment type companies from buying single family homes? Think of the Galaxy. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
I would say that we should just stop companies that do that.
Okay, that's not a Republican policy. That's a regulation, by the way.
Okay. I don't know what you mean by that. Like,
so I don't see how you're saying that it's like what Trump's advocating to do. It's clearly not.
No, I'm not saying that's what Trump is advocating to do. I'm just saying that
it's not going to happen if this happens.
Like you said, Harris's plan is
Someone said JD Vance blamed me. When did JD Vance blame me?
I lost.
If he did, that would be really funny.
Shoot, sorry, I forgot what I was saying. Anyways, and then I guess the other thing that I just wanted to kind of mention was like the border crisis. Now, like I said, don't get me wrong. I full-heartedly believe that if people want to seek a better life or better fortune, then there's definitely, by all means. But the problem is it's very hard when like it's hard to support that when they don't do it legally. And we've had the biggest border crisis in like the last like 20 years during Biden's presidency, and
Okay, so is there a border crisis right now?
I mean, I'm not at the border, but I would, if I had to put money on it, I'd say yes. I mean, every single day.
So there's the same amount of border crossings right now as there was at the end of Trump's administration. So so why didn't Trump get rid of the border crisis?
I wouldn't say he did, but he made it. I guess, made it a point, or it was a higher priority than I feel like Kamala
He's the one that has limited the border bill. He tried to get Republicans in Congress not to vote for the bill.
Sorry, you broke up. What'd you say?
He tried to get Republicans in Congress not to vote for the bill. Look up the Secure the Border Act. That's specifically what he did.
Right, because I feel like that his plan. Now, I honestly don't know much about that act, so I'm not going to sit here and try to BS you. But if I had to speak on that, it would be because that act had something in it that maybe the Republicans didn't like, or they didn't support.
They had a solo border bill as well.
How is it going to reduce the border crisis then?
Yeah, so again, this was drafted by Republicans, right? It was meant to specifically put like restrictions on asylum and to like increase the amount of judges there are. There are plenty of things that it was set out to specifically do.
Okay, so then let me ask you this. How is Harris going to fix the border crisis in her 4 years as president?
So as it relates to that, they've been advocating to do something. She's going to try to get Congress to do that with the lack of influence of Trump if he fades out of American politics. So I think that there would be a greater ability for us to be able to do that, especially if we win like the House and Senate. So vote Democrat.
But my question is what are they physically going to do to stop?
They have to influence. They just have to influence Congress. That's all they can do.
Okay, but
for the border, what else
feel
can
like
they do?
I heard somewhere, I think you said it, or maybe Harry did, but something about Harris was going to try to incentivize or something countries overseas to make it for them to stay where they're at or make it more ideal.
So that's actually what she was tasked with doing was engaging with other countries like in South and Central America to increase their economic standards, to decrease them them being incentivized to come here because of increasing the economic conditions there. But I actually advocate to make the system go faster so people are incentivized to go through legal processes.
Okay, but my question is how well do you think she's going to follow through with that? Because one, if she's going to increase the economic status of other countries, how is she going to do that? Where is that money going to come from?
No, what I'm just saying is that that's what she did when she was vice president, right? So she works with them diplomatically to do that, to build up business and investment.
All right. I mean, I guess there's two sides to it. I just, it's really hard to kind of support that when you see illegal immigrants come across every single day and they take jobs and
immigrants take jobs. So did you know that they build jobs as well? So they increase supply and demand of the country. So they don't take jobs any more than you take jobs.
Right, but how come they can come here and get jobs and get healthcare and get all that kind of stuff, and it makes it really hard for me to do that kind of stuff.
Wait, the healthcare that they're getting access to if they're here undocumented, it would just be like what people are advocating for is like in like dire situations of critical condition.
I mean, okay, I guess we can agree to disagree. Like I said, I full-heartedly, support immigrants coming here. I just feel like there needs to be a way for them there needs to be better control of ones that do it illegal. It needs to be a documented process and now don't get me wrong, I think that the legalization process of becoming U.S. citizens for immigrants is way too hard. And so I don't know. But yeah, I had a good talk. Sorry I didn't have really much to talk about. But see ya.
All right, peace. Let's go into the next person. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. If you're MAGA, type in the comment section right now, and I'll bring you up, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
How old are you?
35.
You voting Trump?
Yep.
Why so?
Multitude of reasons. Let me ask you why wouldn't you? What has he done that you wouldn't vote him?
For sure. He's been held legally responsible for sexual abuse, defamation, fraud. He has 34 felonies. He's been undermining our American democracy for the past few years with no sufficient evidence to indicate that he's won. Plenty of reasons.
Well, I mean, everything you just said had no validity to it as far as the 34 felonies are concerned. I mean, those were just trumped up charges. Yeah, because Obama did the exact same thing. He was only fined $1.7 million.
No, he didn't do the exact same thing.
Was that not
Can you tell
true?
me what was the crime?
What was that?
What was the crime?
Misuse of campaign funds.
No.
Yeah, it was.
No, it wasn't. It was falsification of. It was falsification of business records.
It's the same. Okay, you want to change the name of the charter?
No,
fine.
the
It's
name was
same thing.
falsification of business records. That's what it was.
Okay, well,
Okay, so it had a predicate crime of election interference. This is why it was considered a Class E felony, right, in the state of New York.
So let me ask you this. Let's just rewind here for a second because I want to go back to what you're talking about with Kamala.
Kamala.
So what exactly? Whatever, however you want to pronounce her name, it doesn't really matter
That's
to
how
me.
you pronounce her name.
Okay, Kamala. So what exactly did she do for the border? Because all you spoke was words that meant nothing. That she helped.
Yeah.
Do what now?
Yeah, so she was tasked specifically with dealing diplomatically with countries in South and Central America at increasing their economic quality of life and standards, insofar as it would be so they would decrease the likelihood of coming here in the first place.
That's not true.
Well, let's just say that is true. And what? And did that accomplish anything?
So when people claim that she's specifically the border czar, right? There isn't like a basis to that, right? What we'd specifically tie to that, we'd have to look at individual things in particular. Right?
If it was closed
countries
down,
that she engaged with, right?
If the border was closed down, she would be. You'd be saying she was the border czar
after a while, after policies were implemented. But what we're not understanding is what the impact would be related to what would have been there if it didn't.
Hang on here. If the border was closed and she did a great job, you'd be saying she's the border czar.
No, I wouldn't, because that's not what she was given. That's not the policy. That's not the authority she was given.
Her job was not just to talk to diplomats. Come on,
it was diplomatic.
Be honest with yourself. Come on.
I am being totally honest with myself. That's what it is.
Read a little bit more.
I did. Can you give me any evidence that she had any other authority?
Well, they actually said czar when they appointed her.
Can you tell me what authority she had?
Yes, to try to close down the border and not just talk to diplomats.
To close down the border. So give me any resource that indicates she had the ability to close down the border.
Well, Trump did.
No, give me any evidence
no.
that her as the vice president had the authority to close down the border.
The capability doesn't stop at 20.
Give me any evidence that her as the vice president had the authority to close the border.
Well, wait a minute. Then why even talk about giving her any role to talk?
You whipped it right out of your ass, bruv. Thank you, Galaxy. Thank you so much.
Dude, you're dumb.
I'm not. You just got.
You feel stupid right now. She could not close the border.
Can I ask you a question? An honest question, Parker. You can't honestly.
Have you at least admitted you're paid by the DNC?
I'm not paid by the DNC. Why do you think I'm paid by the DNC?
You're paid
Why
to
do you think
smile
I'm
and
paid
say
by the
that
DNC? Brady,
Can I ask you something, Parker?
Before we do, I want him to explain why he thinks I'm paid by the DNC, and then I will. I promise.
Excuse me?
Why do you think I'm paid by the DNC?
Because to be that stupid and anti-Trump and anti-America is just, I hate scrolling through your ass and seeing you just sitting there saying, everyone, if no matter who was a Democratic nomination here, you'd be just blowing them.
So my question is that how do you know that I'm paid by the DNC?
How do I know?
Yeah.
Prove you're not.
Yeah, those payments from Taylor Swift, that you're not supposed to know about them.
Yeah. I guess you got me there, bud. That was done.
Janelle, thank you so much for the $10 from the DNC. Nira, thank you for the $1 from the DNC. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. DNC money coming in. Look at that. Go for it.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah. Yeah, wait, but in the meantime, Keith, make sure to go find that source of me being DNC paid. But go for it. You can go, AMO.
Okay. No, I just wanted to ask you a genuine question. What part of her history and politics and what makes you think she is going to be a leader for this country?
I appreciate that head mustache. Thank you so much. The reason why I think that she's going to be a better leader is because she has not been held legally responsible for sexual abuse, defamation, fraud. She doesn't have 34 felonies. She has been undermining this American democracy for the past few years.
Was he ever
No
convicted
sufficient
of that?
evidence to indicate that she won. What's up? He was held civilly liable.
So can I ask you this then? Can I ask you something? Well, then, if that's the only thing that you just said to me were things that Trump was bad. You never said any good points about Kamala. You just said the reason why Trump's bad. So you never said actually
thank
why
you so much for the $15 from the DNC. Thank you so much. The reason is specifically, I appreciate that handout. Thank you so much. That he's a worse candidate. So the reason why I'm saying that she is better is because he is worse. Now I can give you specifics that she has done, but I think the best arguments come from the fact that he is clearly not capable. Aaron, thank you for the $20 for the DNC. Shannon, thank you for the $20 for the DNC. Chase, thank you for the $10. Janelle, thank you for the $10. Aaron, thank you for the $20. Caitlin, thank you for the $3.33. And Anisa, thank you so much for the $10 as well as thank you so much for the live. Thank you so much.
Okay, let me ask you this then. You're perfectly okay with your party just putting a person in place of Biden without any vote? You're good with that?
When we voted for Biden, we voted for Biden-Harris. So if he steps down, she steps up. That's how it works.
Yeah, you voted for, and that's when he becomes elected president.
Appreciate the handout. Thank you. So this is for him running. So when we nominated him for the running for president in 2024, if it is the case that he steps down, the vice president steps up. That's how it works. And thank you for the $3.33, Donald J. Trump. Thank you. Hello?
Yeah, no, I'm here.
Good afternoon. Thank you.
Again, you still haven't given me any points as to why you're voting for Kamala.
Yeah, so she's influenced to get passed a bipartisan infrastructure bill, the Chips and Science Act, the PACT Act, the Inflation Reduction Act.
Inflation Reduction Act? You're joking right now, right? What about inflation?
I'm not. And not only has inflation gone down, but it is the case that the Inflation Reduction Act is meant on like reducing the stimulation of prices up long term by decreasing energy prices through investing in renewable energies and making us less dependent on foreign oil.
You're literally just reading a script, like a joke.
I'm literally playing 2K. It's 13-20 right now. I'm playing as the Lakers against the Golden State Warriors. Curry just hit a three.
How old are
he
you,
missed. I'm 22.
22, okay. And let me ask you this. Was your life different 4 years ago than it was today?
Yes.
Okay, and explain why.
It was COVID. So I appreciate this one. Thank you so much. I was in high school, right, 4 years ago, finishing up high school. I think I was finished at this point. So it was summer. I was just playing video games. Emily, thank you for the $2 from the DNC.
So you're telling me right now, your life was better 4 years ago, or your life was not better 4 years ago than it is today?
Yeah, my life is better now.
Okay, and then what? And maybe mentally, sure, but as far as economically, it is absolute dumpster fire.
No, economically, I'm way better off now. I didn't
Oh, yeah,
make
sure,
like
you get paid
almost
by
any money then. Birdie, thank you for the coral. Thank you.
So, do you have anything to say about Kamala AI generating photos for rallies? Because it's been proven.
So like I haven't seen her tweet an AI generated photo, but I haven't really seen. Sharp, thank you so much for the galaxy. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Can you show me which one? Sharp, thank you so much for the galaxies. Thank you. Thank you. Hello?
Yeah, no, I'm still here. You didn't answer your question.
I did. What did I just say? Daily 50/50. Thank you for the galaxy. Thank you.
Well, I don't know because you keep thanking people for donating to Trump or to Biden, so I don't know.
Donating to Biden, they're donating to me. Sidar, thank you so much for the galaxy. Thank you so much, Jessica. Thank you for the $10. Thank you so much, Sidar. Thank you so much for the galaxy. Thank you. Thank you again, Sidar. I appreciate it. Y'all going crazy. I appreciate y'all. Sidar, thank you so much. So, do you want to respond to what I'm saying?
I don't even know.
What were you just talking about? Meg, thank you for the galaxy. Thank you so much, Meg.
So let me ask you this then. What do you think?
Angelica, thank you for the galaxy. Thank you.
What do you think about what all the citizens in Georgia just found out?
Yeah, so I don't think that they had a court case that indicated that. That's just people saying that.
Well,
Justin,
no,
thank you for the
of
galaxy.
course they
Thank
don't
you,
have a court
Justin.
case. It's Fulton County. What do you mean?
Oh wait, you said AI generated. Can you give me any picture of
Well,
Kamala
I mean, of
Harris
course I
posting
can't
AI
produce a
generated
picture while I'm on a live
With the
with
cap,
you.
thank
Come on,
you.
let's be serious here.
You can tell me where to find the tweet.
On Twitter. I don't know. I just don't remember exactly.
So you want me
what
to
it was.
scroll on her Twitter and I'm gonna find it. Sharp, thank you for the galaxy. Thank you.
Yes, it was proven that literally they zoom in on the people that are in the crowd.
Yo,
and
Sean, thank you for the confetti. Thank you
Each
so
person
much.
is filming a different thing. They're all watching different things on their phone. And how are you?
Sally, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. There's no picture on her Twitter of this.
I didn't say anything about her posting it. I said.
Wait, so where was it posted?
From multiple of campaign affiliates from her.
Who?
Kamala wins, all kind of stupid things like that.
King, thank you for the galaxy. Thank you so much. So there's one person that isn't even here that you can identify.
What was that?
So you can't even identify what you're referencing?
What do you mean? I just told you.
You didn't.
There is pictures circulating the internet of her rally that were zoomed in on, and people were literally not filming what they were, shown to be filming. It shows them filming her speaking, and on everyone's phone screen is a different thing. So there's obviously AI generated. I mean, come on.
I don't even know what you're referencing. Okay. So Donald Trump was sitting there saying, "Oh my God, the people were leaving Kamala Harris's thing while she was speaking." I literally went to a rally to talk to Trump supporters, and there were more people leaving than coming in while he was speaking.
Okay, was this the end of it?
No, it's while he was speaking. Thank you for the hand art. Thank you for the drink. Did you get it?
Still haven't told me why you want to vote for Kamala.
I have.
No, yeah.
I told you what she influenced to get passed. I told you reasons why Donald Trump's a bad person. I'll ask you a
That's
question.
what you said. You didn't say anything she's done good.
I did. She influenced to get passed. Her influencing to get things passed is a good thing she's done. Can you tell me one thing Mike Pence did?
I don't give two shits about Mike Pence. Mike Pence has nothing.
Can you tell me one thing JD Vance has done?
I don't care what he's done either. We're talking about Donald Trump here. The former.
Can you name me one policy that he's influenced to get passed, Donald Trump?
What was that?
Can you name me one policy Donald Trump has influenced to get passed that you like?
Influenced to get passed that I like?
Yeah.
Gee, I don't know. Financial aid for veterans, homeless people.
What policy? Appreciate the hat mustache. Thank you so much.
What was that?
What policy?
On my head.
You don't know? Thank you for the cab. Thank you.
I can tell you this: he's not a polished politician who's been groomed his whole entire life by people. Okay, he's just
by rich people. Thank you for the hat mustache. Thank you so much. He inherited hundreds of millions of dollars from his daddy.
He's not a polished politician. All these people in politics have grown.
Yeah, he's a corrupt businessman who engaged in fraud, who's held legally responsible for defamation and sexual abuse. Right? He has 34 felonies that he's been convicted of beyond a reasonable doubt.
He's not been convicted of those felonies. What are you talking?
He has been convicted of 34 felonies. That's
why he's not in jail.
The sentencing happens in September, but conviction has already occurred. He's been convicted. He just has not been sentenced.
And there's also an appeal in process right now.
It doesn't mean it's likely to go through him. And they don't appeal the jury decision. By the way, the appeal doesn't appeal the jury decision.
No, it's
something that could have happened judicially.
Correct. And no, but what will end up happening is they will.
So the jury decision was still accurate. I just want to clarify. So I think it's ironic that you don't mention that. So would you vote for someone who was held civilly liable for sexually assaulting a woman? I can't hear you, by the way. So badly, $1 million baby. He left, everyone. What the fuck? Did he just dip? Bro. If you're MAGA, type in the comment section right now if you want to be brought up. If you're MAGA, type it in the comment section right now, y'all. All right. I'm looking for some MAGAs. MAGA Mobile, look at that. MAGA Mobile, it's so bad. All right, let's bring people up. You back?
Yep, we're back.
Yo, oh, they left.
We're back.
So what were you saying?
I totally lost my train of thought. I just got a phone call.
Okay. So would you vote for someone who's been held civilly liable for sexually assaulting a woman?
Well, there has to be context in there.
I'm answer this question. Would you vote for someone who's been held civilly liable for sexually assaulting a woman?
Again, there has to be context. It's not a black and white thing. Okay, I'll give you an example. Okay, it's not a black and white thing. There's people that do that all the time. For a prime example, the UFC fighter right now that's being charged or that's being accused of rape. Okay, the woman went in his bedroom, got in bed with him. Okay, they started.
Asking, would you vote for someone who's been held civilly liable for sexual assault of a woman? All right, and you're saying yes.
Civilly liable? No, I would not. Not civilly liable. If it was criminally,
okay.
Yes.
So.
So that means he wasn't criminally. That means he actually didn't do it. He means he paid money just to.
Oh, so would you vote for someone who's been held civilly liable for child sexual abuse?
And where was he held physically liable?
No, I want you to answer the question. Would you vote for someone who's been held civilly liable for child sexual abuse?
Again, no, because it's not a conviction. That means it obviously
you wouldn't vote for him,
not
or
have
you
happened
would?
if he didn't go to jail.
Wait, you would vote for him, or you wouldn't?
Would.
Okay. Would you vote for someone who's been held civilly liable for the genocide of 6 million people?
And when was he responsible for
that? I'm not saying Trump was. I'm just asking you. Would you vote for someone who's been held liable for child sexual abuse, but you wouldn't vote for someone who's been held civilly liable for the genocide of 6 million people?
You don't even the context and the validity of your statements are literally hold nothing. Like, you're talking about a civil case where somebody wanted money out of Trump and they got him to pay it is what happened.
Yeah, because he did fucking terrible actions. No, can you?
No, he obviously didn't. He obviously just knew that this was never going to go away, so he had to pay people.
No, answer my point. Why would you vote for someone who was held civilly liable of child sexual abuse, but not someone who was held civilly liable of the genocide of 6 million people?
Because it's not the same thing.
Well, clearly, the only difference is not based upon the standard of evidence. It's based upon the severity of the crime. So child sexual abuse is not a severe enough crime for you to not... So child sexual abuse is not a severe enough crime for him to not vote for someone.
And you show me where he was convicted of that.
He was held civilly liable. I said civilly liable for each of these. You accepted one based upon civil liability, but you didn't accept the other one based upon civil liability.
The questions you're asking me doesn't hold any validity. What do you mean?
They do. Sally, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much, Sally. So I literally did. Appreciate the hat mustache. Thank you so much. I feel like you're not responding. I'm going to go to the next person, y'all. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Type MAGA in the comment section right now if you want to be brought up. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo and Cash App is in the bio. Yo, it's a Powell to you.
How you doing, brother?
You voting Trump?
Yes, 100%. Well, he's the best person we got to vote for.
Why so?
Well, I mean, look at the economy and everything under Trump, and look what we got now. People can't afford housing. Interest is up. Everything, food, everything's up.
The interest rates, did you know that that's caused by the Federal Reserve, not by the president? The food prices, did you know that's caused by supply and demand in global markets, not the president? Gas prices, did you know that's determined by supply and demand in global markets, not the president?
It's cause of inflation.
Yeah, inflation happened globally. Inflation happened in Europe. It happened in Africa.
What was the inflation under Trump?
The inflation under Trump was low. It was around 1.5%, 1.4%.
Right. How did inflation get under Biden?
It went up globally. It went up in Europe.
How did inflation get under Biden?
Listen. Inflation went up globally. It went up in Africa. It went up in Europe. It went
We
up
ain't in
Asia.
Africa. We're talking about the United States. How much
but
was it under
what I'm telling you,
Biden?
MAGA truth, is that it went up globally.
I understand it, and everybody
Brian,
else
thank you
does.
for $5. Thank you, Brian.
But we're not voting in the country. How much was
understand.
inflation under Biden?
Yeah, so inflation under Biden reached as high, right, as 9% within a month or quarter.
9.3, wasn't it?
Yes, but that does not mean that it was caused by the Biden-Harris administration. For example, right?
It wasn't.
I met my girlfriend under the Biden-Harris administration. Therefore, I'm going to vote for Harris. Appreciate the money, Gun. Thank you so much.
You're
Is that a good
voting
reason to
for-
vote for Harris?
You're voting for her because you met your girlfriend during that term.
Yeah. Is that a good reason?
Well, I believe it. That's better than you saying she's a woman or
Come on.
Well,
Okay.
most people
Obviously,
vote for her because she's a woman or they're saying she's black.
MAGA truth. Those are not the reasons I say. Now, the point I'm making is that that's not a good reason, because just because I found a girl like a good girlfriend, right? That doesn't mean that that's specifically due to the administration, even though it happened under the administration.
Well, do you think you'll get to have kids during that time or anything? What are you going to do when your little girls? What are you going to do when your little girls and boys go in the same restroom? If you get a little girl and they allow the boys to walk in their own, are you gonna like that then?
Yeah, hold up.
That'd be nice for me.
Mods, can you guys work on that, everyone?
That'd be real nice when you have a kid, a little girl in the bathroom and guys walk in. You're gonna really like that, ain't you?
Yeah. So, what about Trump walking into the changing rooms of naked teenage girls for the quote unquote?
He didn't. He said he owned the place. Come in and check it out.
Hey, can I talk to the chat real quick? Yo, can everyone in the mods please help me stop them? Thank you, everyone. I really appreciate y'all. Thank you, mods.
How about them teaching? How about them letting them teach us transgender stuff during school? You like that for your kids to go to school?
Oh yeah, I have no issue with
being accepting of
trans people. I think we should be accepting of trans people. Yes.
So teaching it in school, you accept that? That needs to be taught in school.
Absolutely. We should teach acceptance of trans people in school. Acceptance of GAY people in school.
Should we get two grown-ups up there and show them how it's actually done too?
What'd you say?
Should we allow two grown-ups to get up there and demonstrate it instead of teach it, where they can really see what it is? Is that what you want?
Say that one more time. I couldn't hear you.
You're wanting it taught in school. Do you want two grown-ups to get up in front of the classroom and demonstrate it to the kids where they can see, make sure they do it right and everything? You want it demonstrated instead of reading it from a book.
Appreciate the Galaxy. Thank you so much. No, I think you're referencing GAY people engaging in intercourse, and no. But I would like to acknowledge that we have GAY people in society. Like, for example, if we're referencing this, we could say some kids have two dads, some kids have two moms, and some kids have a mom and a dad. That's a good example. You don't need to go any more into detail other than that.
Why does it need to be taught in school?
Because there's been a discrimination and stigmatization of people who are trans, and I think that we should argue against that. Now, if that's your biggest issue in our society right now, I think that shows that there's a big there's a big problem.
Let's not go to word salad and let's keep it man to man.
No, I'm not giving you a word salad.
What about kids not having to tell their parents what they're learning in school on that topic? Is that right? Keeping the information from their parents?
Yeah, I don't think kids have to tell their parents what they listened.
Okay,
but the teachers will report to the parents what they taught about in school.
Oh, you're wrong. Teachers cannot report it. Tell the truth.
What?
Teachers cannot report that to their parents.
Are you trying to talk about preferred pronouns or names?
You know what I'm talking about.
I don't think they need to do that with nicknames.
Okay.
When I was younger, they didn't have to do it with nicknames.
So we need pronouns in school. He, she, and all that too, right?
Do you have pronouns?
Do kids need to learn that? Do kids need to learn it?
Yes, so I learned that in English class. What are your pronouns?
Do kids need to be able to take transgender meds under the age of 10 years old?
What are your pronouns?
Do you support kids taking transgender meds under the age of 10 years old?
So it would be applicable if there's a puberty that comes too early or something like that. Other than that, it wouldn't typically happen at that point. And that would be available not only to trans kids, but to cis kids. So for you to say that they're trans medicine, it doesn't really make any sense. Thank you for that mustache. Thank you.
So you don't support that, right?
So obviously, I do think that they should be able to get access to puberty blockers. Thank you for the hand arts. cis kids can get access to puberty blockers right now.
And you support boys going in the girls' bathroom, using the girls' bathroom. You support
I don't support Donald Trump walking into the changing rooms of naked teenage
Well, you got
girls.
to change it, Trump.
But
We're
I do
Kamala.
support trans people going into the respective bathrooms.
Why
of
can't
their
you
gender
talk about
identity.
Kamala? What Kamala supports? Do you support Kamala wanting men going to women?
Kamala, and I haven't heard her ever. I haven't heard her ever express an opinion on this. But yes, I think people should go into the bathrooms based upon their gender, not necessarily predicated off of their sex.
Okay, so you don't support her there. I appreciate you.
Listen. Wait, I think they should go based upon their gender, not their sex. Sex is biological. I don't think they should go based upon that. I think they should go based upon their gender, because it is the case that like there would be trans men that would be going into the women's restroom, which wouldn't make any sense because trans men are masculine presenting, like very masculine presenting, right? So like it wouldn't make any sense for them to be forced to go into like the women's restroom.
Do you support
trans men are men, trans women are women, and they ought to be treated that way.
So you're saying just because they say they're switched over, that's the part
No,
they
it's because
play,
they
right?
have the commitments in which are
So
aligned.
if they still
with that
got a man's
particular-
part,
with the
so
norms of
what you're
particular
saying, if they
associated
still
sex.
got the man's
Think of the hand
part, if they still got the man's part with them, they are allowed to go in the girls' bathroom. What you're saying?
So I don't think adults should be like in like spaces
Which one
of
is
changing
it?
rooms. Emily, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much, Emily. I really appreciate it. Thank you. But if we're just talking bathrooms, I have no issue with trans women going into the women's restroom and trans men going into the men's restroom. No issue with that.
No issue, just as long as they said they're in trans. So anybody that can say they're trans that can go in that room, right?
Brady, I appreciate the hanging lights. Thank you so much. So that's already what happens right now. I hope you know that. And right now, if you're saying that, like, oh, people could portray themselves as trans to go into these bathrooms, that's actually less likely to happen than if people were to portray themselves as trans men. Like, cis men could portray themselves as trans men. I appreciate the head mustache. Thank you so much. You can go into the women's restroom because they say they have they're biologically female when they're not. So they
Let's
lie.
not words, Alan. I got your point on that. Ain't no use of words.
Even though they're male presenting, they can go into that bathroom. So I appreciate the head mustache. Thank you so much. So
Point on that. Ain't no use of words.
Even though they're male presenting, they can go into that bathroom. So I appreciate the head mustache. Thank you so much. So right now, right, you have the same issue if you're not applying this in this way.
Can't you talk without muting me? I don't need a word.
Yeah, but hey, but you cut me off. Hey, sir, respectfully, you cut me off. So I was just.
Well, you
finishing
talked
my
for 10
statement.
minutes over nothing.
I didn't talk for 10 minutes.
What
I
about the
literally had
gun
less than
ban?
45 seconds in which I spoke in. Okay.
What about the gun ban?
It was less than 45 seconds.
Okay. What about the gun ban? You
I don't give a
support the
shit.
gun ban she's supporting.
Based. Are you pro-life?
I asked you about a gun ban.
It's assault weapons.
Can
It's
you
assault
tell me what you
weapons.
think about Kamala?
I have no issue with an assault weapons ban.
What is an assault weapon? Explain.
So like I don't know all the conditions for an assault weapon. I just don't care if a weapon gets banned.
So
I'm not someone who
so you
knows a lot
support
about
the
guns.
gun
I will
ban,
never
right?
say I will never say I know a lot about guns. But do I care about people having assault weapons? No.
So you do support the gun ban law that she's got?
I don't care.
What?
I'm nor in
So
support
you
of
don't
it or
support
against
it or neither one? It don't matter to you either way, right?
it doesn't really matter to me because I'm not familiar with the empirics. If it does save lives, I'm in support of the ban. If it doesn't save lives, I'm not in support of the ban. I'm not familiar with the empirics, so I don't know. But I don't
Right.
give a shit. If
Well,
they
I
ban it, I
appreciate-
don't care.
I appreciate you telling it the way you see it, but what I'm telling you is that's again the Constitution she's going again, so I don't see why
Oh, come on. So if
I
you
don't
wanna
see
use-
why
no,
you would be backing somebody doing something against the Constitution.
Yeah. Good point. Debbie, I appreciate that. The coffee. Thank you so much. So, like, you shouldn't vote for Donald Trump because he wants to put people in jail for a
Can't
year.
you stay off Trump? Kamala, who's
He wants to put people in jail for a year for burning the American flag, which is against the First Amendment. So, yeah, you don't want to vote for someone who wants to terminate the Constitution and someone that wants to put people in prison for a year for burning the American flag.
Why are you
even though it's
muting me? Are
against
y'all
the
scared?
because
Why would you
because
tell
you
them
because
about
you won't listen.
Kamala
You won't listen.
getting people out of jail
Hey,
for burning and having rights? She
You're not
supported
listening.
burning and having rights. She bonded them out of jail.
Can I please finish my statement, or are you going to
Well,
keep
I
cutting
don't
me
know
off
when
and not
to talk.
engaging?
Keep me on mute, brother.
I will keep you on mute if you don't shut up and listen to what I'm saying.
Listen,
okay, does that
young
make
man,
sense?
you might tell
you hear
somebody
me?
to shut up behind that screen,
You
but
hear me?
face to face, you'll be a different talking.
I would do the same thing face to face. Amanda, thank you for the $15. Thank you so much, Amanda.
I live in Kentucky. Where you live at? We'll talk.
I live in Los Angeles. So
well, you want to meet and talk face to face, and you won't.
Yeah, I would meet and talk to you face to face. I don't give a shit.
You won't smart off.
I would tell you the same thing. If you cut me off, I'm going to tell you to be quiet.
Yeah.
So you can listen to what I'm saying. Now, do you want to listen to what I'm saying?
I'm trying to be respectful to you.
You're not.
Well, I apologize if you took it the wrong way.
It's not me taking it the wrong way. It's you not listening to what I'm saying and cutting me off.
I'm giving you the floor.
Yeah, so what were we talking about?
We was talking about Kamala bonding people out that was looting and rioting. She supported that. Do you support her?
No, that she didn't bail people out that did that.
Do what?
That's a lie. She didn't bail people out that did that.
She did not bail nobody out out of jail.
She didn't bail anyone out.
She didn't bond them out.
She didn't bail anyone out who like herself, right? She supported like a fund specifically to bail people out who were protesters,
right?
Not like knowingly violent offenders.
Yes, there was violent offenders.
Trump wants to pardon. Trump wants to pardon.
Why are you leaving Trump? I'm wanting to talk about Kamala.
Respectfully, we're having a conversation about the election.
But
if you don't want me to talk about, be quiet. If you don't want me to talk about the other candidate, right, then get out of my live. We're having a conversation about Trump and Harris. That's the conversation we're having right now. If you don't want to have that conversation, scroll. Okay? Scroll. That's the conversation we're having. Do you want me to engage in the conversation, or do you want to just not engage at all?
Go ahead. I've heard the same thing you said about Trump 100 times. Say it one more so everybody can hear it.
Okay. So if you heard the same thing, then you wouldn't be making these points. Okay? So specifically, as it relates to Donald Trump, he wants to pardon, right, members at January 6th that assaulted police officers and were convicted of it.
You're right. On some of their charges were too strict. He thinks it was too much. Yes, I agree.
They assaulted police officers. They brutalized police officers. So one of them lost an eye. The others were in critical condition. You understand that they assaulted police officers, and he wants to pardon ones that were convicted.
Not all. He said some.
Yeah, that were convicted.
Right. Not all that was convicted. Some of them that was convicted, he's wanting a pardon.
And that makes it okay. So again, you just said it was bad for Kamala Harris to do it, which you don't even have evidence of her doing it directly. But Donald Trump says he wants to pardon convicted members that assaulted police officers, and you don't have an issue with it. Hilarious.
Some of them did not commit no crimes that day. Some of them was just there.
They were convicted.
Right. I understand that. Just like Donald Trump was convicted.
Yes, you don't accept the convictions.
Well, how can you accept it when they had
because they are jury determinations.
Yeah, but the juries were told that they didn't have to be unanimous on the crime.
Yeah,
they could have 3 different predicate crimes. How's that
so
correct?
You're thinking of the felonies. And the felonies, they didn't have to be unanimous, but they were unanimous.
That's what made it a felony. It was a misdemeanor charge he had, and then they let him pick out 3 different things to make
the predicate
it a felony.
crimes. The predicate crimes made it a felony, absolutely.
What was the predicate crime in?
Election interference.
No, sir.
Yes,
that
one
was
one of the predicate crimes.
That was not the verdict they come up with.
You can look at the.
So you're telling me the predicate crime was what? And I'll look it up.
There were multiple predicate crimes. One of the predicate crimes was election interference.
Which one made it a felony? The question I'm asking you.
I think it's the election interference predicate crime.
You think?
Yes.
But you don't know, correct?
Oh, I'm not a lawyer, so
correct.
Yeah, according to
nobody
lawyers that
knows
I've heard,
because it wasn't announced, correct?
Appreciate. Thank you so much. No, they do indicate that the predicate crimes did that.
They did not.
And that was one of the predicate crimes. So I've listened to lawyers. I've listened to lawyers. One of my friends, Law of the Wild, and this is what he indicated.
Is it being overturned?
No, there's no good evidence.
It's not in court to be overturned at this point.
Thank you so much. It's not likely to be appealed.
Is it in court to be overturned?
The appeal is not on the appeal wouldn't be over the jury determination. It would be on anything like judicially.
That ain't the question I'm asking you. Is it in court to be overturned?
So, in terms of sentencing,
is it in court to be overturned?
They appeal everything, so it's not in court, but they're.
So it is not appealed, right?
So they are appealing it, but it's not in court yet. No.
I just can't see how you support Kamala.
It's Kamala.
She's wanting to raise inheritance tax.
Hey, Kamala.
Or Kamala. I'll say Miss Harris because it's hard to say her first name. How do you support?
Just think Kamala.
Well, when I think it, something else comes to mind thinking about her past. So I'm going to ask you, why do you support?
What comes to mind?
You know what I'm talking about. Let's keep it friendly.
What are you talking about?
Why do you support raising taxes?
Tell me, what are you talking about?
Well, you know, how she supposed to moved up. You know, everybody says she moved up because she was a woman, using that part to move up with. You ain't heard that before?
Oh, are you trying to, say the misogynistic propaganda that she slept her way to the top?
I don't know.
You have no evidence of that.
I don't know if it's propaganda or not.
Yeah, it is propaganda. It is propaganda. It
could be. It could be.
It is absolutely misogynistic propaganda.
But how do you support somebody raising taxes on us?
They only want to raise taxes on people who make over $400,000 a year on the income over $400,000. So unless you make $400K, which you'd be fine even if that were true, then don't worry about it. They're actually going to decrease taxes on the middle class for families in which specifically have children under the age of 5. They're going to increase the child tax credit from $2,000 to $3,600.
What about inheritance tax?
Thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
She want to raise inheritance tax to 42%.
When did they propose that?
When did they propose that? Biden and Kamala both.
I don't think they proposed
it on your computer right there.
Tax.
They're wanting inheritance tax raised up to 42%.
For what levels of wealth?
I think the 42% fall around $400,000 to $500,000. So anybody that's got $500,000, anybody got $500,000 passes away, instead of their kids getting $500,000, they might get $260,000. The government will take about $240,000.
Give me a source. Give me a source.
Punch on your computer right there. If it's misinformation, they'll kick me off, brother.
Give me a source.
Any misinformation, I'll get kicked off.
No, you
correct?
Won't. No.
Why am I still on here talking?
Because misinformation doesn't kick you off.
I said 42% inheritance tax is what they support.
There's no source of that. Give me a source.
There ain't. Punch on your computer right there.
Punch on the computer. I'm asking for a source.
Inheritance tax right now?
I'm asking for a source.
What is your inheritance tax right now?
I'm asking for a source. Can you give me a source?
I can ask you for 100 sources. Anything you say Kamala supports, you can't show me
appreciate the
nothing, because she ain't put nothing out yet. All you're saying is your opinion, because she has not got nothing out to support.
Yeah, there's no source of her saying this.
What's the source to look up anything Kamala? You're saying Kamala.
I'm looking at. I looked it up right now. I don't see a single source that says.
What's the source I can look up anything you say Kamala supports? Where can I look up see what she supports?
Yeah, so the things that were brought up and proposed that I referenced were one, because she hasn't brought out all of her proposals. So
there's no way to look up what you're saying, correct?
No, I'm telling you right now. We're specifically in the debates. Biden himself brought up the policy of the Biden-Harris administration.
You're wanting to look up Biden's sources, not Kamala, right? So I can't look up Biden. When you're talking about what Biden research Biden, but to research Kamala, she has got nothing.
When you're talking about what was being proposed in the debates, you have to understand that it's the Biden-Harris administration. So obviously what he proposes is likely to be upheld. Devin, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for the $15. And Jamie, it's not my birthday. Don't worry. But yeah, everyone do tap that screen. Let's get to 500,000 likes. And also, MAGA Troop, it's Kamala. It's Kamala.
Kamala or Miss Harris, didn't she say she wants to give immigrants and all free insurance?
No, what she said specifically is that she supports critical care for everyone in this country.
Medical insurance, what it was, wasn't it? What she was talking about, medical insurance?
Wait, okay, did you say a slur?
Medical insurance? Is that a slur? Did you say
a slur? By the way, there's a few people in the chat that said that.
What's the slur? Medical insurance?
Thank you for the duck. Thank you so much. No, people.
Medical insurance ain't a slur, is it?
No, that's not a slur.
I didn't think so. Don't she support giving free immigrants medical insurance?
So specifically, she wants to provide. He didn't. Okay. She wants to provide what's called critical care for individuals who are here in the country, whether or not they're tourists, undocumented immigrants, documented immigrants, citizens, or whatnot, because it's a human right.
So
The
she does
emergency
support free
services.
insurance.
They're emergent. It's not insurance. It's emergency services.
Okay. What about Waltz? Did he fix legislation where illegal immigrants could have their driver's license?
I don't have any evidence of that.
Well, you can look it up.
Can you give me a source?
You want to look that up real quick? You can pull it up. What about Walt when he was in the Marines?
Kevin, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much, Kevin. I appreciate it.
Wasn't
Thank
it
you.
when he was in the Marines, all his people that were there said he run off and wouldn't go to war with them?
Okay, so it says new opportunities as for the estimated 80,000 immigrants who have been barred from obtaining driver's license. So it's immigrants. It's not undocumented immigrants.
So he did sign into legislation where immigrants could get their license. You find it?
Immigrants. Yeah. So there's no evidence that they're undocumented. I don't see any evidence that says undocumented immigrants, but it does say immigrants.
Does it say they got to be documented to fill out the paperwork, or does it say that?
Yeah, and if they are unauthorized,
right.
Yeah, like I mean, I would think that you would have different types of systems set up, but if they're already there, I mean, you could probably argue that's like a right of necessity, as if
why would
like
a document immigrant
if they have by the way, if they have documentation for like a driver's license, wouldn't it be the case that like that would like mean that they're documented to some degree?
We don't. When you're documented right now, you're done a
So,
U.S.
wait, are you
citizen.
against?
We
I have a
don't
question.
need. We don't need
Are you
legislation for that. So what you're saying is contradicting itself.
No.
Why
listen,
would you need new
listen,
legislations for immigrants to get licensed for documented?
Do you want to document like people who are in the country already?
Do I want to document?
Like, let's say someone's already in the country and they're here undocumented, right? Do you want to document them, or would you rather deport them?
First off, they should be documented. Yes. And
okay, so if you want to document them, isn't that what Walls is doing?
If they do not meet the standards, they should, yes, be sent back where they come from. That's called a vetting process.
Okay, so I'm down with a vetting process, but in order for us to have a faster vetting process, we have to pass a border bill, which Trump was advocating against. And secondly, in order for us to make sure that these people who are in the country are documented, we have to give them access to documents. So if you're down with documenting everyone in the country who is here, like not committing a violent crime, thank you so much. I'm down with that.
Yeah,
right? And then we can enforce border security to a greater degree once we have a system that's faster, that incentivizes people to go through the legal process. I have no issue with enforcing border security, but once we have a system that actually, I think is legitimate, which I don't think totally exists right now because it takes so long to legitimately get into the country,
right?
Outside of the context of the asylum process.
I think me and you agreeing on that subject, but I don't support Biden when he took our wall material that we done had paid and sold it for overseas. Do you support that?
Say that one time. I couldn't hear you. Think of the handout.
I don't support Biden's administration when we had our wall material done set there and he took it and sold it overseas. I do not support that.
I really could not make out what you were saying there. I'm sorry, that sounded like
our building material on a wall, the border.
Oh, okay. Who cares?
Biden
Trump built like 50 miles of the wall.
You're wrong. Biden
built 50
Trump
miles.
Built
They refurbished like 400.
Some miles of wall.
Appreciate the superpower. No,
wasn't 50 miles.
They refurbished like 400 miles, but they did
535. Why are you giving misinformation?
It was 49 miles of new wall.
Yeah.
And the material was laying there for the wall to be built, and Biden's administration sold it overseas.
That mustache, thank you.
Hey, Parker, I wanted to chime in on the driver's licenses for all in Minnesota.
Go ahead. Yeah, you live in Minnesota, don't you?
Yes, I do. And so that legislation was passed with bipartisan support, mostly because we do have a large refugee population here, and we also have people who are here on asylum. They get resettled here. And asylum seekers, they're here legally, and they're here legally for 4 to 8 years before their final claim, but they don't have residency. status. They're not able to get driver's licenses. But the biggest reason of all is because these people need vehicles to get to work. They're able to work legally. They could have an I-10 number, or they could be seekers with work authorization. And in order to get to work, they need a vehicle, and they also need insurance. We want insured drivers on the road, because if you get into an accident, we want to make sure that you have the ability to pay for that, instead of running up people's rates by making them file uninsured driver claims. And in order to do that, you need a driver's license to get insurance. So what this was is that it was legislation that allowed people to exist and earn money and pay taxes and get insurance so that they weren't dangers on the road. And it was actually supported by the Minnesota Chamber of Commerce, which is not always considered as a liberal friendly group. They're very favorable to businesses and Republican causes frequently.
I appreciate him coming on here backing me up, that he knew I knew what I was talking about when I said Walt give them, litigation to get their license.
No, but what you didn't understand is that he was saying that it's not applicable
justifying it, brother. I can justify anything.
Listen. It's applicable to people who are here in the country through the context of the asylum process, which is a legal process.
Well, just like immigrants today is getting free housing, we can say, it's a lot of good
can you
things.
Answer?
But we can say we got people on the streets and moving to the streets today because they can't afford the economy the way it's in, can't afford housing and stuff, being pushed out on the streets, is getting no government assistance. But
Martha, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much, Martha. I really appreciate it, Martha. Thank you. What you're not understanding is that it is the case that these people are here through legal processes, and they're getting access to get driver's license. This isn't
Parker,
like
you're wrong.
any other of the things that you're referencing.
70% of them's getting turned back because they do not qualify for the asylum laws. And that 70% he's talking about right there too is getting licensed until they get turned back or get turned away. But
okay, so all the people who are in the country, all the people who are in the country,
is get government assistance like the immigrants.
All the people who are in the country through the asylum process that are here on legitimate claims wouldn't be able to get access to driver's license then.
You're wrong. All immigrants is getting that resource if they sign up for it.
Wait, but
and
if they have a legitimate claim from asylum and they have an illegitimate claim for asylum, you don't know until the asylum process has gone through. So in either a scenario, right, if you restrict them from being able to get access to a driver's license, both individuals will not be able to drive and get access to work in the meantime, even though there's a legal process.
So you think it's all right for people to raise rent and everything's getting raised right now and people getting put out on the street and then our government coming in and giving immigrants money where they can afford to take that house from a citizen who's been here, worked his whole life, and getting put out on the street and letting the immigrants move into them people's house where they can't afford the bills no more.
What government is doing that? Please be specific.
Anywhere somebody gets put out on the street for money, financial situations, and the government is giving immigrants money for housing and takes that house, that's when that happens, and it is happening very often.
What government is doing that? Please be specific.
It's got to be our government. That's where it's happening, ain't it? It ain't
Which one?
They ain't getting housing in the United States right now.
Starkey, think
free housing.
Asylum seekers get $0 in federal assistance.
Asylum seekers do not get no housing money, what you're telling me.
No,
not from the federal government.
Where they get it from?
There are some states that provide those resources. The state of New York, for example, provides food assistance to
Chicago
to asylum seekers at $12 a day. They may have housing programs. I'm not familiar with every single state's
the
processes.
government ain't giving them $2,100 per house.
You would have to tell me what state that's happening in order for me to be able to look it up. But I can tell you for certain that the federal
New York, places like that, you can look Google and look it up real quick. Chicago and New York, it's like $2,100 per housing.
People pay me $500 an hour to do research, so I'm not going to do it for you. I
don't blame you. That's the reason they brought attorney up here, because it was over Parker's head. But it sounds like you might need to sit down too. if you don't know they're getting free housing.
Come on, Pappy, sit me down. Let's go.
Well, if you're an educated attorney, you already know they get free housing, son.
I am telling you, they do not get any free housing from the federal government. So I'm asking you to tell me which government is giving them free housing.
The American people is getting paid $6,000 in some instance just to keep immigrants in their house, too. Did you know that?
Yeah, where is that happening?
Oh, it ain't happening?
I'm asking you where it's happening.
New York, Chicago, a bunch of places.
And where could I look this up if I was inclined to do your research for you? I might do some pro bono work.
Google's free. Google's free.
What search term would I put in order to find this
claim? Punch up illegal immigrants in housing. It'll pop right up. There'll be a bunch of different resources you can see.
Okay, so on Google, which search result would give me the number of $6,000 per person to house?
Well, now it is a little difficult to find. You gotta do a little bit of research. They keep it hid pretty good, but if you do a little bit of research, you'll find it. Your attorney, I believe, speaking to you, you sound like an attorney, so you should be able to
just use DuckDuckGo and you'll find it. You know.
That's my problem. It's maybe if I'll use DuckDuckGo. No, I mean I don't believe, I've never heard of this happening. I've got clients who are here on asylum status. And they're not getting any money.
And you'll help your clients out. You'll see they got more resources than what you're doing, so you will be doing them a benefit. You'll help them out.
Yeah, and that's the thing is I have done a fair amount of research into the resources that are available to them, and this has never come up in any of my searches, which is why I was asking you for specifics. Well, but that's fine. If you
Google and you'll find it and see what states support it, and then you can tell them where to move to, so they'll get that much more support.
Yep, I will go right to trustmebro.com and look that up.
That's about where you find everything a Democrat says is trust me, bro, just like Kamala's
I think I found his source.
None.
Look
it's all trust me, bros.
Oh, there's the secret book of things they can hide from Google.
It's all trust me, bros, because she ain't got no policies. It's all a trust me, bro. You got that right.
Yep, so real. So real.
And you don't got to have www on there. That's just a trust me, bro
irony.
From Kamala.
Yo, Andrew, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Yeah, so I don't get you, man. MAGA Truth, I have a question. Are you pro law and order?
Yes, if the law's done right.
Yeah,
I'm for the law, but I ain't for the
thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. So why are you voting for a criminal over a prosecutor?
A criminal over what?
A prosecutor.
Well, the Democrats, when hear them tell it, she done real good in the prosecutor, but everybody I hear that ain't got their head
I'm just asking you, why would you vote for if you're so pro law and order, why would you vote for a criminal?
98% of everything I see that was put on Trump on this charges were all political.
Oh, so you think every single one of his... So the felonies were political, the sexual abuse was political, the defamation, the fraud, all of that was political?
Seems like it to me. Everything, any case you want to get in, it sounds political.
And what tells you that it was political?
Tell me one that you don't think is political.
Well, I don't think any of them are political. So tell me which one you think is political.
They are all political.
When I say political, I mean like the only reason this is
hang on, just like the document. Biden had documents.
MAGA, let me clarify.
Yeah, Biden had documents, and he was so mentally not able to go in front of a jury.
By the way, was thrown out by a Trump appointee.
So that's political.
They appealed, but it's been thrown out by a Trump appointee.
Why didn't they do anything to Biden when he had his documents?
So
they said he wasn't able to stand trial.
This isn't even being applied to Trump currently. Because it's
the same thing. Biden and Trump both had the same thing. It was even proven under Trump that the FBI tampered with the document.
No, it's not. The difference was willful retention of the documents. Biden
wasn't the document even tampered with under Trump. The FBI come out and said they were tampering with evidence.
Listen, Biden didn't demonstrate a willful intent to retain. Trump demonstrated a willful intent to retain.
There was two charges. Wait a minute, there was two charges.
Listen.
Listen a minute. There was two charges. One for having.
Mike Pence also had documents, but he didn't demonstrate a willful intent to retain. So that's also another reason to believe that, oh, this isn't something that's just applied to Democrats. It's also applied to Republicans. If they don't demonstrate a willful intent to retain, it's not applied to them.
Easy to win on mute, but there was 2 charges, one for having documents and one for retaining. The one for retaining is what Biden got off of. The one for having the document is the one that they said he was not mentally capable of going to court with. There was 2 charges.
No.
Yes.
You're talking about 18 USC 793. If you look at subsection E, you'll see that it's about the willful retention of national defense information. That was the bulk of Trump's charges in the Mar-a-Lago case. But the additional charge that he got was obstruction of justice because he failed to comply with subpoenas and supplied affidavits stating that he had returned all of the responsive materials in the subpoena, but he actually hadn't.
Is a senator allowed to have them documents in his place?
Senators are allowed to take classified documents home, but they're not allowed to retain them outside of their
Corvette
term in
in the
office.
bedroom. So they ain't allowed to have them around their Corvette in the garage and in the bedroom and all that stuff, correct?
Yeah, so Biden did violate the law when it comes to that. But in order to get a prosecution, it's not just about violating the law. You actually have to prove the intent to violate the law.
I thought when it come out, they said he wasn't. He was an elder man that they didn't think the jury would think he's capable to stand trial. I think he had the evidence, but they said since he was an elder man, he wasn't capable of standing trial.
I know what you're referring to, and there wasn't anything about his capability or competence. One of the things that the Department of Justice has to do when they're assessing whether or not to bring charges on an indictment is they have to assess how will the jury view the evidence. And Robert Hur, in the report, when he was assessing how the jury would perceive the evidence, he said that the jury would likely consider that Joe Biden is a well-meaning old man with memory problems.
Correct.
And so there's nothing about competency there, but Hur in his analysis stated that it's unlikely he'd be able to get a conviction because that Joe Biden just couldn't actively remember what was happening, where his documents were stored 20 or 30 years ago. So you can't prove that he still knew that he had them or that he intended to retain them.
Correct. You are correct. They didn't think the jury would understand that he knew or didn't know what that shape and time.
Right. Which is why the Department of Justice. Yeah, which is why the Department of Justice has a 98% conviction rating, because they don't bring cases forward unless they're absolutely certain they can get a conviction on it.
Right. That's just like Donald Trump on them document charges. 3 or 4 people, none said they did not want to take it to court because they didn't think they could get a guilty charge on it. And then what was it? The third man under Joe Biden stepped down as DOJ to prosecute that. And that's when the prosecution started. Wasn't it Joe Biden's third man in the DOJ that stepped down to prosecute Trump under that?
Well, I think you're thinking of the New York felony, the falsification of business records case.
Right.
The third person stepped down to run a department in New York. So he went from being a lackey to running an entire division. So, but there's no evidence that he was sent over there.
Did he work with the Biden administration? Did he work under the Biden administration in the DOJ?
Yes, he worked in the DOJ.
Okay. That's as far as I need to go with that subject. That looks political to me. Why would a political opponent have his guy step down from the DOJ and prosecute that? We can all come to our own conclusions. Nobody probably will never know unless they come out and tell it, and I don't see that happen. But there's enough to look political to me.
Yeah, I think people will draw the conclusions they want, and their conclusions will be based largely off of their biases.
Correct. Left to say he dropped down and took $100,000 pay cut
position is because of
to do something good, and a lot of people are going to say he took $100,000 pay cut because they think Biden put them up to doing it. So people will come to their own conclusion.
Wait, MAGA Truth. So you just said that the only reason you have your position is because you have a bias, right?
No, I said people come up with their own bias on that.
Yeah,
but I see it's political.
That's how
myself.
you come to your position, right?
I think it was political. Why would this
Yeah, but
third
why?
man step
Just
down?
because of your bias?
Why would the third man step down and take $100,000 pay loss to prosecute him?
Why would someone take 100% pay loss?
It looks political.
Because
if he would have stepped down and got a $100,000 pay raise, it wouldn't have looked political to me then.
Hold up. You understand if someone is running a case that they could take a pay cut to do that in plenty of scenarios. That just means that they care about it.
Yes,
they place value in it.
Do it free.
Can you give me a source that they lost money doing this?
I highly doubt he took $100,000. The GS pay scale for the DOJ at that level is like 120 to 150,000.
Yeah, so like what?
I doubt he took went to go make minimum wage.
Still look political to me. Don't matter what the amount is. If he done it free, if he worked under the Biden administration, if he drops down and does it free,
you're just whipping this right out of your ass. Then. You literally just whipped that right out of Trust Me Bro University.
Trust Me sounds pretty good there to me.
Yeah, that's literally what your entire view is based on. It's literally just a Trust Me Bro.
Down, and right after the debate, Biden had to run out, but during the debate, he's worried about Trump coming after him real bad. He kept asking him, about coming after him. He's really worried, and even mumbling, fumbling, couldn't even talk. But right after the debate, he withdrew.
Wait, so if you care about how cognitively
he told
impaired,
everybody, I'm not leaving, but he
Mega Truth, if you care about how Biden is cognitively impaired, well, then you must care about Trump being cognitively impaired and, having cognitive decline, right? He's the oldest candidate in modern presidential history. He's literally older than Bill Clinton, and he was president 30 years ago.
Well, Trump said he'll take a test. I mean, you got what you want, man. He said he's allowed. He's done took 2 or 3 and said he'd take another 1 or 2. If there's a problem, he's willing to let everybody see it.
Well, he mistook Nancy Pelosi and Nikki Haley. He mistook Nikki Haley and Kamala Harris.
Correct.
He mistook Eugene Carroll with his ex-wife when he said that he wouldn't have abused her because she's quote unquote not his type. This guy is wildly incoherent. I said Kamala's name wrong a few times, but that don't make me plumb crazy. But he said if he's got a problem, he's willing to take a test. Wait, Mega Truth, say that again. Say that again.
I've said Kamala's name a few times wrong. People say a few names wrong, but if
you're still saying it wrong. It's Kamala.
That's when it seems like there's a problem. That's when people can notice it and pick up on things.
Yeah, so Kamala, right?
Right. I said her name wrong before. I'll admit to that.
I'm so confused what you're saying, bro.
What I'm saying, if I call you by the wrong name once, it could be a mistake. If I do it over and over and over, if I ain't doing it intentionally, it seems like there could be a problem at that point.
Okay, so would you say that there seems like a problem right now because you keep doing it wrong?
Yes, I have got a problem speaking her name. I've not took the time to, I think you say it Kamala.
Yeah,
Kamala,
just think comma and then la.
But I see a lot of people that's having a problem speaking her name. It is a different name. It is a little harder to speak in a normal name. But if Biden was in such good shape, why did Kamala hide it, or Miss Harris? Why did she hide it from the people? If she's so honest, why would she admit that?
I don't think she necessarily hit it, but even if we do take it to the extent of she hit it, I still don't think that it's anywhere near as bad as lying about the election, right? Undermining our American democracy, trying to get Mike Pence to not certify the election results, being held legally responsible for sexual abuse, defamation, fraud, having 34 felonies.
They still got more evidence right now in Georgia coming out right now, I'm hearing. I think there's still evidence coming up on the election today.
Almost 4 years later, and you're still holding out hope.
Yeah, they still are.
It ain't hope, it's facts. Facts are still coming out. And 4 years from today, I say there'll still be information come out.
Mm-hmm. And you think it's going to prove you right?
It don't prove me right or wrong or nobody else. It just shows the American people that there was fraud during the election. And it shows we have got a problem there and needs to be addressed.
And what evidence do you have of that right now?
Well, there were 60-some cases that was took in front of the judge and jury.
Thank you so much. And what did those 60-some cases show? They didn't say it wasn't fraud. They just said they didn't find enough that would overthrow the election. But they're finding more
information now in Georgia, which I don't think.
So
I
there's
don't
not
know
enough
for sure if
fraud
they
to
got
overturn
enough
the
to
election.
prove
Is that what you
anything
said?
Yet, but they are proving fraud.
So wait, so there was not enough fraud to overturn the election. Are we clear on that?
On what information is coming in right now, I don't think there's been enough information to prove enough fraud did overturn an election. You are
Okay,
correct.
so then you're saying that you have best reason to believe that it wasn't stolen.
At this point, we have not got enough information to prove it was stolen. We got information.
So right now you have best reason to believe. So right now you have best reason to believe that it wasn't stolen.
Yes, at this point we believe at this point that the election had
So why are
fraud
you okay
in
with
it,
Donald
but
Trump
we don't
lying?
believe there was enough fraud to overturn the election.
So why are you okay with Donald Trump lying?
Because he believes that there was fraud. He called the fraud out.
But
and
you
he's even
agree
proven that
there's no
fraud.
reason there's reasonably no sufficient evidence to overturn the election.
There's not enough evidence come out yet, but there's just been recent evidence come up in Georgia, and they ain't got to the bottom of that yet. They're still investigating it.
Okay. So again, the point is that there's no sufficient evidence to overturn the election. He has no good reason to believe that. Are you saying that he's just believing that based upon a hope and no evidence?
I've done explained it to you about 3 times. I'm not here to have word salad. Go to the next topic. I done told you the point on that. We have not got enough information to prove there was enough fraud to overturn the election, but there is new
and
information
he's
coming out.
he's acting as if they did. He was trying to get Mike Pence to not certify the election results. He tried to send fake electors to the Electoral College to cast these particular types of votes for him. He failed, but he tried to do those things. He acted as if it was right, and that's what's delusional. Because again, you said no reasonable person would think that. Appreciate the hand art. Appreciate the confetti. You're not going to respond anymore to that?
I heard you talking some. I don't know if you're breaking up on me or what. I heard you say something about enough proof of the election something.
How'd you not hear me? Is it breaking up? Is the connection? Because the connection doesn't seem bad on my end. I'm looking at your connection, and there's no connection issue on that I can identify.
Well, I can hear you plain now.
Okay.
Say it again.
So again, if you agree that there's not sufficient enough evidence to overturn the election, you'd say no reasonable person would believe that. Donald Trump's not a reasonable person, yet you're voting for a raging lunatic. That's delusional. Appreciate that you're amazing. Thank you so much.
Well, myself, I think it's on your opinion how people the words you used, and I think he did have a reason to believe that there was fraud committed.
What reason? You said, wait, what reason?
Well, all the ballots that were counted after the places were closed. That's one reason. There was ballots counted after some of the polls were closed.
Appreciate the superpower. Thank you so much. So
I don't see nothing wrong.
How it was counted.
I don't see nothing wrong with investigating, making sure there's no fraud.
Yeah, no, but he acted like it was accurate, and he still acts like it's accurate today that it was stolen when there's no evidence. I get investigating. I have no issue with investigating at all. I think it's actually healthy to investigate, but that's not what he did.
We both agree with that.
That's not what he did. He actively tried to undermine the system. Would you? You said you could reasonably.
I don't think
that?
so.
No.
I think it's your opinion. I don't think he tried to undermine the system. I think he wanted the people
So you
there.
think a reasonable person would conclude that the election was stolen?
At that time, yes, I think half of the people thought it was stolen. Half of the people thought it wasn't at that time when all that come about. At this point, we have not got enough evidence to prove that it was. But at that time, everybody was upset the way the election was handled at that time. Or most people.
Half of people is crazy, but no. Yeah, so it was absolutely never half. But even then, even if it was half, that doesn't justify anything. You still have no evidence. You still have no reason. Why is he still perpetuating the lies?
If you don't investigate nothing, you can't get evidence, hon.
Why is he still perpetuating the lies?
If he thinks there was fraud, he should still investigate it to get to the bottom of it, in my opinion.
Yeah, that's not what he just did. He didn't just investigate. He went even further. He kept fucking going on the lies even after all the investigations were done.
Well, there's still fraud coming up. They're still showing there's more fraud. It's still coming out. It ain't over.
What new court case
if
indicates
there was
that?
no more fraud, nothing else would come up.
What new court case indicates that?
It's in Georgia. Pull up and look in Georgia.
There's no new court case.
They've got new information of some fraud being committed in Georgia.
Fraud case.
No, not fraud case. New information.
What's the new information?
It ain't a case yet. I don't think it's went in front of a judge yet. They got new information.
Where?
Well, punch it up in Georgia, you'll find it.
Punch it up. You just keep saying punch it up, but I literally look it up and there's nothing. Every time. Look up new Georgia fraud case. Yeah, I'm not seeing one in 2024. It's not seeing anything.
I think it ain't been out.
I'm seeing PolitiFact fact-checking misleading claims of 2020 election fraud in Fulton County, Georgia. That's what this is about. You want to see that title? That's from PolitiFact.
Well,
that's something that comes up.
There's 4 or 5 from Georgia. When you look at it, I saw that pop.
Okay, but this is what comes up. So I looked something up, and what came up was showing that you're not right. Ethel, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much, Ethel.
You reading? I think this information
it's from PolitiFact
in the last couple weeks.
Yeah, PolitiFact. That's one of the first things that came up.
Is it over 2 weeks old? If it is, it's the wrong one. This information just come out.
If it is, it's the wrong one. It's from May 24th.
Yeah,
2024. But that is the last thing that came up.
You might look at it. That could be it. I'm not for sure.
Okay. Well, it was a fact check, so. No. That doesn't make it look.
I'll say that's not the one. I'm guessing, but I'm saying.
All right. Next question. So you think the election was stolen? So did Trump appoint corrupt judges that stole the election from him, or you believe he didn't win, so he's undermining our systems?
Do I think he put corrupt judges in there? That's like a two-worded question, and.
How is it two-worded?
You've run plumb off Kamala and went to Trump now. You still ain't telling us why we need to vote for Kamala.
Oh, you got flagged for civic and election integrity. He got flagged. So we do have to go on to the next person anyway, everyone.
Dang.
Yeah, rip to MAGA truth. Rip to MAGA truth.
Wild ride. That was a wild ride.
That was a wild ride. All right, let's get the next person up here. If you're MAGA, type in the comment section right now, y'all, and I will bring you up. And this person already said it. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Parker.
Yeah, you voting Trump?
Of course. I'm 21. Same age as you. Same age as you. Yeah, no, I'll be 22 in October.
Same age. But yeah, are you voting Trump?
Yeah, I'm voting Trump. But I debated you a few weeks ago on here with no, it was when Biden was still running.
Okay, so would you vote for Trump?
Yes.
Why?
I wanted to say.
Let me guess. Thank you for the duck. Thank you so much. You argued that you're not voting for Trump or not voting for Biden because he's cognitively impaired. Did you argue that in cognitive decline?
I'm sure I did because
So given that these are the two candidates,
I was gonna go to a point where I agreed with you on the last debate when you said that Trump said that it should be a criminal offense to burn the American flag, and I agree with you. It absolutely should not be. We have a First Amendment right. And while I don't agree that we should burn the American flag, it's our country's flag. I believe that every citizen of this country has the right to show and voice their opinion on what they believe about this country. So if they want to burn the American flag, that's their constitutional right. But in saying that, I do not believe that a non-citizen of the United States has the right to burn the American flag. I believe that any non-citizen of the United States that burns the American flag should be deported because that is an active threat to our country. And I'd like to hear your argument on how it is not an active threat to our country.
No, I would like to hear your argument for why it's an active threat to this country.
Because they're not.
That's not how it works. You don't say. You don't say why is this not a threat. You ask the question, why is it a threat? Okay, you have to define that first.
No, I said, why is it not a threat that a non-citizen of the United States?
Why is it a threat?
Why is it a threat? Because they are not a citizen of the United States. So
that doesn't make it a threat.
A foreign person coming to our country, burning our flag, is an active threat to our country.
How is that a threat?
How is that not a threat? Burning the American flag.
Explain to me how it's a wait. Listen.
Burning the number
explain
one.
To me,
I'm about to.
Listen, Tristan.
Burning the number one.
I want to clarify the question. Hold up. I want to clarify the question. So, let's say I burn the American flag, right? And an undocumented immigrant burns the American flag. Why is one a threat to the country, but the other one isn't?
Because one has a God-given constitutional right to voice their opinion in this country, and the other doesn't. That's why.
Okay, so it's just whether or not the constitutional right is recognized.
Yes, 100%.
If a right is God-given, why does it only apply to citizens?
Oh shit! Yeah, that's a good one.
That is a good one. I'm an atheist. I'm quoting from the Constitution. I'm quoting from the Constitution.
Quoted God-given is an atheist. What?
In the Constitution, these are God-given rights. I'm quoting from the Constitution.
Okay, well, you don't care about the. Okay, so it's just so in every circumstance you hold to the Constitution, right?
It depends. That's not a no. I would say no. I would say no.
So okay, what would you hold to in this scenario?
In the scenario of freedom of speech, yes, of course.
Okay. So wait. So I'm confused. So you hold to it in freedom of speech. You hold to it in all scenarios with like, say the Second Amendment. Do you think that people should be able to have access to nuclear weapons legally?
No. Why would I think that?
It's their God-given right.
That's not true.
It's the right to bear arms.
Okay, so if you want to dive deeper into that, right? Should an American citizen have the capability to research and inquire about making a nuclear weapon?
Yeah,
we are free people.
It's an arm, like a nuclear weapon is an arm,
and that's why. And
like since I have the Second Amendment, I should be able to have this nuclear weapon, right?
Yes,
right?
And that's why I'm going deeper into your statement.
Okay.
Should we be able to research and try and create those things as free people? Because this is supposed to be a free country. By definition, yes, that would be freedom. But I also acknowledge that with freedom, you need to have laws and you need to have certain, and I put an emphasis on certain restrictions for the safety of people. And a regular citizen
so which means you don't absolutely hold to the Constitution. That's my point. Yo, Ethel, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. And Blaze, thank you so much for the $15. I appreciate it from the DNC. Thank you so much.
I wouldn't agree with that because I just agreed upon that I think that a free person should be able to research, and if they can
that's
somehow
not
develop
the Second Amendment like all the time, right? That's not you hold to the Constitution in all scenarios.
But
so I don't know why you're bringing this up as like a relevant point.
That's not true because I'm also for red flag laws. I mean,
you sound like a Democrat.
No, I don't. I'm just able to meet in the middle. I'm not fully conservative. I'm sort of centrist right. I definitely believe that mentally ill people shouldn't have firearm rights. I definitely believe in background checks.
Do you think violent sex offenders should be able to get access to guns?
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not, right? So Trump is a violent sex offender.
He's
absolutely not to a gun, but he should be able to run for president and gain access to the nuclear codes.
I also wanted to bring up that point. How do you feel about remind me of the name of the woman? I'm sorry, because I forgot her name. Remind me of the name.
You don't even know her name?
It's Eugene Carroll, right? I believe.
Eugene.
Eugene. Okay.
You don't even know the name.
Eugene. Well, I was close. So, how do you feel about her being on live TV and fully confessing that Trump never physically touched her?
That's not what she said.
That is what she said.
No, it's not.
She said that the R word, because I think I got kicked off your live for saying a word that I wasn't supposed to say. I don't really know the words that I can say on here. That the R
You can't
word.
say drug words.
Okay. So the R word, right? The R word, he isn't necessarily what he did, and that the R word doesn't always have to be physical. It's not physical. He didn't physically touch her. He R-word her mentally.
Oh my God, Tamara, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
So how do you feel about that? How do you feel about her live on TV actively admitting that he didn't R-word her?
Wait, sorry, say the clip again because I didn't hear you. Say that one more time.
I don't remember the reporter she told it to, but you can easily search it up.
No. What do you think she said? What do you think she said?
Search it up. You can.
What do you think she said?
Well, this isn't a direct quote, but she said that the R word, he didn't physically R-word her, and that R-word
That's not what she said. I promise you, she did not say that.
So what did she say? You quote her, please.
I don't know. I don't know what you're specifically referencing,
about.
but I can promise you that that was not said.
Well, I challenge you to look it up and watch the video because it's actively.
I have watched that video before. People.
Oh, so then how do you not know what she said?
Well, I don't know which particular part you're referencing. She didn't say that though.
Yes, she did. I'm
wait, that's not that. Wait, listen. That's listen. That's like listen.
To the reporter Trump physically
listen. How about listen to this? Trump said right that he did on the debate stage. Tell me where he didn't. Tell me where did he not in the debate?
When did he say that? And what debate?
He said it on the debate stage.
What debate?
With Biden.
With whom? What debate?
With Biden. You know the debate he had with Biden? He said it on the debate stage.
He had a couple debates with Biden.
Yeah, he said it on the debate stage, right? And you're going to ask me, okay, so where did he say it? And I can just say, where did he not say it?
No,
the same way that you just said that. That's exactly what you just said.
When we
you
get
see how
off
ridiculous
this, I
that
can
is?
further do research. Maybe you prove me wrong.
Dude, tell me, where did he not say that?
You tell me where he did.
You tell me where he did. Oh, exactly.
No, you're trying to bait me.
That's my point. That's the point. You tell me where he did. You just ran right into the point. Look at him.
No,
look at this clown.
Did not.
Oh my gosh. Bro.
I absolutely did not. But I will further investigate that when I get off this live.
That's
and
so
if you prove me wrong, next time I see you're on live, I will get on the live again and I will admit that you proved me wrong. 100%. I have no problem doing that.
Mm-hmm.
So how do you feel about Kamala Harris?
Yo, Allure, thank you so much for the golden party. Thank you so much, Allure. Thank you. Can we get some W's for Allure in the comment section? Thank you.
Evidence from a man on death row to keep him on death row and get the death penalty.
So, which case are you referring to?
Shit, I don't know a specific name.
Yeah, I think it's the case of Kevin Cooper.
We'll give him a second to find it. Dun dun.
Yep. You can tell me if that's what he's talking about or not.
No, it's Kevin Cooper. You got it right.
Yep. So the Kevin Cooper case, what had happened is after his conviction, his attorneys attempted to reopen the case because they had exculpatory evidence, is what they were saying.
They had DNA evidence.
Correct.
That she was barring.
That's evidence. Now, what Kamala did is what Kamala's office did. Actually, it wasn't even her directly, but she's the head of the office, so the buck stops with her ultimately.
Yep.
But it's not like she was actually prosecuting this. What the office did is they did what every single prosecutor does: is they defend their conviction. So they wrote a brief saying, no, our evidence was rock solid. There's no reason to reevaluate the evidence. It became a controversy. So in 2019, Gavin Newsom actually appointed an independent firm to test the evidence and go over the conviction. And what that firm found is that the evidence was not exculpatory, and that the case against Kevin Cooper remained strong. Kevin Cooper's still alive to this day, and he's still on a live row.
So I don't think that that's factual. I'm pretty sure that he was exonerated for his case. I'm pretty sure that the
No.
DNA evidence proved that he was innocent.
Yeah, I welcome you to fact check that. You can take that as a note and look it up.
Okay, I definitely will. But do you, because are you a prosecutor or are you a defense attorney?
Defense.
Okay, so especially you as a defense attorney, do you think that that's okay for a prosecutor, for their new evidence to be presented that may deem the defense innocent? Do you think that that's okay for them to withhold that evidence? Would you want that with one of your clients?
No, I wish that every prosecutor would have the mindset that any evidence deserves review. But it's the game. It's a kind of don't hate the player, hate the game, is that the prosecution is never going to admit that their case was anything but, rock solid. So it's just how it's going to go. Just as if any defense attorney is going to viciously advocate for their client's innocence, any prosecutor is going to viciously advocate for the solidity of their case.
Here's the problem that I personally find in that, in this country is supposed to be innocent until proven guilty, right? So wouldn't that be a major problem for a person's, let's even just say personality, that they're okay with that system and barring evidence that would presume someone innocent, all for a prosecution rate? Because that's all it's for. Especially as a head prosecutor, she's just worried about her numbers, right?
Well,
so
I mean,
because of her numbers,
from a judicial,
she's ready to keep an innocent man on death row because she doesn't want her numbers messed up, because that might keep her from stepping up in a higher form of politics. I don't see how you agree with that and how you're okay with that.
Again, I'm not saying that I'm okay with it. I'm just saying that's what happens in every single court in every single district in the country. Is they're not going to take every single claim of innocence and just accept it. They're not going to say hey courts, yes, we could have got this wrong. Please review all of the evidence again. That's just not what they do. I don't like it, but I'm not saying that what Harris did, again, she wasn't in any way prosecuting this case or writing any of the briefs on it.
Well,
but what her
with her, so it is her.
I agree, but what she is doing is no different than any other prosecutor in any other district. So I'm not going to hold her somehow more responsible than any other prosecutor who does the same thing.
Well, I mean, they should all be held equally responsible. So, besides the point, she's still a horrible human being for barring evidence that would presume someone innocent. It doesn't matter what.
Wait, but you don't say that Donald Trump is a horrible human being for being held legally responsible for sexual abuse, defamation, fraud.
Well, I just told you
saying that he would. Wait, hold up. Tristan,
actively
you've been on my live before. You've heard me say all these things, right?
Yes.
So then you know all these terrible things about his character, and you're not willing to acknowledge any of those terrible things, but you'll only acknowledge it if it's referenced.
Well, listen, I am fully for giving. I don't know what I could say on here. Essayers of men and women against all, pursuing that of all ages, the death penalty. I don't know if I could say that. I'm fully for that. 100%.
You want to preserve the death penalty?
Yes, of course.
Okay, so did you know that more people who are innocent die on death row? Or did you know that it is the case that it costs more in plenty of states?
Well, I mean, are you for the case that
did you know it doesn't deter crime
serial
more?
essayers and serial
Wait, did you know it doesn't deter the crime
should
more?
live? Are you for that case?
Wait, I'm not saying that they should. What I'm saying is that inevitably this policy leads to innocent people dying. It leads to not a greater deterrence of crime, and it's more expensive in plenty of
You're
states.
right. Innocent people do die, but that's due to the fact of what me and the law of the wild, I believe his name is, we're just talking about before, that our criminal justice system is so messed up that prosecutors are willing to let evidence that would presume someone on death row innocent be held
Wait, it didn't though.
to
presume
keep
them
up with their
innocent.
prosecution numbers.
Didn't it not presume this person innocent?
But you're talking about the death penalty, and I believe
No. In this scenario,
I told you that I have
this
to
person. In this scenario, this person wasn't. Wait.
I
In
can't
this
do
scenario,
further
this person
research
has
on
not
my
been
phone,
proven
and I don't
innocent.
have a computer because I'm on
Wait.
live with you. I will do further research, and if you're right, I will admit you're right.
This person has not been proven innocent. Well, I'm right on that, correct?
Right. I mean, you can just assume that we're not lying to you, and that the DNA evidence was tested, and it wasn't exculpatory. It didn't find him innocent. Would your opinion change?
Oh, my microphone was off, I believe. Would my opinion change on this specific scenario with Kamala Harris as a prosecutor? Yes. Would my opinion change on prosecutors withholding evidence and that being a problem in our criminal justice system, which leads to innocent people dying on death row? No, because that is a major problem in our criminal justice system. People are actively pursued as non-innocent when in this country is supposed to be innocent until proven guilty. And as a defense lawyer, you're supposed to know that more than
you don't even accept the determinations when they're there.
What?
You didn't even accept the determination when it's there.
What are you talking about?
Like there was a determination about Trump as it relates to all of these cases. You think that they're all just fake?
That's not what I said at all. What I said was I actively viewed this woman expressing that Trump did not physically touch her whatsoever, which you can actively view, right? I challenge everybody in the comments to actively view that.
Yeah. I've got the transcript here from the Anderson Cooper interview. He asked her, "You don't feel like
it's not Anderson Cooper. She was talking with a female reporter. The Anderson Cooper one.
What? Wait, what are you talking about then?
She was talking.
Wait, seriously, what interview is this guy referencing?
No, the female one was when she won her money and she said that she was going to take the female reporter shopping instead of donating to a foundation that helps women that have been essayed. He's right. The Anderson Cooper one is where
she's splitting it amongst the victims.
No, that's not true. That's not.
No, that is true.
Okay, well maybe she actively did that, but in this interview, she told the reporter that she was going to take her shopping instead of donating to a foundation that supports women that have been
even if that were true,
Anderson
that doesn't
Cooper
mean
one
anything.
is what I'm talking about. So
But even if that were true, even if she were to be donating,
that does mean
that
something.
wouldn't mean anything.
That does mean something.
It does not. She was already a millionaire before. I just want you to let you know.
What does that have to do with anything?
So if she was already rich before, why would this be such of a monetary incentive?
Because why is her
Especially because
first thought
she
going
could have done
shopping?
this earlier.
Why is
right?
her first
Because
thought
why
going
wouldn't
shopping?
she have wanted to make the money earlier in life if it was meant specifically as a ploy? It really only makes sense that it was later on that she applied these charges if it is the case that there was trauma associated with this.
Why is her
People
first thought
typically will
going
take that along
shopping
with
after
trauma.
this traumatic event that she just won? Why wouldn't she want to help people that are of the same?
You understand that holding your abuser accountable should be something that is a good.
That is very good. That is very good. I listen.
So then why do you want to
advocate for
associate it
all
with like
women to-
someone can't have like happiness?
No, she could definitely have happiness, but I don't see why her first response to a reporter asking her if she's going to donate the money would be that she's going to take her and the reporter shopping. I don't
And like
see.
I like how you'll sit there and you'll blame these particular actions, but you won't blame Donald Trump for the way that he refers to women. Right, you won't blame Donald Trump for his violence towards women or any of that.
What are you talking
he gets
about?
no blame, but E. Jean Carroll gets all of the blame.
What are you talking about violence? I mean, I'm fully on board for holding people accountable. Like I just said, I agreed with you on a certain point that you were sharing with the prior person that was up here debating. He was terrible, by the way. That was awful. I was here I sat here for an hour trying to get on here, but I'm fully acceptant of holding people accountable. But when
You're not really.
I know I really am. I don't.
Not when it comes to Trump.
What do you think about Kamala Harris and her 2020 campaign? I'm pretty sure it was 7. She paid out. Her campaign paid out to 7 people for sexual assault claims.
Jennifer, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
for SA claims that were a part of her campaign. She paid out 7 people.
Can you give me a source?
I'm pretty sure.
Give me a source.
If I give you a source, it's gonna go on mute. I can't look it up while I'm on my phone.
Go find the source. I don't care. Go find the source. It's fucking dumb. What? Well, have you ever seen that? I haven't seen anything like that.
No, I haven't heard that, so I'm gonna need more information. But I mean, it could be that there was a staffer who engaged in inappropriate conduct, and they paid out a settlement. That it's not really an indictment on herself, but I anxiously await to be shocked.
Yes, can't wait to see. We'll give them a second, everyone. In the meantime, tap that screen. Tyler, thank you for the hat mustache. Thank you so much, Tyler. We'll get up another MAGA. If you're MAGA in the comment section, put it in there in a second. We'll be on for like another 20 minutes or so, everyone.
Yeah, Jester, I saw that he is saying it's the Rachel. People are saying it's the Rachel Maddow interview. I looked real quick. I couldn't find a transcript of that, so I'll have to go dig that up. But at least during the Anderson Cooper interview, what she had said is that she didn't feel like it was grape, that she felt like it was an attack. It was a violent attack. So that's not saying I wasn't graped. It's just her classification of how she perceived the attack.
That's completely false. I don't think you're reading the script correctly. I can quote that she said, I wasn't physically. Grape doesn't have to be physical. That's
yeah.
So you're
Tristan, we were talking about the Anderson Cooper interview. You said you were referencing another interview, which I don't have a transcript for.
No.
I'm not commenting.
Thank you for the $5. Her saying that wouldn't even mean anything. Saying that isn't necessarily physical doesn't mean that this wasn't applicable to her.
Well, there's different definitions of different crimes. So grape is physical. SA doesn't have to be physical. That can be verbal. It could be non-physical in a way. So grape is physical.
No, but this as described is forceful penetration against an individual as well. That's what was as described in the context of the court case, and that's what the jury determined on.
They determined him legally liable because
Would you vote for someone who was held civilly liable for sexual assault of a woman?
After she verbally admitted that he didn't physically grape her?
That's not what she said.
She has verbally admitted that he did not touch her.
That's not what she said. That's a lie.
Yes, she
You're
did.
just lying. You're literally
I'm not lying.
Yes, you are. You're literally just lying.
She said that her lower parts were penetrated, and she was uncertain whether it was his member or his fingers. And because he couldn't make the differentiation, the jury had to apply New York's law, which requires grape to be with a male member entering in a female's orifice. Try to use TikTok-friendly words. Good luck. And because she couldn't be certain, they had to convict on SA, which included digital penetration.
I'm sorry, guys. I don't know the sources you're talking about, but I also know that New York extended
talking about the case itself.
New York extended their statute of limitations just to try Trump on these charges.
No, not just to try Trump. It was specifically related to victims of the Catholic Church. It was not just for Trump. Jennifer, thank you for the $5, and Lindsay, thank you so much for the $5.
No, it was just to try Trump on these charges.
No, the Child Survivors Act passed in 2018, a year before E. Jean Carroll wrote her book. That provided a 1 year look back with unlimited statute of limitations for crimes that had occurred to children, and this was primarily motivated by the Catholic Church. Around the same time that E. Jean Carroll's book came out, before the lawsuit, a bill was introduced to also extend that to adults. So adult survivors of SA. It was contemporaneous with the book release. But I do want to point out one other thing. It was Donald Trump's actions that got this suit rolling. Had he not spent 30 tweets a night saying the most terrible things about E. Jean Carroll and enticing his supporters to actively attack her, she wouldn't have had any grounds to sue for defamation. And that's what the original case was about. After the Adult Survivors Act was passed, she was able to go back and seek damages for the SA claim as well.
Now, I see a lot of people in your comments saying, Tristan, so SA is okay. Just public service announcement. No, it is not. Like I just repeated before, I believe in the death penalty for anybody that is convicted of SA. I just believe that our system is very one-sided when it comes to it. Completely one-sided. The military is one-sided when it comes to it. The regular U.S. government is one-sided when it comes to it. I believe that should be intense investigations into these claims, and that the other party, I'm not going to say male or female because both male and female can come up with these claims. The other party.
Bro, thank you so much for the $25 on Cash App. Ethan W's Brooke in the comment section. Thank you so much, bro.
If found to be liable for lying about it, they should definitely be sentenced to prison for that. So just public service announcement for your chat, because I definitely don't think it's okay. I was raised by women.
Yeah, I have a question. Are you pro-choice?
Am I pro-choice? I saw that in your comment section. That's the next. I'm for I'd say a 15-week ban. And I say that because our adoption system in this country
15?
is completely horrendous.
Wait, Tristan, why 15 specifically?
15 weeks? Because that would be, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm pretty sure that's around the start of the second trimester.
A heartbeat starts at 22 days.
I'm sorry, what do you say?
Why specifically at that point?
I said a heartbeat starts at 22 days.
I know when heartbeat starts. At 9 weeks, there's legs, there's a head, there's arms.
Yeah, I care about it when it's sentient.
Well,
I was saying 15 isn't really based upon like a quality.
Well, then are you pro-choice for killing brain dead people in the hospital?
I think that
they're not
families should
sentient.
be able to. I think families should be able to pull the plug on individuals in their family who are brain dead. Yeah.
Well, that's what a health proxy is for. But if that person has no health proxy, are you pro killing those people?
I think the family should have the choice.
Well, I'm sorry, I might have more heart in me than you, but I don't believe that we
brain dead individuals. If they're in a coma and they have the chance to come back, that's not like
you
the
can
choice
actively.
of the family.
Okay, so if you're in a coma and they don't.
Yeah, if you're in a coma, you're coming back, right? You can come back. So that in that scenario, I would not leave it up to the family. If it is the case that it was like a brain dead individual, yeah, you leave it up to the family. They're dead. You can't. It's irreversible sensation.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you. Someone called me.
When you're brain dead, you're not coming back.
But if someone's actively in a coma and the doctor doesn't know whether they're gonna come back or not, it's up in the air. You're pro killing those
yeah,
people.
then no. If they're in a coma, no.
Oh, sorry.
So then you're not pro killing unsentient people.
Wait, no, they still meet my criteria because they have past.
You
present,
can't
and
prove that
future.
someone in a coma is sentient or not.
No,
There's no scientific evidence that someone in a coma is sentient or not.
They meet my criteria of past or present and future sentience.
Okay, so your personal criteria, and my personal criteria is that every baby in the womb is a person. And while I admit that,
every baby in the womb,
yes, every baby.
So you think even embryos?
Yes, those are babies.
So you think that's a person?
Yes.
So is a zygote a person?
So is what?
A zygote a person?
I don't know what a zygote is. What is a zygote?
Like a fertilized egg at conception.
A fertilized egg at conception. Yes.
That's a person?
After 22 days, they have a heartbeat.
Wait, okay, but doesn't have a heartbeat at the point of conception.
There's no definition of when a person becomes a person. There's no factual evidence that
this is a person?
you become a person after you get out the womb.
Do you think this is a person?
When you're concepted.
Thank you. I appreciate the Sam. Thank you. Do you think this is a person?
Do you not?
Do you think this is a person?
Yes, that is a person to be.
This is a microorganism. Do you typically mistake people for microorganisms? Because I don't. I didn't know you. Did you know that you could mistake a person for a microorganism? I didn't. I didn't know people would mistake people for microorganisms. That's never something I would have thought of.
Parker, are cells not microorganisms? Are they not organisms that are micro?
That's just it's just a random microorganism. It's not even a human
that's perfectly
microorganism.
fine.
It's a random
That's
microorganism.
perfectly
Okay.
fine. But by definitions, are cells not microorganisms? So at conception,
Dude, I am not a microorganism. Are you a microorganism, Tristan? Your brain's probably a microorganism.
You are
but
made
like that's
up
all
of
we got.
microorganisms.
What?
You are made up of microorganisms.
I
As a
am
person.
myself am not a microorganism.
You are made up of microorganisms.
Dude, holy shit, dude. I am not a microorganism. I think you're just projecting.
Okay. I just told you that I'm pro-choice up until 15 weeks.
But
This is the problem. This is the problem
But
with
Parker, how do you feel about some studies have found microorganisms in human fetuses?
Okay, that's not a person.
Is a fetus not a human?
There being microorganisms in your body does not mean I value the microorganisms. I value the person. Why did you tell me that?
There's been some studies that
There's
have found
microorganisms in your mouth.
Microorganisms in human fetuses.
There's microorganisms in your mouth. Is it bad when you brush your teeth?
You're not understanding. You're making this a older claim than a fetus claim.
What are you saying? I don't know what you're saying.
There's microorganisms in a human fetus, which is a small baby.
And
you're wrong.
How am I wrong?
What do you mean, how are you wrong? You just said there's no microorganisms in a human fetus.
No,
in
that's
a body.
not what I said. That's not what I said.
That's what you're implying. You're saying that they're not in older
I said,
kids
how did
like
you how did you mistake a person for a microorganism?
Do you know what a microorganism is?
Yes.
The picture that you just showed.
I just showed you a microorganism, yes.
Yeah, you can't distinguish the difference between that and a human microorganism.
You understand that if I just show them an organism, right, that's not what I consider a person. So they're saying they can mistake a typical microorganism with a human person?
Okay,
Jesus
so
Christ.
when does a fetus have a heartbeat?
I mean, I don't care, right? Isn't it like?
What do you
around,
mean
like,
you don't
12
care? You don't
12
care about
weeks?
humans?
I don't care about a heartbeat.
That's the fucking whole point of Kamala's abortion.
What? What? What does that even mean?
What do you claim that her whole Roe v. Wade persuasion is on the Democratical Party?
Roe v. Wade. It's protecting access to abortion. Devin, thank you for the $10.
I think
Thank
that's
you so
a bad
much.
thing.
I think that's a good thing to protect access to abortion.
So why is it such a bad thing if the people can vote state by state?
Because women in particular states have restricted access to abortion. 1/3 of women in the United States have restricted access to abortion. There are victims in this country who have been assaulted that have to go through pregnancies against their will. That's insane.
I would agree with you there, because that's not right. If
That's
they
what
were
happens due to Roe v. Wade not being in place. You understand that's because of Trump.
No,
It is
you're wrong.
absolutely because of Trump. I'm not wrong. No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
How am I wrong? Tell me where I'm wrong.
The people vote if Roe v. Wade was such a terrible good
Tell
thing.
me, where am I wrong?
No. I'm gonna just hold on. Just give me a second. You gotta wait for a minute, okay? So if they wanted to ban Roe v. Wade, the women and people could vote for that if they wanted it state by state.
Women and people.
Correct.
Okay, so people could vote for it. Yes. That doesn't mean that
Is
it's
that
likely
not
to get passed.
including women?
You understand that in particular states that it's likely to be the case that since they have such a conservative majority that it's mostly going to be conservative policy. Like we know that it's going to be restricted in certain states, and some people can't leave those states due to plenty of different types of restrictions in their lives.
Oh, okay. I don't see your point there. If they wanted to make a change, they could just go vote.
Just go vote. Yeah, saying just go vote doesn't change the active policy that exists right now.
They could.
What do you, dude? You understand that it doesn't do it right now, right? When they need
I understand that. That's partially the reason why. I don't know if I can say it.
You understand that we would like to.
I didn't know if I
vote
could
for
say
it,
that at all or not.
but just saying vote for it doesn't
You
actually
can you
do
can
anything.
pass
Because
pass
listen,
that, but it also takes 18 months for it to
Cap,
get
thank you so
passed.
much. This problem only exists because Trump put multiple Supreme Court justices in office with the explicit reason of overturning Roe versus Wade. That's the only reason this is the case. Okay, he is taking credit for it. He's already said that himself. Appreciate the confetti, thank you. So I don't understand why you can't acknowledge this. That the only reason that would have been a issue in the very first place is because of Donald Trump.
I mean, I agree, but he was just trying to make it back the power to the states and not have it a federal government.
But he knows that's going to happen. Why
ban.
does it? Wait, why should it be left up to the states?
Because if the people of that state didn't want it, then they would get rid of it.
Okay, so it's more representative of the people. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, which it should be.
Oh, okay. So if you leave it up to the individual, so if you leave it up to the individual person, isn't that most representative of people?
It's a majority.
Listen, if you said leave it up to the state because it's more representative of the people, what's actually most representative of the people is leaving it up to the individual person. You can get an abortion if you want. You don't need to get one if you don't want to.
Now that's small government.
Seriously, like, what happened to the Republican Party? Julie, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. From the Democratic National Convention. Thank you.
To be honest with you, what happened to the Democratic Party?
What about it?
Or what part do you want to go to? You want to go with Social Security?
What about it?
How do you feel about your president-elect wants to have people that aren't willing to work but could work making around $365,000 a year, while household members make around an average of 95 to 110?
I don't know. What are you saying?
People that can work don't work and make almost 4 times as amount as people that actually work. Is that not a problem to you?
What are you saying? Wait, sorry, re-say all of this. I don't even know what you just said, to be totally honest.
People that can work but don't want to work, welfare, Social Security,
Can work but don't want to work.
they make around, if they took all the programs in the government that they could, food stamps, etc., they could make around $365,000 a year.
Tyler, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Where can I get signed that up for that? Please sign me up. Samantha, thank you for the flying jets. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Samantha. Thank you so much. Hey, did you know that you can get signed up for $365,000 of welfare benefits from the government? That's what the person just said on my live. $365,000 every year. $1,000 a day. Tell me where can I sign this up? Sign me the fuck up, dude. Holy shit, please. Please sign me the fuck up. $300,000? Are you trolling? What level of crazy bullshit is that, dude? What the fuck is this guy saying?
That's
bro?
like your typical.
No, it's not.
Viewer.
London, thank you for the hand heart. My
Okay.
typical viewer? What are you talking about? JV, thank you for the hand heart.
What do you mean?
He's saying the 7,000. He's saying the 7,000 people watching are welfare recipients
that make $300,000 a year. Like what? People.
We gotta have like half $500 million here.
Yeah, that's like crazy money.
It doesn't take much.
Doesn't take much. What, dude? Are you trolling?
No.
Then why do you keep muting?
Because I mean, I have other people around me. Why would I want you to hear the background noise that it gets irritating and annoying to listen to on other guests?
James, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much for my welfare check. Crazy. Yo, so okay, actually, I'm so confused. Can you give me any source that indicates that people on welfare are making $300,000 a year?
Google.
Where on Google?
You just gotta Google it, bruh.
Yeah, where on Google?
Google. That's the source,
Where?
bruh. You don't
That's not a
understand?
source, that's a search engine.
And?
So can you provide me a source?
No,
Or are you
because
just
I
gonna
don't,
sit
I
there
don't,
and do
I don't believe
nothing?
in sources.
Okay, you're trolling. You've got
I
to be
don't-
trolling.
Yeah, yes, I am. There you go.
Well
I
done,
figured it
though.
out.
Well done. Wow, I was so convinced.
Okay.
So, are you like Trump, voting Trump, or what are you doing?
Yes, I am.
You still are voting Trump?
Yes, I am.
See, I can't tell if he's trolling now.
No, I'm not trolling for this. I am voting Trump because of the far leftist governor that I have in the
You
state
just
right
made it
now.
up in your head, didn't you?
What about the welfare?
Yeah.
Oh fuck!
you-
I just threw
No,
out a
you
number.
just made up what you just said. Matthew, thank you for the $5. James, thank you for the $5 as well. And Devin, thank you for the $100. Thank you so much. Holy shit. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Devin. Can we get some W's for Devin in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. Holy shit. And Michael, thank you for
No, I
the
just made up
$3.65 from the welfare check. Thank you.
Like
Put
800 to
W
go,
Devin in the
Parker.
comment section.
No,
Yeah, so
but I am
Minnesota's
voting
cool.
for Trump just for the fact that of this leftist, far left, radical left governor that I have right now.
Wait, can you name one left thing you disagree with that he did?
One far left thing. Let's just start with the fall of Minneapolis.
Michaela, I appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. Yeah, so how do you feel about Trump saying he would pardon people who assaulted police officers and were convicted of it?
It's circumstantial.
What?
Kind of just like Kamala's
What?
selective
Wendy,
persecution.
Thank you for the $5. Thank you so much, Daniela. Thank you for the $10 for welfare check and DNC money. Thank you. What are you talking about?
Do you know? Have you watched The Fall of Minneapolis?
Yeah, but the point I'm
You
making
have.
is that I haven't watched everything. I meant I've seen some of it, but the point I'm making with that is that if you're going to call out political violence, sure, go for it, fair, right? My point is that Trump has condoned it. Marilyn, thank you for the $5 from your welfare check. Thank you.
So you think that what Tim Walz did in
I disagree with political violence, and I think that we should stop political violence. I think that's not good.
What do you think what he did during the?
I don't know the full extent of what he did. All I would say is that I obviously if it is the case that it's in support of.
What do you mean you don't know? You're voting for him. You don't know everything he's done?
I don't know every single thing.
So real quick on that though, you know it was Jacob Fry who really shit the bed in that, right?
Oh, I totally agree, but Tim Walz also had major majority to do with it.
Well, so Tim Walz has control over the State Patrol. He sent them in on night one.
No, he did not. Incorrect.
Oh, the State Patrol?
It was a full 24 hours where the National Guard and State Patrol were fully deployed.
Correct. He sent all of the available resources that the State Patrol had to respond to Minneapolis from the Commissioner of Public Safety at the time, Rena Doman, and then it took Jacob Fry almost 48 hours to formally request the National Guard to be deployed, and that's what has to happen in order for deployment to start. And they were mobilized within 23 hours later.
No, it was 20. It was actually 20.
Apparently, there's audio.
Hours.
There's audio of Trump praising Walz's response.
There is.
Oh shit, Leah! Thank you for the $7. Thank you so much, Wendy. Thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
Do you not see a problem with that?
W Wendy top tier. Thank you for the $1. Thank you so much, in Maryland. Thank you for the $5.
Do you not see a problem with what Tim Walz's wife did or daughter did? Is that not a problem to you guys?
Wait, so what did his daughter do? Sorry, why did I say water?
His daughter leaked the response to.
Governor Walters on the phone, and we spoke, and I fully agree with the way he handled it the last couple of days. I asked him to do that, and the whole world was laughing. 3 days later, I spoke to the governor. The governor's, I think, on the call, and he's an excellent guy. You've got a big National Guard out there that's ready to come in and fight like hell. I tell you, what they did in Minneapolis was incredible. They went in and dominated. And it happened immediately. Tim is on the phone now, Tim Walton. Again, I was very happy with the last couple of days, Tim. You called up big numbers, and the big numbers knocked them out so fast, it was like bowling pins.
Our city is grieving and in pain. And I would just say, as far as the potential, the peaceful protesters are expressing an outrage that is real. They witnessed 8 minutes of a man dying in front of them. Well, at that point in time, I did something unprecedented. I mobilized the entire Minnesota National Guard, and that's what the president was alluding to with the size of the force was capable. But I think, again, Mr. President, you asked on explaining this, I would just say, it's going to be very difficult. There are bad actors in this, but there is such a legitimate anger. Our real dilemma here is the transition back is to the catalyst that sparked this across the country, and that was what happened with the Minneapolis Police Department. So what we did is a lot of this, what you saw yesterday, was engaging civic leaders and the peaceful protests. And I would just close with, I think the guidance is you've got to get a handle on it with that force. That is absolutely correct. And then the transition in the next phase is trying to get those spaces for the peaceful protest. And I'm happy to do things that we have to look at of how do we get reforms.
But Tim, it showed the incredible difference between your great state yesterday and the day before compared to the first few days, which was just
absolutely. Absolutely.
Oh, we're not talking about the first 2 days now?
Mama, thank you so much for the galaxy. Thank you so much. So that's Trump praising Tim Walz's response. Saying that it was so quick, it was immediate, it was amazing, it was so incredible. I've never seen something like that before. Vaughn, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Clara, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. They said viewers drop movie recommendations in the comments. Drop movie recommendations in the comments, everyone.
We're not going to get
Brandon,
to what he said
thank you
in
for
that
the
last
$25. Thank you so much. I'll definitely make sure to check that out. I'll try to. What is it on, Brandon? Thank you so much. Go for it.
We're not going to get to the last little sentence there that he made.
There's literally 1 second.
Okay, that can be a sentence.
It wasn't. There was no. It can't be. I played it. Look.
A police force and taken over, and I don't blame that. I blame them. I know.
He said, "I don't blame him." He's not blaming Walz. That's what he said. That's hilarious. That is incredible. Love that. Love that. Really enjoyed that. Thank you so much. That was incredible. Thank you for the handout. Thank you so much. I really enjoyed that.
Okay,
you're going to make a video out of that, aren't you?
Oh, definitely should.
Do you know
what do y'all think, chat? What do y'all think?
Do you know how many businesses were lost because of the peaceful protesting in quotations that was happening?
So again, Clive, I appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. So, are you pro peaceful protesting?
Yeah.
Brad, thank you for the $20.24. Thank you so much for the welfare Kamala / Walz. That's crazy. This guy, that's literally what this guy said. Go ahead.
So, are you not going to answer my question?
What was your question? Sorry.
You asked me if peaceful protesting was okay. I said yes. But what about all the peaceful protesting
with the political violence, right? Was yes. January 6th peaceful?
Oh, so you're going to pivot now. So I asked you a question first, and then you answer me with a question.
Wait, no, answer a question. Was January 6th peaceful? First. What is your question?
I said how many businesses were lost during the peaceful protest, quotation marks.
I don't know the specific numbers of how
it was around 1,500 businesses because of the burning and the looting of the peaceful quotation mark protest.
Okay, and I would condemn any political violence.
Was it political?
Okay, I condemn violence. Is that good enough?
You're not gonna answer.
I condemn that type of violence.
What do you mean that's a... Oh, yeah, I get you. I was reading the comments. Sorry. My bad.
What? So, like, you condemn that type of violence. So why don't you condemn Donald Trump for saying that he would pardon the January 6 rioters that assaulted police officers and were convicted of it?
Do you know the doors were opened for them?
Not to assault police officers. Memes, thank you for the hand arts. I'm saying the people
Correct,
who
but
were convicted of assaulting police officers.
What about the women that didn't assault the police officer that was shot?
So I obviously think that would be bad if they didn't do anything wrong, they got shot, right? But like, I'm asking you a question. Why is it the case that you think it's okay for him to pardon people who literally assaulted police officers that were convicted of it?
I didn't say
Daniel,
it was okay.
thank you for the $100 on Venmo. Holy shit, thank you so much, Daniel. Let's go. Can we get some W Daniels in the comment section right now? Holy fuck. Thank you so much, Daniel. And Jaden said apparently that there were approximately 1,300 in Minneapolis properties damaged when rioting and looting. 100 of them were destroyed or severely damaged.
Yeah, that checks out with what I see. It was 1,500 that
businesses. Go ahead.
It's 1,500 businesses that were damaged, vandalized, looted, or destroyed, and 100
Correct.
of them, 150
That's
of
what I
the
said.
businesses. You said 1,500 businesses were lost, and I think that indicates that they
I said
they
damaged.
didn't come back. Okay, I'll give it to you. It wasn't what I took away from it, but that's fine. But I mean, the vast majority of them cleaned up and reopened, not over 90%.
I mean, I didn't give a percentage to it, but the amount of damage that was done during that, and the fact that the governor waited a whole 24 hours before deploying the National Guard when he has the authority to deploy them at any point in time. It was just unbelievable.
Yeah, so do you think Trump should have deployed the National Guard quicker?
As to what instance?
January 6th? Didn't he? I don't know if it was National
Was he
Guard or if
president?
Yeah, he was president on January 6th.
Was he? When does the nominee become president?
On January 6th, he was president. I think it's like January 20th or something.
When does
20th is inauguration day, so yeah, he was still president on the January 6th.
Or is it 21st? Okay, some people are saying 21st.
No, they're right. 20th was the last day of his presidency.
Okay, that makes sense. So yeah, why don't you respond to that?
He could have deployed.
But why did he take so many hours?
I don't know his mental thinking.
You don't know what he's thinking? Okay, that's then.
No, do you know what I'm thinking right now?
Yes, I have telepathy.
Oh, do you? All right, what am I thinking right now?
You're thinking about pizza.
No, I'm not.
Yes,
I already ate dinner.
You're lying. Alexis,
No, I'm not.
$2. Thank you so much. You just didn't want to tell them that I actually just thought about that. Memes, thank you for the $100 for the DNC. Can we get some W's for memes in the comment section? Thank you so much. You were thinking about pizza. You're lying about it. What the fuck, dude?
No, I was not.
Yes, you were.
No, you can't prove
you were.
it.
You were literally thinking about it.
No,
You're
wasn't
such
actually.
a liar, bro. It's crazy.
Oh, Parker, you're going
Tyler,
down to
thank you for the $3.
going down the
Thank
rabbit
you.
hole.
Thank you for the head mustache. Thank you so much. You know that I got it right. You're just trying to hide it.
No, I wasn't thinking about pizza.
Yes, you were. Scott, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much from the DNC. I'm psychic, bro. I told you.
Just for the sake of argument, I'll not agree with you.
Well, you know I was right.
I couldn't disagree more.
Yeah, that's like Donald Trump with the election.
I would agree.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. Well, and yet you still want to vote for him. That's
and
crazy,
you want to
bro.
and you want to vote for a ex if he becomes vice president,
Scott,
a
thank you for
ex
the $5.
governor
Thank you.
that had approximately $500 million in damages to a so-called great state of Minnesota capital.
That Trump praised. Trump praised the response.
Yeah, so great, huh? $500 million.
Didn't he run a budget surplus?
Yeah.
Okay, so he got kids free lunches and breakfast. He
Yeah,
universally. Didn't he extend paid sick leave? Right, and he ran a budget surplus.
No, that's just he didn't extend it. It should have. He approved what it should have been about 6 years ago.
So he approved it to be created or to be extended. Thank you, I appreciate it. Thank you.
He approved it to he approved it to what it should be.
Okay, so a good thing.
No.
You said to what it should be. What it should be means it's good, right?
No. Yes and no.
Yes and no. I didn't know that was possible.
So Parker,
defying the laws of logic.
Just to clarify here, the paid sick leave policy was in place for state employees. It was expanded to all employees with over 100 employees.
Yes, based.
It actually wasn't.
Chase, thank you for the $5. Thank you. He said it wasn't. Okay, well, what happened then?
That is correct. It wasn't expanded for more than 100,000 or 100 employees. It was actually based on your company's
Thank you, Tyler. Thank you.
earnings.
It was built on their earnings. Okay, so where'd you get that from? So it did happen, by the way. They did extend it.
Yeah, I would agree.
Okay, well,
they made
it. And they run a budget surplus.
It wasn't to an employee amount.
And they ran a budget surplus.
Yeah. Thank God for paying state income tax.
Okay, so and do you think that he's done a bad job? Can you tell me what he did that was bad?
Tim Walz?
Yeah.
Do you see the state I live in?
Mm-hmm.
You do?
Yes. I grew up in Iowa.
Okay. What does that have to do with anything?
Right next to Minnesota.
A border state.
Yeah.
That doesn't have to do with anything.
What do you mean?
They don't implement the same.
I never
laws.
I never said they did. I just said that I know what's about it. I've been to Minnesota.
Okay. And I don't know what you're trying to get at that there.
Well, you were saying, have you been there?
Yeah, I asked about the state.
Yeah, what
I said,
about
do
it?
you know the state?
Do I know the state about what?
Have you been in the state of Minnesota?
Yes.
Downtown Minneapolis in the
Not
past 3
recently.
years?
No.
Okay, so what do you think about all the crime rate that's going on?
Hasn't crime gone down recently?
Hell no.
Violent crime has gone down.
You're high.
I can show you. I
You're
can
on
check to see if
drugs.
that's true in Minneapolis, but I know nationwide it's gone down.
Now, don't include St. Paul in there. Just Minneapolis.
All right, I'll pull it up. All right. Minneapolis crime dashboard by year. We'll pull it up. Do you give me a second? Crime data. I'm pulling it up through the city.
St. Paul has gone down. For whoever said that in the comments, says why not St. Paul? Because that's gone down. Because the sheriff there actually cares.
Because the sheriff there actually cares. Yep, that's
Yeah, it's St. Paul police that have primary jurisdiction in St. Paul, not the sheriff.
Correct, but the sheriff encompasses more of St. Paul than
apparently by the
police do.
numbers, Minneapolis finished the year with 72 homicides according to the city statistics. And that's down from 80 in 2022 and 97 in 2021.
Have you looked at recent year-to-date studies?
That's what the city statistics are, genius.
That's not what you just said.
I just said this is city statistics. That's what I said.
You said this year is lower than last year.
Yeah, the city statistics.
We're only 8 months in.
Dude, I was talking about literally, what's it called? Minneapolis finished the year with 72 homicides.
Yeah, and what are they at right now?
I have to pull that up for 2024. I don't see anything for that.
So there's been no homicides? Is that what you're trying to tell me?
No, I haven't seen the data for 2024. I'm looking at data 2023, 2022, 2021. Because the fiscal year isn't over yet. Well, what's confusing? Hello? Are you there, bro? He sounds to be coping, chat. I'm getting heavy copes.
I'm coping.
Dana, thank you so much. I appreciate the $1. Thank you. Yes, you are coping. Yo, Sci-Fi, thank you for the galaxy. Thank you so much. How does it feel to be coping?
Great.
Mm-hmm. So you still can't. Can you name me? Actually, are you pro Law and Order?
Yes.
So why are you voting for a criminal over a prosecutor?
Because I wanna.
You're fucking chump, dude. Because I wanna. It's crazy, bro. Jesus Christ, dude. Another question.
Oh, here we go.
Would you vote for someone who said to your sister, who was 10 years old, that as a 40-year-old man, that they'd be dating them in 10 years?
Don't have a 10-year-old sister, so I can't reply.
Well, if you did, or let's say if you had a 10-year-old daughter.
Well, here you go with your fucking hypotheticals again.
Yep.
It's how we test logic, my guy.
Don't mean nothing.
That's how we test your reasoning.
It's how you test my reasoning. Okay, continue. I wasn't listening.
Okay. Yeah. I'll ask you this question. Would you vote for someone who specifically said to your daughter who was 10 years old that they'd be dating her in 10 years as a 40-year-old man?
Would I be voting for them?
Would you ever vote for a man who did that to your daughter?
Of 40 years old?
Yeah, who is 40 years old?
No.
You wouldn't? So Trump said that to a 10-year-old girl. You're still voting for him? They give the play for you.
You voted for Biden, who touches little kids.
So you don't have him saying to a 10-year-old girl that he'd date her in 10 years?
I mean, I didn't say no.
You didn't say no to what?
Sorry, I couldn't hear you. What?
You didn't say no to what? Salvador, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you.
Also, what's your proof of that?
Proof of what?
What you just claimed.
Tell me, what particular claim?
About Donald Trump saying that he wishes he could date a 10-year-old.
Yeah, in 10 years? Yeah, you want to hear it?
Can I just tell you that he's not lying and he did say it? Or are we going to have to listen to it?
I think we're going to have to listen to it.
I mean, I didn't want to listen to it. I just said source.
Yeah, well,
all right,
I'll play
Parker.
it.
I got a tall glass of bourbon with my name on it, and I don't drink in live, so I'll talk to you later.
All right, have a good night, Law.
You too, man.
All right, I'm gonna play this, and then I'm probably about to get off here. He left. Yo, what the fuck? He left. Wow, dude. Wow. Look at this kid. Look at him leaving. Look at him running away. What a dude. What a dude. Yes, Jaden, go live. I will raid you right now, Jaden. Because I'm probably about to get off. 1 second. All right, we can go 20, 30 minutes, everyone. Yes, I will hop. Yes. I'll hop on Minecraft. All right. I'm gonna hop on Minecraft, everyone, and we're gonna debate someone for like 20, 30 minutes. Okay? Is pizza came? No, my girlfriend is playing Minecraft, so we're gonna join her. All right. Do give it a second. You, what's a pality?
These moments where it's all hands on deck, and
Hello?
Whatever differences they may have to be put behind them forever.
All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Yo, what's up, Hality? This person's in the car. Let's try to get the next person up, everyone. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
50.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yep.
Why so?
Better choice.
Why so?
I've heard all the debates and everything I need to hear. I've certainly heard from Biden, which you see how that went. You can't even.
Well, yeah, Biden's not running anymore. So why are you voting for Trump over Harris?
You still, and you know, I have been listening to you for a couple hours today, and I heard your blasphemy. I hear you talk against God's choices, like you can be the judge of God. Did you not say that? Did you not say that?
Did I not say what the second thing? I don't know what you said the second thing. I just heard you say like I was blasphemous.
You said that God sent people to go kill children, and
he did, yeah.
Okay. So
yeah, have you read 1 Samuel 15:3?
No, see, here's where I'm getting at. Do you know what blasphemy means? Do you know the definition?
Isn't it like you disrespect the Holy Spirit or something? It's something like that, or like
so you're not even
you don't
educated.
accept the Holy Spirit.
You're not
It's
even
something like that.
educated enough to know the true definition.
What are the first 4 books of the New Testament?
And it's not only that.
What are the first 4 books of the New Testament? Do you know?
Are you aware that Biden married his babysitter?
What are the first? No. What are the first 4 books of the New Testament? What are the first 4 books of the New Testament?
Okay, I'm not going to sit here and play Bible.
What are the first 4 books? You don't know? You don't know? You don't know? What are the first 4 books?
Okay, dude. Seriously.
Tell me. What are the first 4 books?
I'm not going to play it. Just let me talk.
Tell me. What are they?
Let me
the sunglasses. Thank you. What are the first 4 books?
Okay. Let's talk about Biden.
What's the first 4 books? Tell me.
Did Biden marry his babysitter?
Tell me, what is the first 4 books of the New Testament? Tell me.
Why can't you answer the question?
I want you to answer my question first. What are the first 4 books? I will answer the question if you answer my question. What are the first 4 books of the New Testament? What are the first 4 books of the New Testament? I'm going to keep asking you the question until you answer it. What are the first 4 books of the New Testament? I'm going to keep asking until you answer.
You talk blasphemy. I'm not going to talk the Bible with you.
Answer the question. What are the first 4 books?
No, because you think it's okay to judge God.
You don't know. You don't know what the first 4 books are?
And you think it's okay to judge God.
Yeah, absolutely. If you think it's okay to slaughter infants, tell me. You think it's okay to slaughter infants?
Let's talk about Sodom and Gomorrah.
You think it's okay to slaughter innocent infants and children and women?
There was Sodom and Gomorrah. There was the
No,
Great
do you think that's
Flood.
Justified? Do you think it's justified to kill all of the Amalekites, to genocide the Amalekites?
I think you should trust God. Yes.
Oh, okay. So as long as God commands the genocide, then it's good.
I'm sorry. Did God create you?
Push the confetti. Thank you so much. No, I don't believe God created me. But under your view, yes.
Right.
Yeah,
God,
but that doesn't make any sense. It's incoherent because a perfect God couldn't possibly have created an imperfect world. That makes no sense because then that would mean that they desired something imperfect, which is incoherent.
All of Genesis is wrong.
Well, I think it's fictional. Yeah.
You would.
Yeah.
You know you're
Genesis.
going to-
Well, I mean, do you want to accept reality or not?
Well, I'm going to accept that you're going to go to hell.
Well, I can if it doesn't exist.
Well, you better hope.
Alyssa, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much.
Okay, so what about Biden?
That's
there?
crazy. Devin, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you so much. I do need to do a live on Minecraft. What's up?
Do you know what the difference between Biden and his wife is? The age?
Yeah, it's only a few years.
Right. I think it's a little more than that.
Yeah, you serious?
Well, wasn't it?
Yeah, so his age is 81 years old. His wife is 73. And they started dating, I think it's like, or it was around like the 70s. So they were like older.
And how old
Like
was she? Babysitting age?
No, she was in her 20s too.
So he did marry his babysitter. That is true.
No, I don't have any evidence of that.
Look it up.
Yo, Monica,
I mean,
thank
can
you for
look
the
up-
$10. Thank you so much,
You're so good
Monica.
at looking up everything else, but you can't look up that.
Here, when did Joe and Jill Biden start dating?
No, that's not what I said.
Are dating. And also, why are we talking about Biden?
Oh, it
She
doesn't
met
matter.
Senator Joe Biden
Because a
March
month ago you supported
1975. They met on a blind date set up by his brother Frank, who had known her through
You
in college.
supported Biden is why we're talking about him. Right?
Yeah, so there's a fact check. Yeah, there's literally a fact check about what you're saying.
Yeah. I know how much you believe those fact checks.
Yeah, and you don't accept fact, so of course.
Okay, and let me say the other thing that you was talking about on abortion, where you was talking about there was a fire, and are you going to save the microorganisms, or are you going to save the real baby? Did you really say that?
Yeah,
That was ridiculous.
that's not ridiculous at all.
Really? So,
Vanessa, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. Wait, what is your following list? I want to see your following list. Let's see how diabolical
Your
this shit is.
aspect.
Hold
if
up.
it's
People
next to a
said your
sperm
following list
bank,
is crazy.
it's the
What's
same thing?
when I click on your following list? What is there going to be?
What the hell does that even mean?
Wait, what is it going to be? Let's check. So people are saying it's crazy. Account not found. Blocked. I'm blocked on my main account. Alyssa, thank you so much for the $6.66. Thank you so much. You blocked me on my main account. Crazy. Or you got blocked on my other account. That's insane. Let me go to my other account.
So you blocked me? Is that what you're telling me?
I must have. Okay,
Why
let's
would
click
you
on
do
it.
that? Okay, so you're saying you got an excuse
Jesus
not to
Christ. Jesus Christ, you're a Christian? Jesus, he's Christian, chat. He's Christian.
Oh,
He's a
wow. Here we go.
he's a really strong Christian. I can tell you that. Wow, what a strong Christian. Oh my God. He really is praying. He's praying on his knees to the Lord, bro. That's crazy, bro.
Okay, and
the
how can
Lord,
you be-
the Lord knows about
Are
every
you gonna
single
let
one
me
of
talk, or
these.
You just keep running your mouth.
You follow so many. Dude, what the fuck, bro? How the hell can you say you're Christian, bro?
How can you judge me on it?
He's like, we all sin. We all sin. What's up?
What?
Do you want to see his following list? Scroll through his following list. This is it's public. Just scroll through.
Okay.
The profile
And
picture.
what's your point?
You
What's
see
your
it?
point?
It's crazy, isn't it? Absolutely diabolical.
What is your point?
Dude, there's no way this is real. I don't believe that. No, I'm looking at something else. Holy fucking shit, there's no way this is real.
Okay.
I'm not even looking at your following list anymore. Holy shit! Oh my God!
Dude, you have no point. My phone list don't mean shit.
I'm not even referencing that at this point, dude. Jane just sent $1,000. Yo, can we get at least 1 million fucking W Janes in the comment section? What the fuck, dude? I thought that was fake, dude.
Okay, I'm trying to figure out what the hell you're talking about.
What the fuck, dude?
What are you talking about?
Dude, someone just sent me $1,000 on Venmo. That's what I'm talking about, bro. Holy fucking shit.
Congratulations.
Oh my God, bro.
You should be very happy.
Oh.
Okay, so back to the thing I was talking about when you were saving the clinic on fire. Do you remember this conversation we were having?
Yeah, sorry, dude. That's just insane. Yeah, go for it. What were you saying?
Oh, okay. So you're saying it's pretty much the same thing as a sperm bank being next to it? Right?
Okay, so here, let me explain. So, the holy fuck, can we get some W Jane? Spam W Jane in the comment section. That is fucking insane. Oh my God, bro. What the fuck, dude? Okay, so the hypothetical goes as this. So there's you're in a burning building. On one side of the room, there's 2 zygotes. Okay. On the other side of the room, there's 1 newborn baby. You can either save the 2 zygotes or the 1 newborn baby. Which one would you save?
Right. I heard the story earlier today. I was laughing my ass off. But see, the point I'm trying to make, wouldn't that be the same thing if a sperm bank was next to it as well?
What?
It's like you was asking her about sperm cells. You don't remember the conversation you had with her?
No. I asked you about this. In that scenario, would you save the newborn baby or the 2 zygotes?
No. See, the thing about it is, I
think I asked her, why do you value a zygote?
The reason why is because I believe if a baby has a heartbeat, it deserves to live. I'm sorry you don't believe that. But
W Jane in the comment section. Wait, do you know what? Wait, what is a zygote? Wait, Joseph, what is a zygote?
Let me ask you a question. Do you have a little brother? Do you have a little brother?
No, not a younger.
Okay. Well, let's say you did have a little brother since you like making up shit, you know? Let's just say you did, right?
Okay.
And your mom is pregnant with this little brother. She goes to the doctor and she hears a heartbeat, but decides she doesn't want the baby.
Think of the $6.66.
She goes to the doctor and hears a heartbeat, but she doesn't want the baby. Are you okay with that?
Totally fine. Totally fine with her getting an abortion. Totally fine with anyone in my life who's a woman getting an abortion prior to sentience. Totally fine with that.
Even if it's your little brother.
Yeah.
Who has a heartbeat.
Yeah. Prior to sentience, I don't give a shit.
Wow. That proves why you're not a Christian.
Okay. Cope. Well, you literally try to act like you have a moral high ground as a Christian when it comes to abortion, but you literally condone God commanding the slaughtering of the Amalekites, men, women, children, and infants. If you took a look at Numbers 31:17, kill the men, kill the women, take the virgin daughters for yourself. That's what it says. Okay. If you look at Leviticus 25:44 through 46, it condones slavery, passing it on to your kids as inherited property, and you can make them slaves for life, right? If you want to look at Exodus 21:20 through 21, it condones, right, beating your slave insofar as that they recover after a day or two. So no punishment for an individual if they beat their slave so long as they recover after a day or two. And Alyssa, thank you for the $5 for Zygote. Thank you. That's what you condone when you're referencing your reference to the Bible. You can believe that these things are not real, and that is a decent interpretation, but that's not what you believe in, right? Because that is your God, right? And you'd have to completely deny certain aspects of the Bible to be able to do that, which you're not willing to do. It's in the Bible. You can read those verses. I'll read them to you if you'd like.
No. I don't need you to read them to me, but you know what? What I get is, I do listen to you. You make a lot of great points. Don't get me wrong. I'm not totally dissing everything you say, okay? But you got to stop using the blasphemy, You got to stop doing that because, there's so many people that have strong faith in God, even with the way things are now. I mean, you're reading way back from the Old Testament in which everything could be taken in so many ways, because you know what parables are, right?
Yeah, I know what people are saying when they say parables. That being a parable doesn't make any sense. Just God commanding them to slaughter kids, it doesn't make any sense.
Well, it does make sense. Well, you do reference Jesus Christ.
I'm not just referencing what would be parable. I'm referencing what was enshrined as the moral law. Okay. So there's moral law that is not good in the Old Testament, and there's moral law that's not good in the New Testament. But the reason why I point to the Old Testament is because it's more blatantly obvious that it's bad, and it's still your God. So the Old Testament still counts. It's not like it doesn't count. It's still your God. And if your God is all knowing and all good and all perfect and all powerful, well, then this is all good what he did. So don't sit like you have a moral high ground when you think it's totally okay for God to to command the slaughtering of babies and children. I'm saying abortion prior to sentience, prior to the point which is a first-person subjective experience.
Right, but
I
that's
value
not
that sentient life. I don't value just cellular life.
Yeah,
Like,
but
why don't you value a sperm cell?
You don't know the full story about back then. I mean, you remember Sodom and Gomorrah, right? You was a Christian back then. You remember the story, right? Of why the city was destroyed.
Yeah, so you're just gonna say, oh, because there's excessive sin that exists in this area, right? So that doesn't justify killing infants. The infants weren't committing the sin.
Okay, well, how many people were on the ark during the Great Flood?
I don't believe in that nonsense. It depends
Why
on your
not?
interpretation.
So you're going to believe in one story in the Bible?
There's no good evidence geologically speaking for a global flood. No good.
So you're going to
evidence.
believe one story in the Bible, but not the others?
I don't believe any of those stories.
Then why would you believe what you're telling me what happened?
I'm just telling you what your own view is.
No, you believe it. You're telling me
the
a
Bible
story.
says. I believe it's all fiction, right? There are certain things that are historically based, but I believe a lot of the spiritual shit is all not like fiction.
Well, I mean, I can't make you believe in the Bible, man. You know, I understand what you're saying.
I used to. I grew up. It doesn't make any sense, dude. I'm just telling you. Like, if you use reasoning, you don't have good reason to believe in it, and you can go and believe what you want. If you stay a Christian, please just take a progressive interpretation of Christianity, because the progressive interpretation of Christianity is no more logically inconsistent than the conservative interpretation. So at least try to use it for the better. Like, there are progressive interpretations that I don't think are bad, or harmful. Appreciate Henry, thank you so much. Other than the fact that you're believing in something that is incoherent. But you can take a decent interpretation on it. So I just don't see any reason for you to take those crazy interpretations if you stay Christian. But
no, I appreciate. But I mean, what has Trump been convicted of all these alleged crimes you said?
He's been convicted of 34 felonies. He's been held legally responsible for sexual abuse, defamation, fraud.
So how much jail time did he do?
So he's being sentenced in September.
He hasn't been sentenced yet, though, right?
Not yet. No.
And why?
Ennis, I appreciate the hand art.
And why is that?
Because sentencing is in September. He's been convicted,
And they
but he hasn't
haven't
been
had
sentenced.
sentencing before that?
What's up?
They haven't tried sentencing him before that?
No, because this is the process. Got anything else?
Yeah, one question.
Yeah, would you vote for someone who was held civilly liable of sexual assault of a woman?
I think that was stretched out from what he said, from what he did. I mean, I heard all your quotes that you've been playing today about the 10-year-old girl. I mean, I get that. The voting,
Are you still gonna vote for him?
than Kamala Harris. The girl has no experience in anything to be a president.
Donald
you ever
Trump
heard her talk?
Donald Trump had no experience, yet you still voted for him.
Have you heard Kamala talk off script, off the telemark? Have you heard her? It's almost as bad as Biden.
Appreciate that mustache. Thank you so much. Did you just fall out of a coconut tree?
yeah. I mean, come
you just
on,
gotta
dude.
exist in the context, and you'll understand what she's saying.
Well, Kamala's gonna have her chance if she ever gets on TV. If she ever
Kamala,
talks,
by the way, it's Kamala, by the way.
Yes, if
and
she ever.
and
has
she's
faith
she's
with
gonna be
anybody.
president. She's gonna be president. We got this shit.
And what are you gonna do if you're wrong?
Be very sad and debate people on TikTok.
So you're gonna continue this show even after Trump is president?
Well, I mean, I do before election time. I do social advocacy, so I do religion topics. I do social advocacy as it relates to I debate people who think that being GAY is wrong, and I say it's not wrong. Obviously, debate them on that. Plenty of other things. People who think that spanking is an abuse. I debate them, or they think that you should spank children or something.
You don't
Those
think
are
you
things
should
I
spank
debate.
children?
Yeah, I don't think you should spank your kids.
Oh my God. You know why you think that? Because you don't have any.
No, because there's vast research indicating it's bad. My
Yeah.
parents didn't.
I've been down that psychological road, man. Believe me.
Well, dude, there's very vast research indicating that.
Yeah, I know.
Right, and my parents didn't have to spank me. My parents didn't have to spank any of my sisters. I don't see it to be necessary.
Right, but your parents might have been great parents to raise you with. Not every child has that. Wouldn't you agree to that?
Sure, but that doesn't give an excuse to beat your kids in the same way that doesn't give an excuse to neglect your kids.
Well, sure it does. If they have been raised,
you should be a good
Parents
parent. You
are gonna
shouldn't
be-
neglect your kids. You shouldn't beat them. Appreciate the hand art.
right. But statistics prove that
That's harmful towards their development.
Parents are going to raise their children how they've been raised.
That doesn't mean they should. And we need to teach our society to not do that. Teach our society to be more critical.
Oh, that
and
would
just
be great.
accept the cultures and the traditions of the past. Because ultimately speaking, a lot of these cultures and traditions have been bad. Not to say it's all. There's a lot of culture and tradition out there that is great and really important. But like there's a lot of culture and tradition out there that is within our society that is very harmful. And we need to be very important on that. Important in acknowledging that. Those are just the different topics I talk about. But like I will go back to mainly talking about those things. I also talk about abortion. Appreciate the sunglasses. Thank you so much. I'll probably be talking about that. I'm going to be doing like a topic of why do you think abortion should be left up to the states? Once this is done, that'll be one of my main topics because it relates to politics, but it's not necessarily the political field completely. Kate, thank you for the $30 on Venmo. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. WK in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Kate.
So you think the states should decide whether or not someone has an abortion?
No, I think that should be federally protected to get access to an abortion.
Wow.
Are you pro-choice?
Yes.
Okay, so then you think that you should as well, right? That people should be able to get access. So Trump, who quite literally, are you a cop, by the way?
Because I'm pro-choice, you're asking if I'm a cop?
No, someone just sent me a message that you are. I don't know. I was just asking.
I don't think
that has nothing to do with you being pro-choice. Yeah.
I don't think that's relevant.
Okay. Well, they probably know because of your account, but like so yeah. What were we saying? I apologize. I caught me off guard. Thank you for the handout.
No, we was talking about being pro-choice, and you was at.
Oh yeah. So why would you want to vote for someone who's been undermining women's access to abortion?
I don't say I'd agree with everything he does.
But this is very harmful. Don't you care about women's rights? Elizabeth, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. They said that you have a wife and 3 kids, and you follow those accounts. Crazy.
What?
Crazy. You have a wife and you follow those accounts. Does she know?
Follow what? What are you talking?
Following this. Does your wife know? Is your wife okay with that?
What are you saying? I'm following you,
dude. I mean, you can literally scroll on your following list. It's public. It's very brutal.
Wow, you sure like judging me.
Well, I mean, like, I'm guessing you're in a monogamous relationship, right?
Yeah.
And these types of things aren't okay, right?
I would have to see what you're talking about.
Ollie, I appreciate the galaxy. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. So if your wife was like on TikTok following a bunch of like male models, would you be okay with that?
Oh, my wife knows I'm totally committed to her.
So like if your wife was like scrolling through and like liking a bunch of male models, like Instagram pictures, ab pictures, like them, muscle stuff, would you like be okay with that?
Oh, I trust her fully.
So you would be okay with that?
Do you trust your girlfriend fully?
Yeah, would you be okay with that?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So I guess you're not a hypocrite. You already talked about it. But yeah, is there anything else you want to talk about before I get off for tonight?
No, I appreciate your time and thank you.
All right, for sure. Appreciate you, Ronnie. Thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much, Ronnie. All right, let's get off for tonight, everyone. I do love y'all so much. I will be on tomorrow, like usual. We'll be on for a pretty long time tomorrow. I don't know what time I'll start live tomorrow. It's like what, Friday, so I'll probably start like later, like at 5 o'clock or something like that. Everyone, James, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much. And Emily with $100. What the fuck is going on today, bro? W Emily in the comment section right now. Holy fucking shit. And W James. Can we get some W Emily's and W James in the comment section right now? Holy shit. That is actually so insane. That is so insane. But everyone, I'm going to send everyone to Jaden's live real quick, everyone. Send y'all to Jaden's live. Look it up right now. Jaden is live. This is his Jaden's name. Look this up. Spam Parker Raid. Love from Parker. Let me try to keep it like closer, everyone. Look up Jaden's live. Spam Parker Raid. Spam love from Parker, everyone. Have a fantastic night, everyone. Parker Raid. Love from Parker, y'all. Go check out Jaden's stream, y'all. Parker Raid. Love from Parker. Have a fantastic night, everyone. Peace out, y'all. JV, thank you so much.